Welcome students. Now in the next two classes we have to cover entire ancient and medieval history. We are going to be starting with ancient history. सबसे पहले हम करेंगे Stone Ages, followed by the Indus Valley Civilization, the Harappan Civilization, then the Vedic Ages, the early and later Vedic Ages. उसके बाद हम करेंगे the Age of Buddhism and Jainism or the Mahajanpada period. We are also going to take a look at how the Mahajanpadas transformed into the first pan-India empire under Magad, first under the Nandas, then under the Mauryas. The important kings of the Mauryas, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusar and Ashoka. The Ashokan edicts we are going to pay a little bit more attention to. Ashoka's concept of Dhamma, the various sources which are available to study the ancient Indian history. This will be followed by the post-Mauryan age. First, the four foreign ruling groups, the Indo-Greeks, the Shakas, Parthians and Kushans. Their contributions in various fields, numismatics, culture, etc. Those we are going to take a look at. Then we are going to talk about the Guptas and then the post-Gupta period, in which we'll be talking about Harshvardhan. We'll be talking about Huensang. We'll also talk about some of the other post-Gupta dynasties in South India, such as the Chalukyas, Pallavas, Cholas, etc. Okay? So in ancient India, we have to move very quickly. I have only 4 hours with you. So you'll have to bear with me, be patient and be very mindful of what we are discussing. Okay? So first we have to talk about the Stone Ages. What does the word Stone Age tell you? That during this period of time, human beings were using stone tools. All right. So this is the prehistoric phase of human life. Please come in. Prehistoric phase of human life. Now, history has to be studied on the basis of the evidence which is available to study it. All right. Historians primarily have two kinds of evidence. Kya kya? Archaeological sources and literary sources. On the basis of the evidence which is available, source which is available, historians have classified the past into three phases. The prehistory, proto-history and historical phase. What is proto-history? Where no written records exist and historians have to rely only upon the archaeological evidence. Proto-history, when human beings had developed script, they have left written records, but these records remain undeciphered. We do not know how to read them. And finally, the historical phase, where both archaeological as well as written records are available. So the Stone Ages belong to which phase? The prehistorical phase, where no written records used to exist. Now, on the basis of stratigraphic analysis, we can divide these Stone Ages into 4 distinct ages: the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic and Chalcolithic ages. Paleo means old and lith means stone. So this is the Old Stone Age. During this time, human beings were hunters and gatherers. All right. Meso means middle, lith means stone once again. यहाँ पे human beings had taken up animal husbandry. They had started domesticating animals. Neo is new and lith is stone. So this is the New Stone Age. It began with the development of agriculture. And during the Chalcolithic Age, human beings started using metal along with stone. So chalco in Greek means copper. So copper was the first metal to be used. It is also known as the Neolithic age. All right. Now the Paleolithic age can be further subdivided into 3 distinct phases: lower, middle and upper Paleolithic. Which is the oldest, which is the newest? Lower is the oldest. How does this come about? If you are excavating, so in this direction you will excavate from top to bottom. The layer at the very bottom is going to be the oldest one. The layer above it is going to be more recent, and the topmost layers are going to have been deposited the most recently. Therefore, the lower, middle and upper Paleolithic ages. Now, if the UPSC was to ask you a question from this Stone Age, तो कहाँ से question पूछेगा? It can ask you about their technology, their stone technology. It can talk about human evolution, how human beings evolved from primates to modern humans, during which phase these developments took place, what were the climatic conditions, what was the living pattern of the human beings, how did they obtain food, what kind of dwellings did they live in. ठीक है, questions यहीं से आएंगे. Then it might also ask you which part of the subcontinent they used to occupy and which part they used to avoid. ठीक है, जगह ही रहना है, सोना नहीं है यहाँ पे. Okay. All right. Now, first we'll talk about the Paleolithic Age. Now, during the Paleolithic Age, the climate of the globe was dominated by the Great Ice Age. So, क्या बोलते हैं? The Pleistocene epoch. So, what was the nature of the climate? Warm or cold? Extremely cold. Was productivity high or low? Extremely low. During this period of time, had modern humans evolved? No. Were they in a position to dominate the environment? No. Therefore, human population high or low? Very, very low. All right. Acha. Now, human evolution started taking place during this period. Notes you will get after 10:30. अभी print नहीं हो पाया, ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, human evolution started taking place during the lower Paleolithic age. What is known as the cradle of humankind? Where did human beings first evolve from the primates? Which part of the world? Africa, specifically Central Africa. All right. So the earliest developments in human evolution took place in Central Africa. From the primates, from the great apes, the earliest species of humans known as Homo habilis emerged. Homo is man and habilis is hand using. All right. So human beings who had opposable thumbs and had the ability to fashion tools. Okay? This kind of human beings emerged. Then in this very age, the Homo habilis further evolved into the Homo erectus. Erectus is upright. So man who started walking straight. All right. And it was this species of human beings which made their way from Central Africa to India. By which route? Land route or sea route? Sea route. Right. Now you have to remember that this was at the height of the ice age. The sea levels were very low. The oceanic distances that had to be covered were quite small. Therefore, these people were able to build very rudimentary rafts and started coming to India. Do we get any evidence of this phase of life from India? Yes. The very first Paleolithic discovery was made by Robert Bruce Foote at a place called Pallavaram. Where is this? Near Madras, right? He discovered the Pallavaram hand axe in 1863. Acha. Do we have any fossil remains of human beings from this phase? Yes, we do. So, hominin fossils belonging to the lower Paleolithic age have been found from Hathnora in MP, on the banks of which river? The Narmada. Thus, it is also called as the Narmada man. ठीक है? अच्छा. Then further evolution of human beings during the middle and lower Paleolithic ages. So during the middle Paleolithic age, Homo erectus evolved into the Homo sapiens archaic. Sapiens is thinking and archaic is old. So it is the old thinking man. All right. Then further development took place during the upper Paleolithic age when Homo sapiens archaic evolved into the Homo sapiens sapiens. So दो बार sapiens आ रहा है thinking. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? He is the wise man. All right. He has the capacity to form complex thought and convey his thoughts through voice. So what does that also tell you? That towards the end of the upper Paleolithic age, human beings developed the capacity, the capability to speak. They developed language. All right. Achha. What were the physiological changes which were taking place in the anatomy of human beings during this entire period? The size of the brain increasing or decreasing? Increasing. The dexterity of the hands, the dexterity of the limbs, also increasing. The size of the jaw, size of the teeth, that was decreasing. It had to decrease if the cranium had to expand. All right. So ये सारे physiological changes हो रहे थे. Then the developments in technology during the Paleolithic age to three distinct ages, three distinct stone tool technologies. Lower Paleolithic में core tools, मिडिल पेलियोलिथिक में फ्लेक टूल्स, अपर पेलियोलिथिक blade tools. What are core tools? Now human beings discovered that if you were to take two stones and dash them against each other, the outer surface is going to flake off. The inner core that will be left behind is going to have very sharp, jagged edges. Alright, this can be used for brute force work, chopping, etc. Okay? So that is known as the core tool. Middle Paleolithic flake tools. Now they also discovered the utility of the outer surface that had been flaking off. They started taking it, grinding it against the surface and sharpening it. So blade tools emerged, flake tools emerged. And blade tools, these were more refined. So the flakes were then sharpened into points or to double-edged edges. All right. So these were known as the blade tools. Clear hai? Three phases, three technologies. कौन से? Core, flake and blade. All right. Living pattern. Now, what was the living pattern? During the Paleolithic period, was man producing his own food? No, he was a hunter and gatherer. So, could he have lived in the same place? No, he would necessarily have to move from place to place in search of food. Acha, was he living in natural dwellings or artificial dwellings? Natural dwellings such as caves and rock shelters. All right. Example, भीमबेटका केव्स कहां पे हैं? मध्य प्रदेश, रायसेन डिस्ट्रिक्ट नियर भोपाल. ठीक है. अच्छा, ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड वाज द मैन लिविंग अलोन और वाज ही लिविंग इन कॉम्प्लेक्स सोसाइटीज? No, he was largely living alone because he was competing against other people for resources and for shelter. Human relationships, human interaction was largely combative and competitive in nature. If they were competing and they were cooperating, that was only for the purpose of procreation, etc. Okay? So by the end of the Upper Paleolithic Age, for the first time, human beings started to have some small bands, 10-20 people. Okay? And it was here that they started feeling the need to have better communication, and therefore language also appeared during this phase. Okay? Acha. Was man aware of the use of fire? In the lower and middle Paleolithic ages, he was not. But then towards the end of the Upper Paleolithic Age, he became aware of fire. What were the changes which happened due to this discovery? Lifespan increased. Why? Because fire provided protection from other wild animals, and because he also had the benefit of cooked food. All right. So cooked food also started to appear. Acha. During this period, which part of the Indian subcontinent did the Paleolithic man live in, and which parts did he avoid? He preferred to live on plateaus, hills, rocky outcrops, and rift valleys. Why was this? Because for his survival, two things were very, very important: caves and stones. Therefore, he avoided one physiographic division of India. That was the northern alluvial plains. Alright? क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना stones हैं, nor do you have natural caves and rock shelters. Alright? Therefore, the important sites where you will find Paleolithic cultures from is the Soan Valley, right? So this is near the Potwar Plateau, again a rift valley. In Kashmir also you will find in the Belan Valley, eastern UP, in Didwana, Rajasthan, in the Narmada Valley and Bhimbetka caves, etc. ठीक है? अच्छा. What were the cultural developments during the Paleolithic age? Painting. ठीक है? Human beings took an interest in paintings. What kind of paintings did they make? What were the themes? Hunting activities, birds, animals, right? Handprints, fingerprints, these kinds of things. Did they make any abstract paintings? Any paintings regarding the relationship between different human beings? नहीं, क्योंकि community का concept नहीं था. ठीक है? अच्छा. What were the colors that they used? They used natural pigments such as red. Red was obtained from hematite, that is फेरिक ऑक्साइड, हिंदी में बोलते हैं गेरू. सुना है? अच्छा. व्हाइट वाज ऑब्टेन्ड फ्रॉम lime, calcium carbonate. Black was obtained from soot, and green and yellow were obtained from a rock known as chalcedony. Which color was absent? Blue was absent. Do you find blue in the mineral composition of Indian rocks? नहीं, therefore blue नहीं होता था. Clear है? अच्छा. Then Mesolithic Age. Firstly, the climate changed. The Great Ice Age started to end, or it ended. So the Pleistocene epoch came to an end, and the modern epoch, that is the Holocene epoch, that emerged. What happened to the global temperatures? They are going to increase. Primary productivity, that also increased. Sea levels, those also increased. Polar ice caps, their size, that decreased. Okay, so the water started to melt, and in the depressions on the continents it started to get deposited. So a number of lakes, swamps, marshes appeared. Then fast winds started blowing over them. These marshes and swamps and lakes also started to dry up. तो जहाँ पे ये lakes वगैरह थे, यहाँ पे अब क्या emerge हुआ? A number of grasslands. So grassland ecology started to dominate the biome. अच्छा, as a result of which kind of animals became more in number? Grazing animals, the bovine population. Okay, had because the conditions had also become favorable for human existence, human population also increased. So hunting and gathering were no longer sufficient to sustain them, but human beings had a new opportunity. Kya? They could domesticate these new animals. All right. First animals to be domesticated, goats and sheep. Then later the larger animals. ठीक है? So is this clear? क्या शुरू हुआ है अभी यहाँ पे? Animal husbandry has started. This is also going to lead to certain changes in the living pattern. Will human beings have to move around so frequently now for food and shelter? No. So a semi-permanent kind of life started. They remained nomadic, but now this was seasonal migration. Okay? So during the lean season, they would have to migrate along with their entire flock to greener pastures in search of food. Okay? Acha. Because of their involvement, or because they had migrated to the grasslands, now were caves and rock shelters easily available? Nahi tha. All right. Therefore, they started making artificial homes. What kind of homes? Wattle and daub huts. What is wattle and daub? It is a technique of manufacturing. Okay? A wattle is an interlocking lattice of reeds or plant or tree bark. Okay? So tree bark ko liya, and in this pattern they would be woven, and they would then daub it with wet mud. The wet mud would dry up and it would act as almost a cement. Okay? So these were the kinds of structures which were made. Achha. Now the pastoral communities used to migrate from place to place. Achha, this we have seen. Now technological changes also took place. New kind of stone tools emerged. They were known as microliths. Micro means small and lith is stone. So extremely small dimensions, 1 to 3 centimeters in size. What were they used for? Itne small tools. They were used in projectile tools. Okay? So composite tools also started to appear, such as bows and arrows, such as spears, tipped spears, etc. Therefore, human beings now had the ability to hunt large animals. So a new source of food also opened up to them. ठीक है? अच्छा. Any changes in culture? So man's interest in painting continued. In Bhimbetka was occupied right from the lower Paleolithic age up to the medieval period. The most number of paintings belong to the Mesolithic period. Okay? So the most prolific age for prehistoric art is the Mesolithic period. So along with the previous themes, several new themes also started to emerge, such as those focusing upon community life, such as family scenes, childbearing, food preparation, and other abstract paintings. All right. Achha. In these paintings, you will also find gender-based division of labor. Hunting, कौन करेगा? Mostly men. Gathering, food preparation, childbearing, child rearing, women. Okay. New kinds of paintings known as X-ray paintings also emerged. What are these X-ray paintings? X-ray क्या करता है? It shows you your internal organs. All right. So here, paintings with internal organs being shown, both humans as well as animals, they were made. For example, pregnant women were shown with fetus growing in their womb. So these were the kinds of new paintings. Acha, Mesolithic paintings are remarkable because of their focus upon the relationship between man and animal. Mesolithic man took a very active interest in his natural surroundings, especially with the animals. And what was the relationship between man and animal? Animal was source of food, both because he was domesticating animals, also because he was hunting them. Then he was at times also hunted by the animals. There is a lot of focus on anatomical accuracy. All right. Now, during this period, apart from painting, new aspects of culture also started to emerge, such as religious beliefs emerged for the first time along with belief in life after death, superstitious practices, etc. कैसे पता चलता है हमको? We find this from their burial practices. During the Paleolithic Age, human beings did not used to bury the dead. They simply used to leave them where they found them. Now, they started burying them in a ritualistic manner. All the graves at one place in Sarai Nahar Rai, they are oriented in a north-south direction. What does this tell you? That some kind of religious belief must have been associated with this practice. All right. Now, superstitious beliefs and belief in life after death also emerged. For example, the feet of some of the skeletons at a place called Chopani Mando have been chopped off below the ankle. So this was done post-mortem. How does this tell you that they believed in life after death and superstitious beliefs? That in the night when you are asleep, the skeletons are going to rise up from their graves and chase you around, so that if they are not able to do that, so simply chop the feet off. The first evidence of human conflict also emerged. For example, some graves at Sarai Nahar Rai have skulls with arrow wounds. So these are the changes which appeared during the Mesolithic period. Clear hai? Acha. Important sites: Langnaj, Bhimbetka, Chopani Mando. This is not chopping Mando, Chopani Mando, Birbhanpur, Bellary and Tuticorin. Okay. Then the Neolithic Age. Neolithic Age, when does it start? With the beginning of agriculture. All right. Why did human beings have to take up agriculture? Because human population was increasing and the hunting, gathering, animal husbandry activities were no longer sufficient to sustain it. Okay. What were the first crops to be cultivated? Wheat and barley. In the Indian subcontinent, the first evidence of cultivation comes from Mehergarh. ठीक है, कहाँ पे है ये? In Balochistan. On the banks of which river? The Bolan River. So it is situated in the Bolan Valley. Acha. Rice was also cultivated during the Neolithic period. First evidence of rice cultivation comes from East UP. There is a place near Mirzapur known as Koldiva in the Bolan Valley. So Bolan Valley mein wheat and barley cultivation. Bolan Valley, the rice cultivation. In South India, first crops to be grown were millets. All right. Acha. Now there were certain changes which accompanied the beginning of agriculture. Would human beings have to migrate every day or seasonally? No, they could start living at the same place because they were producing their food locally. Therefore, settled villages started to emerge. Also, more permanent nature of artificial houses started to be built. So during the Neolithic period, the people started building mud brick houses instead of wattle and daub huts. Clear hai? Good. What were the changes in technology? Now, there's a very famous Australian historian, Vincent Gordon Child. He has called the technological changes which took place during the Neolithic Age as the Neolithic Revolution. The beginning of agriculture gave rise to storage needs. Why? Because after the harvest, you have to collect the food, right? Where would these grains be stored? In pots. So pottery emerged. Initially, the pots were handmade. Later, the pottery wheel was developed. All right. The invention of the wheel, I'm sure you must have all heard. It was the greatest invention of humankind. क्या changes हुए? It revolutionized transportation and communication. The scope of human interaction expanded exponentially. It became possible for human beings to travel over large distances, carrying large quantities of different commodities using animal power, right? So exchange of goods started to take place, trading networks on the barter system, they started to emerge. But more importantly, along with the exchange of goods, exchange of ideas and culture also started to take place. Alright, because of this, new ideas started to emerge and embed themselves in the human consciousness. Alright, now the development of human beings from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic age has taken place about over 20 lakh years, right? Neolithic age to the space age, only 10,000 years. That is why Neolithic revolution. Alright, Acha, during this period, new types of stone tools known as celts also emerged. Alright, these were tools with handles having a highly polished surface and refined surface. Now, during the Paleolithic and Mesolithic period, primary stone type of stone that was used by human beings, that was quartz. What kind of a stone is quartz? It is an igneous metamorphic rock, right? What are its properties? It has a crystalline structure, therefore it is extremely hard, but its shortcoming is that it is very, very brittle, right? Now human beings started to use igneous rocks such as basalt and granite. इसका advantage क्या होता है? It is equally hard, but it is also more robust, so it doesn't break very easily. Therefore, the tools were more precise, effective, and more robust. ठीक है? Now, the important sites in Jammu and Kashmir, two important sites, Gufkral and Burza home. In Gufkral and Burza home, you find evidence of pit dwelling. What is pit dwelling? Human beings used to make a small cave on the hillside and live in that. Why was this necessary in Jammu and Kashmir? Cold climate. ठीक है? अच्छा. From Burza home, you also find another practice, that is the burial of dogs with human beings. What does this tell you? That human beings had started first of all domesticating dogs, and they had also started believing the concept of life after death. Alright, there's a place called Chirang in Bihar. From here you find evidence of the use of bone tools, especially antlers of different antelopes, different deer. Okay? From Balochistan you have Mehergarh. What is the significance of Mehergarh? Wheat and barley. First time cultivation started. From UP you have Koldihwa. What is its significance? Rice cultivation. From Assam you have Daojali Heding. This is the easternmost Neolithic site in India. From Karnataka you have two other sites, Maski and Brahmagiri. Okay. So ये तो हो गया Neolithic age. Then the Chalcolithic period. Now what does the word Chalcolithic signify? That copper started to be used along with stone. Okay? So human technology had improved further. So copper tools such as hand axes, copper angles, copper boards, knives, pins, hooks, etc. they started to be used. What were the important economic activities of the Chalcolithic people? They continued to gather, hunt, domesticate animals as well as cultivate their own food. So सब कुछ कर रहे थे, ठीक है? Thus their communities were agro-pastoral communities. That means practicing agriculture also as well as pastoralism. Which animals did they domesticate? Sheep, buffalo, goat, pig, dog, etc. What were the crops that they cultivated? Barley, wheat, rice, lentils, millets, grams, peas, and cotton. So cotton was also cultivated by them. Do not forget this. Acha. Other important occupations: pottery, metallurgy, weaving, bead making, shell work, etc. Were these full-time activities? No, because the stage of agriculture surplus had not yet emerged. That means human beings did not have a lot of surplus labor. They had to participate in agriculture, animal husbandry, hunting, gathering. Therefore, these activities were necessarily part-time activities. Changes in the living pattern. So they continued to live in settled villages. Size of the villages increased further. Why? Because the size of the human community had increased, their cooperation had increased, and their productive potential had also increased. Acha, the concept of private property also emerged during this time. The houses of the Chalcolithic period have a unique feature that almost every house has an adjoining animal enclosure. So animals emerged as the first form of private property. With the emergence of private property, what is going to also emerge? The systems of classes, right? So the society is going to become stratified in nature. कुछ रईस लोग होंगे, कुछ गरीब लोग होंगे. अच्छा, the rich people, they are going to live in larger houses, poorer people in smaller houses. All right. Then one very peculiar practice that was there in the Chalcolithic period, it is, I don't think, in your notes, so you can make a note of it and add it to your notes later, that small children were usually buried where? Under the floor of the house. Under the floor of the houses. Okay? So what does this indicate? Growing sense of family and also some superstitious beliefs and practices, along with a firmer belief in life after death. To keep your children close even after they are gone, you're still responsible for them. Okay? Acha. Now, the class differentiation is also reflected in the kinds of goods that were buried along with the people. So, the rich people, goods of higher quality will be buried, and poorer people, cruder quality goods are going to be buried with them. Acha. What was the nature of external contacts? Did the Chalcolithic communities interact with each other? Did they interact with the Harappan civilization or not? Yes, they did both. How do we know this? Because the goods produced in one place have been found in other places as well. Alright, for example, the Harappans obtained copper from the Khetri mines in Rajasthan. Which community was living near the Khetri mines? A Chalcolithic community that is known as the Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. Abhi niche aayega, theek hai? Further, the pottery that was made by one Chalcolithic culture, Prabhas Rangpur culture, that has also been found in the Harappan sites. That means they were taking this pottery from the Chalcolithic people. Acha. Now, for the first time, painted pottery started to emerge. The characteristic pottery of this period is known as the ochre colored pottery, OCP. Okay? So I want you to make a table. So Chalcolithic period, OCP. The Harappan civilization, what was its characteristic pottery known as? No. Black and red ware. The later Vedic age, its characteristic pottery was, abhi bolo, PGW. And the महाजनपद पीरियड, पोस्ट महाजनपद पीरियड, मौर्यन पीरियड, यहाँ पे कौन सा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक पॉटरी था? नॉर्दर्न ब्लैक पॉलिश्ड वेयर. ठीक है? Later Vedic age is PGW, and Mahajanpada period, Mauryan period, etc. Northern black polished ware. Quartz is a crystalline rock, na? Its base material is igneous. That means it has the primary rock was igneous in nature. Then when it was subjected to intense pressure and heat, it metamorphosed into this crystalline structure. तो उसको बोलते हैं quartz. Silts were the Neolithic tools that were made out of igneous rocks. Now, igneous rocks have an advantage over the quartz, that is, they are not as brittle. They are equally hard, but they are not brittle. Silts are a specific kind of tool which have handles, right? So, earlier hand axes were being used. Now, your regular axes with handles, hammers, etc., they could be used. इसका advantage क्या होगा? Physics पढ़ा है? Load arm, effort arm. So load arm is going to be extended. So less effort, more impact. Okay. All right. Now Chalcolithic cultures emerged in different parts of the subcontinent during this period, such as the Ahar culture, Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, Kayat culture, Malwa culture, Jorwe culture and the Prabhas Rangpur culture. Ahar culture कहाँ पे था? Southeastern Rajasthan in the Ahar Banas Valley. Alright, important sites are Ahar, Gilund and Balathal. The districts near Udaipur, Rajsamand, Chittorgarh, etc. वहाँ पे है ये वाला portion. Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, northeastern Rajasthan near Jaipur, just north of Jaipur. Important sites Ganeshwar and Jodhpura. Kayat culture in Madhya Pradesh along the Chambal Valley. Most important site is Kayat, present day Ujjain. The Kayat culture flourished from around 3000 BC to 2000 BC and then disappeared. In the same site, a new culture emerged about 1000 years later, known as the Malwa culture. Right now, important sites are Nagdatoli, Iran, and Nagda. Malwa culture ke. Then probably the most well-known Jorwe culture. It is in Maharashtra. The largest excavated Chalcolithic site, Daimabad. It also had a Harappan context later on, right? And then Inamgaon. Then along the Gujarat Saurashtra coast, you had Prabhas Rangpur culture. Important sites are Rangpur. ठीक है? Any doubts? नहीं? आगे बढ़े. हरप्पन सिविलाइजेशन. तो क्वेश्चंस कहाँ से आ सकते हैं? When the civilization was discovered, who discovered it, what was the process, etc. ठीक है? Then different ideas about the origin of the Harappan civilization, the important characteristics of the Harappan civilization, then the important sites and the discoveries that have been made from this place, the Harappan element of town planning, what are its characteristics, what was the nature of the material life, that is the economic life, Harappan agriculture, crafts production, metallurgy, pottery, seal making, etc. ये सारी चीजें Harappan trade and commerce, and finally question may be asked about the important features of the Harappan faith and religion. ठीक है, so यहाँ से questions आ सकते हैं. What was the process of discovery? First findings 1850s, 1860s. How? Railway tracks were being laid. Who was the Governor General under whom railways were first introduced? Dalhousie, right? Acha. Then Punjab and Sindh had been annexed by the British Empire in 1849 and 1843 respectively. So यहाँ पे भी railways were being laid. During the laying process, a number of artifacts were found, bricks, tools, pottery, etc. But not much attention was paid. 1861, Archaeological Survey of India was founded. First Director General, Alexander Cunningham. Now, he was the first person who took an active interest in these findings. Some preliminary excavations were done, but nothing useful was found. Therefore, it was shelved. Then, at the turn of the century, the discovery of prehistoric civilizations in China, Persia, and Mesopotamia triggered a reignition of colonial interest in this discovery. So, some excavations had been planned. लेकिन First World War हो गया, therefore they had to be postponed. Finally, 1921, two archaeologists, John Marshall and Dayaram Sahani, they excavated the first site, that is Harappa. Where is it located? Punjab, Pakistan. Specifically, the Montgomery district, currently known as the Sahiwal district. Alright, Montgomery district. Montgomery अंग्रेजों का नाम था, तो उसके नाम हाँ, तो Montgomery was British general later on during the Second World War. ठीक है, this is not the same one. Montgomery district in Punjab, Pakistan. Second site to be excavated, R.D. Banerjee excavated Mohenjo-daro. Where is it? Larkana district, Sindh, Pakistan. Harappa on the banks of which river? Ravi, Mohenjo-daro, Indus. Very good. Important characteristics of the Harappan civilization. It was a riverine civilization. What does this mean? Most of the important settlements were along the important perennial rivers. Why was this? Irrigation and transportation. Okay? So the riverine route was also very useful for transportation. Harappan civilization belonged to the great tradition. What does this mean? Literacy was widespread. ठीक है? How do you know that literacy was widespread? Harappan script has been found from a number of places such as seals, ceilings, Harappan pots, potsherds, the various signboards, etc. That means common people probably knew how to read it. Therefore, we say that it is a part of the great tradition. Writing existed, but it is a part of the historical phase, or is it a proto-historic civilization? Proto-historic. Why? Because the script of the Harappans has been not deciphered yet. Alright. It was also a Bronze Age civilization. क्या मतलब? Bronze was used. अच्छा. Bronze Age civilizations refer to a collection of contemporary civilizations which flourished across the known world, such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, Persia, China, including the Harappan civilization. So it was contemporary to these civilizations as well. As compared to the other civilizations, there was one unique element of the Harappan civilization which was not found anywhere else. क्या था? Burned bricks and extensive town planning. ठीक है? Although burned bricks were used in Mesopotamia also, but not at the scale in which it was used in Harappa. All right. वहां पे baked bricks भी थे and burned bricks भी थे, but most of their buildings were made using baked bricks rather than burned bricks. Harappan civilization में almost everywhere, doesn't matter if it is the house of a rich person or a poor person, the kind of bricks are burnt bricks, right? And secondly, Harappan town planning. Now, various theories have been given regarding the emergence of the Harappan civilization. So they can broadly be divided into two categories: the theories of foreign origin and the theory of indigenous origin. Foreign origin wali theories, there are two different things: sudden origin and gradual origin, right? Sudden origin matlab people people who already had the experience and expertise of building cities migrated to this region and started making new cities. So these were the Mesopotamians. All right, that is one theory. The theory of diffusion or gradual foreign origin, what does it say? That people belonging to the Iranian steppe region, they started streaming into the Indus region, settling over there, interacting with the local communities, and then life developed gradually from the Stone Ages to the civilization phase. All right. And finally, there is the theory of indigenous gradual origin. What does this say? That the Harappan civilization was firstly an evolved civilization. It did not emerge spontaneously or suddenly. It evolved over several hundreds of years, several thousands of years. ठीक है? तो gradual evolution हुआ है. Secondly, it was done by the indigenous people of this region without any contribution from foreign people. So every theory has to be backed up with certain evidences. Theory of gradual indigenous origin, इसके पीछे important evidence क्या है? Firstly, we have the archaeological remains of the antecedent cultures, the pre-Harappan, the Stone Age to the agricultural phase, to the pre-Harappan phase, the early Harappan phase, and then finally the mature and late Harappan phases. All right, this spans over several centuries. Achha. Second is DNA analysis, DNA evidence. Ever heard of this location? Rakhigadi? Joint burial nahi. See, here DNA analysis of the skeletal remains of few skeletons has been performed by researchers from the BHU and Harvard University. क्या ढूंढ रहे थे ये? They were trying to prove or disprove the idea that Harappans had some foreign blood also. If there was some foreign blood in their ancestry, then that means that theory of diffusion, foreign diffusion, would have been proved correct. So they were looking for one specific gene, R1E1 gene. ये मिला? नहीं मिला. This was not found. Why is this R1A1 gene significant? Because this gene is common in all people who have Iranian steppe ancestry. Because this gene was not found in the skeletons, that means there was no Iranian DNA in the skeletons at Rakhigarhi. Therefore, could it have been the work of some foreigners? No. बचे कौन? Only the indigenous people, देसी लोग बचे, इन्होंने ये civilization बनाया. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, we should also trace the various stages of development. 7th millennium BC, for the first time, the animal herding communities began to practice subsistence level agriculture. Examples: Nal, Zo, Kuli, Mundigak and Rana Ghundai. Where are all these places located? बलोचिस्तान, ठीक है, अफगानिस्तान पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर के पास. अच्छा. 6th millennium BC, these people started to practice intensive agriculture, where agriculture improved further and settled large settled Neolithic villages such as Mehergarh emerged. ठीक है. 5th millennium BC, they migrated from Balochistan to the Indus Valley region. What would happen to agriculture? Improve or decline? It would improve. Reasons are quite clear: because of the presence of fertile plains, perennial rivers, gentle climate and abundant mineral resources. Alright, therefore their agricultural base started to improve. A small surplus was created in the 4th millennium BC and larger settlements started to emerge with some features of town life. What is this known as? This is known as the this is known as the pre-Harappan age. Then 2800 BC, for the first time, the stage of agricultural surplus was reached and the small towns evolved into larger towns and primitive cities. This was known as early Harappan age. And then over the next 500 years, these cities started to become more developed and more complex. The mature Harappan phase with all the attendant features started to emerge, such as extensive inter-regional and inter-civilizational trade networks, high material prosperity due to the favorable trade, significant increase in population and the emergence of larger well-planned cities. This was the mature Harappan phase. ठीक है? So a sequential development has taken place. So which theory is most valid? The theory of gradual indigenous origin. Okay. Now the geographical extent of the Harappan civilization. कहाँ से मिले हैं इसके settlements? Only India or only Pakistan? Both India and Pakistan. In Pakistan, Harappan settlements are spread over Sindh, Balochistan and Punjab. In India, you find Harappan settlements from Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, UP, Gujarat and Maharashtra. MP में कोई settlement मिला है? नहीं मिला है. ठीक है. दिल्ली में नहीं मिला है. Okay. अच्छा. Now, it is believed that among all the contemporary Bronze Age civilizations, the Harappan civilization was the most extensive. It covered an area of roughly 13 lakh square kilometers. In your NCRTs, you might have read 12 lakh 99,600 something kilometers. Na? So, usko round off kar dijiye because new sites have been developed and they keep getting discovered. Acha. Northernmost site, Manda. Where is it? Jammu. Southernmost site, Daimabad. Where is it? Easternmost site, Alamgirpur in western UP. And westernmost site, Sutka Gendor. This is on the Iran-Pakistan border, right on the coast. Okay? Now the UPSC asked a question once based on this information. What was roughly the shape of the Harappan civilization in which it was configured? Was it square, rectangular, triangular or rhomboid? रेक्टेंगुलर नहीं था, ठीक है, ट्रायंगुलर, ट्रापीजियम भी नहीं था, वो तो ऑप्शन ही नहीं था शायद. Look, if you arrange Manda, Daimabad and Sutka Gendor, you find three vertices of a triangle, है ना? Now, Alamgirpur is almost on the straight line joining Manda and Daimabad. So, correct answer is triangular. Okay? So, it is very important you keep one eye on the map also. UPSC ये क्वेश्चन पूछ चुका है, so there is a possibility कि इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस भी आ सकते हैं. Alright? ऐसा क्वेश्चन आई थिंक इट वाज 2001 2002 ऐसा कब पूछा था. नहीं, इतना डोंट बी वेरी फ्लिपियंट अबाउट इट. ये तो मान लीजिए कि शेप ऑफ द सिविलाइजेशन के बारे में पूछा है. इट ऑल्सो माइट आस्क यू दैट अलॉन्ग विच रिवर विच सिटी हैज बीन फाउंड, तो वो सब भी पूछ सकते हैं. सो यू हैव टू बी माइंडफुल. नाउ इम्पोर्टेंट साइट्स, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मोहनजोदारो कहाँ पे है पता है? लारकाना डिस्ट्रिक्ट, सिंध, पंजाब, सिंध, पाकिस्तान. ठीक है, ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ द इंडस रिवर. इंपॉर्टेंट फाइंडिंग्स, द ग्रेट बाथ. व्हाट इज द ग्रेट बाथ? स्विमिंग पूल था बड़ा सा? नहीं. तो रिचुअलिस्टिक बेथिंग के लिए, प्रॉब्ली अ रिलीजियस स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ सम काइंड. फॉर दैट दिस ग्रेट बाथ हैड बीन मेड. सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है इसका? Here, burnt bricks were used. The Harappans were the first in the entire world to develop this technology of using burnt bricks. Further, it also gives evidence of the very high skills of Harappan masons. Right? What is masonry? Working with stone and cement. So the surfaces of this great bath are completely watertight. So they had developed this skill. Acha. Now, second, great granary. What is the great granary? For storing grains. क्या क्या पता चलता है इससे? First, there is agricultural surplus. Second, it also gives indication about some kind of taxation system. We cannot be sure whether it was a tax or something else. Maybe they were planning for an emergency. But whatever the case was, some authority had to be involved, right? So some civic planning authority was also involved. Acha, where were these grains grown? Inside the city or outside? Outside. Okay, so some kind of transportation mechanism was necessary to transport these large quantities of grains to the city's center. All right. Acha, it also tells you about the cropping practices of the Harappans, the fossils of the grains that have been found. That gives you an indication of the crops that they used to cultivate, the seasonal crops of the Harappans, these kinds of things, etc. All right. Acha. Then you also have a multi-pillared assembly hall. What was it? Probably some kind of political structure where people used to assemble, have discussions, etc. Okay. Then the bronze statue of a dancing girl has also been found. Right? किस टेक्निक से लेकर के बनाया गया है? Lost wax technique, also known as the Sir Purdue technique. What is this? पता है ना? नहीं पता है? So see, whatever shape of statue you desire, you carve it out of a block of wax. ठीक है, उसके ऊपर प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस लगा दो. लीव अ स्मॉल होल इन द प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस. पुट इट इन द फर्नेस. वैक्स क्या होगा? मेल्ट हो जाएगा. पोर द वैक्स आउट. होल बचा हुआ अभी तक इंटैक्ट. पोर द मोल्टन मेटल इन. ठीक है. Once it solidifies, break the mold, you have the desired shape. ठीक है. That is known as the lost wax technique. Wax is lost. ठीक है. अच्छा. What does the statue tell you about the Harappan civilization? It gives indication about their fashion sense. All right, the kind of clothes that she is wearing, the kind of ornaments, how she is wearing her hair, etc. Right, so these kinds of things you get to know. It also tells you certain cultural preferences of the Harappans. Were they fond of dance? बिल्कुल है, तभी डांसिंग गर्ल को इमॉर्टलाइज किया है, राइट? इफ देर इज डांस देर हैज टू बी म्यूजिक ऑल्सो. अच्छा, it also tells you that the entertainment art, performing arts were quite popular in the Harappan world. Acha, it may also give you an indication about the practice of prostitution in the Harappan civilization. ठीक है? So these are the important findings. Then you have the stone bust of a bearded priest also. So this is the bust of a bearded man. उसको जॉन मार्शल ने बोला तो he called him a priest or a priest king. क्यों? बिकॉज ही इज फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेरी वेल ग्रूम्ड. ठीक है, तो गरीब आदमी तो इतना बियर्ड वगैरह शेव करवा के आएगा नहीं. सेकेंडली ही इज ऑल्सो वेयरिंग सम ज्वेलरी. स्पेसिफिकली व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ज्वेलरी? मांग टीका, अ फिलेट अराउंड हिज forehead he is wearing. The kind of robes that he is wearing, that is also quite elaborate. It is embroidered with which pattern? The trefoil pattern. Trefoil क्या होता है? Any kind of leaf which has 3 टाइम्स. तो जैसे आयरिश शैमरॉक होता है उस तरह से. ठीक है. अच्छा, किस मटेरियल का बना है ये? सैंडस्टोन, येलो सैंडस्टोन का. ठीक है. अच्छा, देन फ्रॉम मोहनजोदारो यू ऑल्सो फाइंड कॉटन क्लॉथ and the implements to spin and weave and stitch cotton cloth. That is spindles, whorls and needles. What does this tell you? That the Harappans used to manufacture cotton cloth. ठीक है. अच्छा, where have these discoveries been made from? From industrial towns, from factory settings or from the households? कॉटन और ये इम्प्लीमेंट्स, वर्ल्स, स्पिंडल्स एंड नीडल्स कहाँ से मिले हैं? नहीं, फैक्ट्री साइड से नहीं मिले हैं. दे हैव बीन फाउंड फ्रॉम इंडिविजुअल होम्स बिलोंगिंग टू द रिच और द पुअर, बोथ. ठीक है. सो दिस टेल्स यू दैट कॉटन वीविंग, कॉटन टेक्सटाइल, this was a cottage industry during the Harappan civilization, and these practices were done both by the rich as well as the poor. Okay. Acha. Then the largest collection of seals in the entire Harappan civilization have also been found from Mohenjo-daro. So what were these seals made out of? Statite. ठीक है. What is statite? It is a riverine stone, soap stone भी बोलते हैं इसको. ठीक है. So it is a soft riverine stone. What are the important features? Shape कैसा है? Square or rectangular. Size around 2 square inches. Right. These carry a number of carvings. Which kind of carvings? Relief carvings or intaglio carvings? Intaglio carvings. What is the difference between relief sculpture and intaglio sculpture? In intaglio carvings, you engrave something, you remove material from something in order to leave an impression upon it. And relief sculptures, you remove the background so that the desired shape appears from that. ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे किस तरह का है? Intaglio carvings है. Of what? Of Harappan script, a number of other elements, plants, animals, deities, etc. Most common motif in these Harappan seals, most common motif, it is a kind of animal. No, not unicorn, it is the humped bull. ठीक है. Humped bull is most commonly found. Some important examples, mother goddess seal and the Pashupati seal. तो mother goddess seal में क्या दिखाया गया है? Mother goddess has been shown, right? She is a deity with an elaborate headdress, and she appears to be in the middle of giving birth. Giving birth to what? A plant. ठीक है. So not a baby. So she's giving birth to a plant. What does this tell you about the nature of the Harappan religion? Nature worshippers तो थे ही. They also were the believers of the fertility cult. तो fertility goddess की यहाँ पे worship होती थी. ठीक है. अच्छा. Over here you also have an image of a man about to sacrifice a woman using a knife. What does this tell you? It does not tell you much, but the idea of sacrifice was present. Whether human sacrifice was actually done or whether this depiction was symbolic, that we do not know exactly. ठीक है. अच्छा, पशुपति सील, यहाँ पे क्या दिखाया गया है? A man seated in a yogic posture. This was first studied by John Marshall, who called him Proto Shiva. Right. Shiva is also known as Pashupati Mahesh, that is the Lord of Animals. So the Pashupati figure is surrounded by 4 animals. कौन से? Rhino, buffalo, tiger and elephant. Then below his throne there are 2 antelopes, 2 deers. ठीक है? नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट साइट हरप्पा कहां पे है पता है? मोंटगोमरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट, पंजाब, पाकिस्तान, ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ रावी रिवर. रावी को वैदिक पीरियड में क्या बोलते थे? परुष्णी रिवर. नहीं, वितस्ता वाज झेलम. ठीक है. अच्छा, now 12 granaries have been found from here. They have the same significance as the great granary found in Harappa. You remember the significance? Good. A red sandstone male torso has also been found. It does not have any hands, legs or head. What does that tell you? या तो कोई ह्यूमन सैक्रिफाइस किया होगा, डिसमेंबरमेंट, और they have been lost. So यहाँ पे दिस was supposed to be a doll with moving parts. कैसे पता हमें? Because यहाँ पे सॉकेट होल्स मिले हैं on the neck and the shoulders and the thighs. ठीक है. अच्छा, you also find evidence of different kinds of burial practices such as direct burial, urn burial, coffin burial, partial burial. What does this tell you? Presence of different religions, different faiths with their own peculiar burial practices. ठीक है. So will you remember 12 granaries, red sandstone male torso and different burial practices from Harappa. Next important site Kalibangan. कहाँ पे है? राजस्थान, हनुमानगढ़ district, on the banks of which river? Ghaggar river. ठीक है. The river has now dried up. Now Kalibangan is very unique because it is one of the few sites where you find evidence of both the pre-Harappan as well as mature Harappan context. ठीक है. So you remember the theory of gradual origin? वो यहाँ पे एक ही साइट में आपको दिख जाता है. Alright. अच्छा, fire altars have also been found. What does this indicate? Either fire worship or some kind of sacrifice cult. A plowed field has also been discovered. A preserved plowed field. कैसे? Probably the farmer had prepared it, tilled his field, and after that a massive flood took place. The field was covered with heavy silt and mud. ठीक है? The farm was abandoned, never revisited, and finally excavated. So a preserved plowed field has been found. So nature of the Harappan agriculture, did they used to till the soil or not? They did. We have physical evidence. Although a plowed field has been found, has any plow been found? No. Why? Probably because it was made of wood or some other perishable material. However, the symbolic depictions of plows have definitely been found in the form of terracotta replicas or terracotta toys. Okay? Then Lothal, where is it? Gujarat, on the banks of the Bhogwa river. Okay? Important findings, सबसे important, artificial dockyard made of burnt bricks. What does this tell you? That the Harappans had a well-developed maritime tradition. Okay? They used to conduct overseas trade. Mesopotamian seals have also been found from Lothal. What does this indicate? They were trading with them, or they had some kind of at least cultural contact with the Mesopotamians. Rice husk has also been found, telling you that people of this period also consumed rice. And the practice of double burial is peculiar to Lothal. What is double burial? 2 people buried together. What does this tell you? After life after death. Or does this have echoes with any other social evil of the later periods? Sati. Sata bhi ho sakta hai. Maybe the woman had died and then man was buried. So, but we don't know for sure. Okay? Most historians say that it gives you an indication of the practice of monogamy, at least at Lothal, that if you are together in life, you should be together in death. Then Chanudaro, where is it? Sindh, Pakistan. Which river? Indus river. Okay. What is the significance of Chanudaro? It was unlike all other Harappan settlements. This was a factory site and industrial site, ठीक है, where various goods were manufactured. Chanudaru specialized in the manufacture of beads, of jewelry, ठीक है. How do we know this? Because a large number of factories have been found in which you have all the necessary tools, implements, you have the raw material also, you have the finished products also, and the semi-finished products also. Okay? Acha. Then Chanudaro is also unique in another respect. One element of Harappan town planning was the two-level development division of the cities. The upper town was a fortified settlement known as the citadel, and in the lower town, the common people used to live. Okay? This distinction is absent at Chanudaro. Okay? Over here, we have a single level of settlement without a citadel. Alright? Then use of lipstick has also been found from Chanudaro. ये lipstick किसका बनता था? A compound of mercury known as cinnabar and wax. ठीक है, cinnabar लाल रंग का होता है, हाँ मरकरी का कंपाउंड होता है. ठीक है, चानुदारो से क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंट फाइंडिंग्स हैं? देन वी हैव धोलावीरा. कहां पे है? गुजरात. आइए कभी गुजरात, अमिताभ बच्चन को सुना होगा. इन दी कच्छ डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ गुजरात ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ द लूनी रिवर. Significant findings: a signboard having 10 large Harappan symbols has been found from Dholavira. Dholavira is located in a very arid region. Therefore, the people of Dholavira were very concerned about the conservation of water. They built a series of tanks, reservoirs, channels, converts, etc. in order to conserve water. तो यहाँ पे water conservation mechanism is also found. What was the primary building material in most Harappan cities? अभी अभी बताया था, burnt bricks. Dholavira is unique in this respect as well. Instead of burnt bricks, यहाँ पे stone has been used. ठीक है, अच्छा. Then like Chanudaro, Dholavira's town planning is also unique. In Chanudaro, how many levels did you have? Only one level. Over here you have three distinct levels: an upper town, a middle town, and then finally a lower town. ठीक है, and from Dholavira a stadium has also been discovered. याद रहेगा? Very good. Then we have राखी गढ़ी. Why is this important? पहले तो बताओ कहां पे है? हरियाणा, on the banks of Ghaggar river. Why is this important? First of all, it is the largest excavated site ever to have been found. Over here you get evidence of some kind of animal sacrifice. So animal sacrifice pit bhi hai. Fire altar you also find from here. Then terracotta bricks have been used over here. What is terracotta? Earth which is packed together and then baked. Okay? How is it different from burnt bricks? Burnt bricks are made using clay, that is sand having very fine particles. Terracotta has a mixture of all grains. Okay? Coarse, fine as well as medium. Then DNA study, you already know this. कौन सा जीन ढूंढ रहे थे? R1A1, ये नहीं मिला. ठीक है. Chalcolithic नहीं, Harappan site. Largest excavated Harappan site is Rakhigadi. Yeah, in India. In the entire Harappan civilization, including Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. Now, next we have some of the lesser important sites such as Ropar, Surkotra, Banavli, etc. Ropar कहाँ पे है? Punjab, on the banks of the Satluj. It was the first site to be excavated after independence. Over here you have evidence of dog burial with human beings. During the Neolithic period, you remember another site जहाँ पे ये practice मिला था? कहाँ? इन कश्मीर में, बुर्जा होम में. ठीक है, so don't forget that. In Surkotra, Gujarat, what is the significance of this? Horse teeth have been found over here. Does this prove that Harappans had domesticated the horse? UPSC ये क्वेश्चन पूछ चुका है एंड UPSC has given the answer also. साफ मना कर दिया UPSC ने, तो आपको भी सेम चीज याद रखनी है. See, what had happened was that 2016 या 2017 का क्वेश्चन था ये, एंड people had read in their books that horse teeth have been found at Surkotra. लेकिन ये मान लीजिए हरप्पन लेवल है. ऑलराइट, horse teeth have been found from this level. So does that prove that during the Harappan civilization people at Surkotra were taming the horse? No. Therefore, this finding remains inconclusive. Alright, it does not prove the existence of horse in the Harappan civilization. Then we have the site of Banawali also. कहाँ है ये? हरियाणा में. Alright, over here you have a toy plow which has been discovered. A semi-precious stone, lapis lazuli. This has also been discovered. What is lapis lazuli? किस कलर का होता है? Blue. कहाँ से आया था? Afghanistan. There is only one place in the entire world where this is produced. And then finally, Banawali was also unique in terms of its town planning. It is the only Harappan settlement with an oval plan. All the other Harappan sites have a chessboard pattern. ठीक है? तो Banawali में this was the plan. There is going to be a circle, inner circle, and various streets and roads are going to radiate from it. And they are going to divide the city into various sectors which are also going to be connected by a ring road. ठीक है? तो ये पैटर्न आपको कहाँ मिलता है? दिल्ली में मिल जाता है ये, सीपी वगैरह में, है ना? ओवल प्लान. अरे सर्कुलर प्लान मतलब, बट इट वाज नॉट अ परफेक्ट सर्कल, तो इसलिए ओवल बोल दिया. The important elements of Harappan town planning. Question पूछा था 2014 में UPSC ने. You can read that on your own. But can you tell me what are the important elements of Harappan town planning? Chessboard pattern. What does this mean? Roads were straight and intersected each other at right angles. They were oriented in which direction? East, west, north, south direction. ठीक है? इसका फायदा क्या होता है? If you have to reach from point A to point B along an arterial road where all the sub streets are joining, तो बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लगेगा because there is going to be too much traffic congestion. But in this kind of chessboard pattern, if you have to go from point A to point B on different ends of the city, you have multiple options for routes. ठीक है? तो ये फायदा होता है. दूसरा क्या फायदा होता है? हवा चलती है तो सारा का सारा कूड़ा एक साथ स्वीप अवे हो जाता है. सेल्फ क्लीनिंग मैकेनिज्म. ऑलराइट, imagine a city with arterial roads. If the wind blows, all the debris is going to be blown onto the main road. Alright, so these are the benefits of this kind of planning. Then generally Harappan cities had two levels of settlement. कौन कौन से? The citadel and the lower town. Citadel में कौन रहता था? किस तरह की बिल्डिंग्स होती थी? Only in the city without citadel wise, sorry. फर्स्ट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सती अपीयर्स इन गुप्ता टाइम. तो वही है ना कि यहाँ पे सती हमको नहीं मिल रहा है. अच्छा, सती का फर्स्ट एग्जाम्पल गुप्ता पीरियड में फ्रॉम विच इंस्क्रिप्शन डू वी गेट दिस आइडिया? नहीं, नॉट फ्रॉम द प्रशस्ति. द ईरान इंस्क्रिप्शन, ERAN. कब? 510 CE. वेयर इज ईरान? सिद्धि डिस्ट्रिक्ट MP. ठीक है. अच्छा, 3 टाइप्स ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स, dwelling, public built and public burn. अच्छा, all right. Now citadel and lower town. The Harappans also had a fully covered drainage system. All right, on regular intervals along the streets you had waste baskets, dustbins, etc. So they were also concerned about hygiene and the appearance, cleanliness of their city. Street lighting at regular intervals was another unique feature. Achha. Doors and windows in the Harappan towns, in the Harappan houses, did they open at the back or the front? At the back. Why? क्यों? देर आए दुरुस्त है, यही बैठिए। क्यों पीछे खुलती थी? डस्ट वगैरह नहीं और प्राइवेसी कंसर्न भी नहीं था। The idea was that if you are to, suppose this is your house, this is the road, ठीक है, यहाँ पे दरवाजा खोल दिया तो road will be blocked, alright, therefore it is better to open it at the back. So those of you from Chandigarh would be aware of this element of design also. वहाँ पे भी सेम है कि सामने से अगर दरवाजा खोला तो 20,000 rupees का फाइन। अच्छा, then class differences were also visible in the Harappan settlements. How? Size of houses. The rich people had larger ones, small people had, poor people had smaller ones. Achha. Then some details regarding the material life. First of all, nature of Harappan agriculture. Did they practice subsistence level agriculture or intensive agriculture? Intensive agriculture. तभी तो agricultural surplus possible होगा ना. अच्छा. Was their agriculture irrigated or unirrigated? Irrigated. Which kind of irrigation? Flood irrigation. Did they use canals also? No. ठीक है. There is only one site, that is Shortughai. यहाँ पे कहीं नाम भी लिखा होगा. Shortughai. This is in Afghanistan, where you have evidence of canal irrigation. So when we were talking about the geographical extent of the Harappan civilization, उसमें अफगानिस्तान को हमने इंक्लूड किया था? नहीं किया था. We had only talked about India and Pakistan. So this was not a full-fledged Harappan site. It was only a Harappan trading outpost, where the Harappans and people belonging to other civilizations used to live and interact. Probably this kind of canals was the contribution of other people, not the Harappans. Did the Harappans used to dig wells? Did they know how to do that? Use groundwater? होता था. So almost every Harappan home had a well, but wells were not used for irrigation purposes. All right. The only kind of irrigation was flood irrigation. All right. Acha. What was the cropping pattern of the Harappans? Did they have only one crop or two crops in different seasons? Two distinct crops, a summer crop and a winter crop. Okay. Their agricultural surplus was very large, and it became the basis of their entire civilization, their entire economic activities. All right. Did they cultivate cotton or not? Yes, करते थे. ठीक है. There is a question, why is it called the Lancashire? चानुदारों को Lancashire of India क्यों बोलते हैं? क्यों बोलते हैं? Lancashire was famous for manufacture of cotton goods. Alright, तो यहाँ पे भी cotton manufacturing होती थी. See, the early colonial notions about the Harappan civilization are quite often exaggerated and inaccurate. For example, John Marshall first came across the Proto Shiva, Pashupati seal. तो उसको क्या बोल दिया उसने? That he is Proto Shiva. Later historians have disputed this fact. अच्छा, when colonial people got to know about Samudragupta, तो उसको क्या बोला? Napoleon of India. Is this true or not? उल्टा होना चाहिए. Napoleon should have been Samudragupta of India. Similarly, Lancashire should have been the Chanudaro of England. ठीक है? हाँ, बताइए. See, they would contour their fields in such a way. Flood irrigation is still practiced along the Nile. So, आपको real life examples वहाँ से दिख सकते हैं. They would make small dams, impermanent dams along the along the river banks, and they would then divert the water into their fields. Once the water had inundated their fields, they would bound it off so that the water remains there, doesn't recede back with the river. So all the water, moisture as well as the silt would get deposited. It would replenish the fertility of the soil apart from irrigating the crop also. Okay, so this is flood irrigation. Okay, so any doubts regarding the nature of Harappan agriculture? Did they used to till the soil or not? एविडेंस कहाँ से मिलता है? क्लाउड फील्ड फ्रॉम कालीबंगन, कालीबंगन से, ठीक है. अच्छा, नाउ मेटलर्जी में which metals did the Harappans use? Were they aware of iron or not? नहीं था. So they were aware of copper, gold, silver, lead and tin. They used to make tools, weapons, ornaments, toys, etc. Which kinds of weapons? Offensive or defensive ones? Defensive ones mostly, not the offensive ones. ठीक है. When did the use of iron first emerge in India? Which age? Later Vedic age. So it was much later that iron began to be used. So they did not have any knowledge of iron. However, they were aware of the concept of making alloys. How do we know this? Bronze. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin. ठीक है. Crafts production. So apart from agriculture, a number of manufacturing activities are full-time occupations were also undertaken by the Harappans. They were excellent at making pottery. Characteristic pottery of this period, black and red ware. याद है ना? अच्छा. Then they also made terracotta figurines of different objects, toys also, idols also, horned deity also. For example, the terracotta figure of the mother goddess found from Harappa. The horned deity masks found from Harappa. Toy carts, whistles found from various locations, Lothal, Kalibangan, Banavali, etc. Now, the Harappans were also very fond of wearing jewelry. Alright, rich people used to wear jewelry made out of precious metals, semi-precious stones, etc. such as lapis lazuli, carnelian, agate, chalcedony और coral और shells etc. ठीक है. जो गरीब आदमी था वो क्या पहनता था? Imitation jewelry, right? So made out of terracotta. Okay. The Harappans were also experts at sculpting stone. Which kind of stone? Soft stone. ठीक है. So sedimentary rock or some kind of different sandstone, steatite, soapstone, etc. Important examples: bearded priest ka bust from Mohenjo-daro, male torso from Harappa made of red sandstone. Remember? Then a figure of a male dancer which John Marshall called Nataraj has also been discovered from Harappa. ठीक है. Which one? Male torso? Red sandstone. Bearded priest was yellow sandstone. I'm sure you might have seen pictures वगैरह देखी होंगी, है ना? अच्छा. They were also experts at metal casting. That means making figures, statues out of metal. Most important figure, dancing girl. कहाँ से? Mohenjo-daro. Other examples: a bronze bull from Kalibangan and copper statues of a bird and a dog from Lothal. Beads and ornaments. So who used to wear these jewelry? Men or women? Both. So there were certain kinds of jewelry that were worn by both men as well as women, such as necklace around the neck, armlet क्या होता है? बाजूबंद around the arm, fillet around the forehead and finger rings. So these were worn by both, and some were worn exclusively by women, such as girdles around the waist, earrings and anklets. ठीक है. Acha. Harappan beads have also been found from Mesopotamia. So in Mesopotamia they were worn as symbols of status. ठीक है. तो रईस लोग यहाँ से मंगाते थे. Okay. Then seal making was another important occupation of the Harappans. So you already know all the relevant detail about the seals. किस material का होता था? Steatite. Shape rectangular or square. Size 2 square inches. Did it have any carvings? Which kind? Relief or intaglio? Intaglio carvings. क्या बनाया था, क्या बनाते थे उस पे? Script and human animal figures, deities, plants, etc. ठीक है. What is the most common symbol? Humped bull. ठीक है. Now some details about the Harappan script. It remains undeciphered. Was it an alphabetic script or pictographic? What is a pictographic script? Where symbols and pictures are used in place of letters. ठीक है. How many symbols have been identified? 396 लिखा हुआ है उस पे, so at least 396. ठीक है. We do not know how to read it, but we do know the direction in which this script was written. तो हिंदी किस डायरेक्शन में लिखते हैं? लेफ्ट टू राइट. देन फारसी राइट टू लेफ्ट. This was written first right to left, then left to right, then right to left. So the way in which a snake winds, उस तरह से. So this is known by two names. This is either known as the Boustophodon style or the snake style of writing. पढ़ना नहीं आता है, but how do we know कि this was the direction? Very good. So in your mains examination, you will face this problem also, that in the beginning you are going to write your answers in the question come answer sheet very leisurely, ठीक है, very well spaced, very neatly. But end में आते आते जहाँ कम हो जाएगी, then you are going to start cramming. These people did the same mistake. ठीक है. Thus we are able to know. कहाँ से मिला है? From various places. Seals, pots, potsherds, signboards, etc. This indicates that it was widely used and literacy was high. Trade and commerce of the Harappans. Did the Harappans trade internally? Yes, with other Harappan civilizations. Did they trade with other parts of the Indian subcontinent? Yes, with the other Chalcolithic cultures. We already have evidence of this. Most internal trade based along the land route or the river route. Mostly river route. ठीक है. So along the same rivers. Land trade was also there. External trade, both the sea route as well as land route. Examples or evidence? मेसोपोटामिया की सील्स मिली हैं कहां से? From Lothal. Lothal also has a dockyard. All right. अच्छा, you remember the name of the trading outpost in Afghanistan? Shortoghai. So that gives evidence of overland trade. What was the nature of external trade? Was it favorable or unfavorable to the Harappans? It was highly favorable. What were the items of export? Grains, ठीक है, और cotton cloth और timber और pottery, ठीक है. These were exported in large quantities along with burnt bricks also. ठीक है. What did they use to balance their trade? Did they require much from the Mesopotamians, the Persians? नहीं चाहिए था. Therefore, they used to bring in precious metals and semi-precious stones. ठीक है. So gold, silver, tin, etc. These were all imported. Then you already know about the contact between the Chalcolithic cultures and the Harappans. वो पता है ना, खेतरी माइन से क्या लेते थे? कॉपर. कोलार फील्ड से गोल्ड लाते थे. प्रभास रंगपुर कल्चर से not silver, pottery. ठीक है. So Prabhas Rangpur culture had a peculiar kind of pottery known as red slipped ware. This has been found from a number of late Harappan sites. ठीक है. So this was also one aspect of their trade. अच्छा. Then the Mesopotamian records also reflect the trading contact between the Harappans and the Mesopotamians. Mesopotamians used to maintain very meticulous records on clay tablets. Which script? The cuneiform script. सुना है कभी रोजेटा स्टोन? नेपोलियन ले गया था, right, from Iraq. So that was found in Iraq. So it was part of the Mesopotamian civilization. So here they have referred to a civilization which modern historians have identified as the Harappan civilization. What was the Mesopotamian name for the Harappan civilization? Meluha. ठीक है. So Mesopotamian records inform us that they traded with the Meluhans. It also informs us that Meluhans traded with Dilmun and Magan as well. Dilmun is Bahrain, Magan is Oman. Alright. Now the Harappan faith and religion. Was the Harappan faith spiritual or materialistic in nature? Materialistic, right? Spiritual religion is one where people are more concerned with the afterlife, with the nature of the universe, with the nature of God, with the meaning of existence, salvation, life after death. Okay? Here, the Harappans used to worship for materialistic reasons. Why did they worship? For wealth, for prosperity, for more children, for better crops, for safety. All of these are materialistic pursuits. Okay? Acha. How did the Harappans worship? Animism, nature worship. So they worship nature in its various elements. Did the Harappans revile or have belief in the fertility cult? They believed. So they used to worship the mother goddess, for example. All right. Did they believe in life after death? Yes. Now, was there any state religion among the Harappans? नहीं था. Was religion a personal affair or a public affair? Personal affair. Have any temples, shrines, etc. been found from Harappan cities? No, they have not. The Harappans, did they practice sacrifices or not? Fire altars मिले हैं, animal sacrifice pit मिला है, but most Harappan worship was done within the household. So they used to offer small personal sacrifices within the household to various deities, various gods and goddesses. Were the Harappans a single faith civilization or multiple faith? Multiple faith. How do we know? Different burial practices. So is the picture clear? Nature of the Harappan religion. हो गया? क्या? Faith or religion is the same thing, yes. Same thing. Any doubts? Most striking feature is drainage system. Please elaborate on this. What are cesspits? So cesspits क्या होते हैं? Cesspits क्या होते हैं? What are cesspits? So for hygiene, the human waste is generally buried underground. ठीक है? So these are known as cesspits. So the Harappans had a very elaborate system for dealing with human waste. So all the Harappan houses had toilets, right? The water and the human waste used to be collected below the ground in these cesspits. The cesspits were lined with porous and semi-porous materials. So graded lining hota tha. First of all, there was very coarse grain, coarse pebbles, right? Then you had some finer grains, finer pebbles, then even finer, finest. Okay? So in the end, all the waste, human waste, was left behind in the cesspit, and all the grey water went into the ground level. Okay? That is known as the Harappan cesspit. This was a dry toilet system. Presently, it is not used. ठीक है, इसको outlaw कर दिया गया है. Why? Because it requires manual scavenging. ठीक है, so that was the Harappan system of taking care of human waste. Now, few details about the Harappan drainage system. कैसे होता था? The Harappan drains were built where? Underneath the roads, on the side of the roads, in the middle of the road. In the middle of the road. ठीक है, they were covered with terracotta tiles. ठीक है. Now all the Harappan houses had private bathrooms, right? तो वहां से grey water generate होगा kitchen से, bathroom से. Now these were connected to the drains in the side streets, and the side drains were connected into the main drains under the main streets. All right. In places such as Dholavira, ये पानी कहाँ पे जाएगा? It would go into a filtration system, ground filtration system, and then it would be stored in the cisterns, tanks, reservoirs, etc. Right? In the other cities, this would go towards the agricultural fields. Okay, it could be used for irrigation. All right. So these are some extra details about the Harappan drainage system. Apart from Harappa, there was only one city in the entire world belonging to the Bronze Age which had a similar system. Con. It is a Greek island presently claimed by Turkey and Greece both. Cyprus. Corsica to France में it was disputed between Italy and France. ठीक है? Now, idol worship करते थे Harappans. Idol worship. Idols present हैं, but did they worship idols? नहीं. How do we know? Temples नहीं थे, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Fertility cult was there, but see, where have the images of different gods and goddesses been found? On the seals as terracotta figures, etc. So in the temple, if you worship the god, तो कैसे worship करते हो? कोई टीका वगैरह लगाते हो, you burn some धूप बत्ती etc. अगरबत्ती वगैरह जलाते हो. So it leaves certain marks on those statues, on those idols. No such markings have been found in the Harappan context. Okay? So most historians believe that idols were there, but idol worship was not there. Okay. Acha. Next topic that we have to talk about is the Vedic Age. So questions कहाँ से आ सकते हैं? Sources यहाँ से आ सकते हैं. The geographical context, the occupational pattern, economic life, the political life, the society and religion. All right. The Vedic Age can be divided into two distinct phases: early and later Vedic Age. Early Vedic Age के लिए what is the most important source? Rig Veda, specifically Rig Vedic Samhita. All right. And the later Vedic Age, all other Vedic works. All right. So there are 4 Vedas. कौन से? Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda and Athar Veda. Each Veda consists of 4 parts. Right. The Samhita, this is the core body of hymns dedicated to various gods and goddesses. The Brahmanas, these are commentaries on the Vedas, on the Samhitas, and they contain detailed descriptions of rituals and their correct procedures. The Aranyakas, what are they? Aranya in Sanskrit means forest. So these are forest books, probably composed by some saints who had taken sannyas, renounced the world and went into the forest. Meditation के बाद ये लिखा. These are considered to be the link between the Brahmanas and the Upanishads. Brahmanas are pure procedure and Upanishad is pure philosophy. So here the rituals that have been prescribed in the Brahmanas, they have been criticized by these sages, and these books focus upon the relationship between man and nature. So these are romantic works. They have to do with romanticism. All right. And finally we have the Upanishads. What is the subject matter over here? Metaphysics, right? Pure philosophy. Acha. Now, these works, the Rig Vedic, Sam Vedic, Yajur Vedic, Athar Vedic, Samhitas, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishads, they belong to the Shruti tradition. What do you mean by the word Shruti? Hearing. ठीक है? That means nahi, not written nahi. These are revealed works. Revealed by whom to whom? God himself to the various saints, right? So what is their origin? Human or divine? Divine. So is their logic perfect or imperfect? According to the people who believe, it is perfect. It cannot be challenged, right? So for them, it is infallible. All right. Acha. Now they were all composed during the Vedic age but compiled much later. What does this mean? Orally they were transmitted over the generations, but they were written down much later for the first time. Right. Now, post-Vedic literature, the literature which was composed and compiled after the Vedic age ended. So this is known as Smriti literature. Smriti का मतलब क्या होता है? Memory. So these are recalled works or memorized works, right? So these include law books such as the Dharma Shastras, Purans, Vedangas or Upvedas, Nibandhas and epics. These are commentaries on the Vedas, various expositions or guidelines on how to understand the Vedas, etc. ठीक है? Now, Smriti literature is supposed to have been created by sages who had already memorized the Vedas, and then from their own understanding they gave various laws, etc. Alright, so what is their nature? Divine or human? Human origin, right? So they do not have the same authority as the Vedas. Clear? Then first, the Rig Veda. So in the Rig Veda, the people who have been defined, what is the word used for them? Arya, right? The word Arya in Sanskrit means noble. Alright. What were the Aryans? Were they a racial group, B, a linguistic group, C, an ethnic group, or D, a regional group? Linguistic group. That means they spoke the same language. What was the language of the early Aryans? Option there: Sanskrit, Prakrit, Hebrew, Latin. Sanskrit. Which kind of Sanskrits? Classical or Vedic? What is the difference? बोल तो दिया. It has a rich literary tradition. The rules, regulations, grammar, syntax, all of that has been fixed. But Vedic Sanskrit में नहीं था ये सब. ठीक है. हाँ, बाद में जाने के बाद once they started writing it down, then the rules of grammar, syntax, etc. they were fixed. What is the earliest Sanskrit grammar to have been written in India? Panini is the name of the author or the work? What was the name of the work? Ashtadhyayi of Panini. Then a 2nd century BC commentary on the Ashtadhyayi, Mahabhashya, written by Patanjali. Who was the ruler of Magad when Patanjali wrote the Mahabhashya? Bimbisar? No. 2nd century BC. अशोका के बाद नहीं, it was after the Mauryas. Yeah, it was पुष्यमित्र शुंग. ठीक है, तो इस तरह के भी क्वेश्चंस आ सकते हैं. बी माइंडफुल. Now the word Ved comes from the root word Vid, which means to know. The Rig Veda reflects the socio-cultural, economic, political life of the early Aryans. Now, how many books in the Rig Veda? 10 books. These are known as the 10 mandalas. Mandalas 7th to 2nd to 7th, these are the oldest, and the other ones were added later. So, do the Vedas clarify when these were written? या इनके authors कौन थे? Are any dates mentioned? How do we know which one are the earlier ones, which one were added later? Changes in language and the kind of condition that they reflect. तो शेक्सपियर की प्लेस पढ़े हैं कभी? नहीं. टू बी और नॉट टू बी आजकल ऐसे कोई बोलता है? नहीं बोलता, राइट? The grammar, the syntax, etc., everything evolves over time. All right. Now, the Rig Veda consists of 1028 hymns. These are known as Suktas, further subdivided into a number of verses, 10,466. These are known as Shlokas. Original work had 1017 Suktas, and the later additions, they are known as Philatelias. The Rig Vedic Samhita is essentially a collection of hymns dedicated to various gods and goddesses. Most famous, most popular one, the Gayatri Mantra, right? It was dedicated to goddess Savitri. Who was she? The sun goddess. Now, according to the 7th mandala, it tells the story of the Das Rajan Yudh, battle of the 10 kings. So who was fighting against whom? One Aryan tribe, the Bharat tribe, led by King Sudas, was fighting against a collection of 5 Aryan and 5 non-Aryan tribes. On the banks of which river? The Parushni, that is the Ravi river. What was the outcome? ये जीत गए. That is why India, that is Bharat. नाम वहीं से आता है. ठीक है. Now the Bharatas emerged victorious, and the defeated tribes, their members were enslaved. So in the early Vedic society, although it was largely an agrarian society, you do find reference to slaves of different kinds. The people who came from the non-Aryan tribes and were defeated, they were called the Dasas. The people of the Aryan tribes were defeated, the Sioux. Then there were another category of slaves known as the Panis. These were cattle thieves. All right. Geographical context. So, where did the Aryans come from? Central Asia. And when did they come? Around the middle of the second millennium BCE. How do we know this? Have you ever heard of the term Indo-European family of languages? कौन सी languages आती हैं उसमें? फारसी आ जाएगा, हिंदी, then संस्कृत, प्राकृत, then गुजराती, मराठी, ये सब आ जाएगा. और इंग्लिश आएगा, ग्रीक वो भी आएगा, हिब्रू that is also going to be there, then English that is also, Latin that is also a member of the Indo-European family. Okay, there are a number of similarities between these languages. What is the Hindi word for mother? Ma. Sanskrit, matra. Farsi, mother. English, mother. German, mater. सब similar sounding है ना? That means mother. ठीक है. सिमिलरली फादर के भी आपको बहुत सारे निकल जाएंगे इस तरह से, राइट. एंड फॉर डॉटर ऑल्सो इन संस्कृत डॉटर इज रिफर्ड टू as Duhitri, in English daughter, right. So this tells you that they came from a common linguistic group. Then apart from this phonetic linguistic evidence, we also have some written scriptural inscriptional evidence. There is an inscription in Turkey known as the Bogus Khoy inscription. यहाँ पे it records a treaty between two warring tribes. एंड ट्रीटी को सॉलिडिफाई करने के लिए यू हैव टू टेक सर्टेन ओथ्स ना. तो ओथ्स किसके नाम पे लिए गए हैं? ऑन सम वैदिक गॉड्स एंड गॉडेसेस. ठीक है, सच एज इंद्रा, वरुण, मित्रा एंड अश्विनी. That means people who were migrating towards supposedly Iran or Europe had stopped in Turkey and then they had fought together. All right. So these were the same people or people who belong to the same group also came and settled in India. Did they come to India at once or in small groups? Small groups over a long period of time. Central Asia से आ रहे थे. They crossed the Khyber Pass and arrived in Punjab region. The region that they came to occupy, they called it Sapt Sindhav or the Aryavarta region. Sapt Sindhav means 7 Induses. So Indus and 7 other rivers. So which rivers have been mentioned? Kubha, Sindhu, Vitasta, Askini, Parushni, Vipasa, Sutudri and Saraswati. The modern names are given over here. Kubha was Kabul, Sindhu was Indus, Vitasta, Jhelum, Askini, Chenab, Parushni, Ravi, Vipasa, Beas, Sutudri, Satluj and Saraswati was Ghaggar river. ठीक है. अच्छा. Now, the river which has been mentioned the most number of times in the Rig Veda? No. The Indus river mentioned 75 times. Second most number? 9. Saraswati, 72 times. The Saraswati has also been referred to as the mother river, the Naditama, indicating that it was probably the most sacred for them. Ganga has been mentioned twice. Yamuna only twice. What does this tell you? That these rivers were not very important for them. Okay? So is a picture emerging in your mind? Map of India imagine करो. तो यहाँ पे थे ये लोग? नहीं थे. We were living in Pakistan right now. Early Vedic में. Okay? Now, what was the primary economic activity of the early Aryans? They were pastoral nomads. They had come from the Central Asian steppe. वहाँ पे भी animal husbandry कर रहे थे. They brought the same practice over here also. Were they aware of agriculture? They were, but their agriculture was subsistence level agriculture, not very developed. They have mentioned the existence of one crop. Which crop? Yava, which means both wheat or barley. ठीक है. अच्छा. Now Had the concept of private property emerged completely? No, these were tribal groups and most of the property was owned by the entire community. However, cattle was the primary source of private wealth as well. Alright, cattle was the most important source of wealth for the Aryans, and its importance is also reflected in the vocabulary of the early Aryans. The early Vedic word for cattle is gau. Okay? So gau becomes the root word for a number of Vedic words such as Gavishti. Gavishti was the Vedic word for war or battle. This was search or struggle for cattle. गोपत, तो आज के रईस आदमी को क्या बोलते हैं? करोड़पति, अरबपति. उस समय गोपत होता था. Gavyuti was a distance of a unit of distance. The cow from tip to tail, how much does it measure? So that was 1 unit of distance. Duhitri was the word for daughter. It actually literal meaning is the one who milks the cow. All right. And then Goghana is a little bit of a controversial word. Its meaning is an honored guest. So some historians interpreted it as somebody who consumes cattle meat, and others have interpreted it as someone who is offered ghee. But the meaning क्या है गोघना का? An honored guest. All right. And agriculture was finally not very advanced. We have already covered. What was the polity of the early Aryans like? Did they have a well-developed state with developed institutions? No, a very rudimentary state. Had the concept of territory emerged? It was absent. Why? Territory का concept कब emerge होता है? When land becomes valuable. Was land valuable right now? No. So most valuable source of wealth was cattle. तो इनकी लड़ाई भी होती थी तो भी cattle के लिए होती थी. Alright. अच्छा. Therefore, the polity was rudimentary, tribal, egalitarian in nature. Primary duty of the tribal chief, known as Rajan, was to search for cattle to defend the cattle of his people. Acha. Now, the tribal unit, the state, was known as Jana. Okay? It was further subdivided into Vis, Gram, and Kul. The smallest unit of political organization was the family or Kul, headed by Kulpati. Who was he? The patriarch, the eldest male. This tells you that the Vedic society was also patriarchal in nature. Okay? Now, the position of Rajan, was he a hereditary autocratic despot? No. Rather, he was a tribal elected chief. Okay? There were a number of checks on his power and authority. His responsibilities were also limited. Did the Harappans have the concept of large standing, Vedic Aryans have the concept of large standing armies? No. So their armies were not permanent in nature. Okay? They were raised in times of war only. Acha. When the Aryans, if they don't have the need for large armies, would they have a well-developed taxation system? No. Therefore, taxation was also in its rudimentary nascent form. Right? What was the only known form of tax? Barley. Okay? Barley was a form of voluntary offering that was made to the king. It was not compulsory in nature. The early Vedic polity was also quite democratic in nature. Okay? How do we know this? So elected hota tha. Who used to elect him? People. So a number of democratic assemblies existed, such as Vidhat, Sabha, and Samiti. What was the Vidhat? It was the oldest form of democratic assembly. Who participated? Both men as well as women. Okay? Then Samiti, it was an assembly of village elders. Okay? Who participated? Both men as well as women. What did they do? They used to advise the king, advise the Rajan in political matters. And Sabha, Gram Sabha suna hoga. It is a collection of the entire population, but only the male population. So all the adult males used to participate in that. What was its purpose? To elect the Rajan and the other officials, right? Other important officials who used to assist the Rajan, Senani and Purohit. Senani was commander in chief and Purohit was the chief priest. Now coming to the religious life. Now the early Aryans were nature worshippers. Once again, okay? Was their religion materialistic or spiritual in nature? Once again, materialistic. Why did they worship? To overcome fear and to fulfill certain desires. Overcome fear of natural elements because they did not know how nature operated. So if the sun goes down, it doesn't come up next day, they are going to all die, therefore they are going to worship the sun. Similarly, other elements also. And desire for primarily two things. What? Praja and Pashu. Praja is children and Pashu is cattle. भगवान ने सुन ली, इंडिया का हाल देखो अभी, ठीक है. Now, how did they worship? By the performance of yagyas and chanting of mantras, right? What was the status of the priestly class? Was it very high? Did they dominate the society? No. Why? क्योंकि उनकी नीड बहुत ज्यादा नहीं थी, ठीक है. That means that these Vedic rituals, the various forms of worship, they were first of all personal affairs and they were quite simple, ठीक है. People used to be able to perform them on their own without the need for priestly intervention. The Rig Veda mentions certain sacrifices which needed the assistance of priests. It mentions 16 different categories of priests, such as the Hotra, Udgatra and Brahmin. Alright, who was the Hotra? He was the performer of the sacrifice. The Udgatra was the inviter and Brahmin was the supervisor. By the end of the early Vedic age, all the other ones disappeared and they were subsumed within the Brahmin identity. Okay? Now, was the early Vedic religion polytheistic or monotheistic in nature? Why polytheistic? Different gods and goddesses have been mentioned. However, it was polytheistic in appearance but monotheistic in spirit. These different gods and goddesses were only different adjectives or aspects of the same supreme deity. Okay? So an element of monotheism also underlined the early Vedic faith. So 33 different gods and goddesses have been mentioned. Most important one, Indra. What was he? God of rain, thunder, desi far, है ना. अच्छा, then second most important, Agni, right? Third most important, Varun. Now 250 hymns in the Rig Veda have been dedicated to Indra, 200 to Agni and 175 to Varun. Varun क्या था? He was the god of Rit and the heavenly bodies. What was Rit? The moral cosmic order, which if it gets disturbed, the entire cosmos is going to come out of balance. ठीक है? हाँ, Rita. अच्छा. Then apart from that, you had some other gods and goddesses. Soma. सुना है कभी सोमरस? What is this? Every evening? हाँ? Some kind of intoxicant. ठीक है? So he was the god of drink, which was derived from a plant. What plant exactly? Don't ask me. Probably it was some kind of psychedelic plant. The ninth mandala of the Rig Veda is dedicated entirely to this god of drink. Where did they obtain this Soma plant from? From the Mujavanta mountain. Where is Mujavanta mountain? इंडिया में तो है, कहाँ पे? In the Himalayas, ठीक है, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर. Then there was one early Vedic god, Vishnu. Who is Vishnu? God of Abhi? He is the sustainer. Okay, so he is member of the Holy Trinity. But in the early Vedic age, he was simply the sun god. Right. Then Aditi, the mother goddess, Usha, goddess of dawn, Prithvi, the goddess of the earth. Vishnu also had a female companion, Kon? Savitri, right? So she was also the sun goddess. Now the characteristic of early Vedic social life. Social life class distinctions थे? नहीं थे. What is the basic of class distinctions in the society? Unequal distribution of resources. So, in the absence of a well-developed concept of private property, a highly stratified society is not going to emerge. Therefore, the society was largely egalitarian in nature. There were no sharp socio-economic class differences. The nature of the society was egalitarian and tribal in nature. What was the position of women like? Was it equal to men? No, it was inferior to men, but as compared to the later stages of Indian history, it was still quite good. How do we know this? एक तो कोई social evils नहीं थे, right? Such as, was sati there? No. Was child marriage there? Were there any restrictions on who the women could marry based on varna or caste or any other thing? नहीं तो अपनी मर्जी से शादी भी कर सकते हैं, right? What was the institution of marriage like? Was monogamy imposed or was polygamy possible? Polygamy was the norm. Most people had more than one partner. What kind? Polygyny or polyandry? Polygyny क्या होता है? नहीं. One man, multiple wives. धर्मेंद्र स्टाइल, ठीक है. And polyandry is द्रौपदी स्टाइल, ठीक है. One wife, multiple husbands. So both were common. Both were equally accepted. Was marriage dissoluble or not? पति अगर मार रहा है, सिगरेट से जला रहा है, तो छोड़ के जा सकती है, नहीं जा सकती है? जा सकती थी, ठीक है. तो therefore women enjoyed a lot of freedom in various fields, ठीक है. अच्छा, apart from this, they also participated openly in political affairs. How do we know this? Vidhat Samiti, याद है ना? Over there, both men and women used to participate. They also participated openly in economic activities. Animal husbandry, division of labor was quite equal in nature. Acha, they also were allowed to participate in education. In fact, there was a class of women known as the Brahmavadinis who have composed several hymns of the Rig Vedas, right? Such as Lopamudra, Vishwavara, Sikta, Ghosha, Maitri, etc. Apala also, ठीक है. So Apala was another one. Now, fourfold Varna system, it had emerged by the end of the early Vedic age. But was it hereditary in nature? Did it depend upon birth? No, it was an achieved status. That means it depended upon the merit. Was the idea of hierarchy associated with this fourfold division? That one Varna is going to be higher, the other is going to be lower? नहीं था. So all these varnas were equal, ठीक है. Did untouchability exist? Were there any restrictions on education on varna status based on varna? नहीं था, ठीक है. So it was not the inflexible ritual structure that you know and recognize today. It was an egalitarian structure, ठीक है. The first written evidence of the varna system कहाँ से मिलता है? 10th mandala. Was it part of the original work or added later on? Added later. Specifically, the Purush Sukta, right? Which tells the story of the Purush made sacrifice. So, who sacrificed himself? Purush, that is Prajapati or the primordial man. So, he performed this sacrifice, sacrificed himself, and then from different parts of his body, 4 Varnas are supposed to have emerged. From the mouth emerged the Brahmins, from the arms the Kshatriyas, from the thighs the Vaishyas, and from the feet the Shudras. ठीक है. So nature of life during the early Vedic age, क्लियर पिक्चर है, राइट? एनी डाउट्स? कैन वी मूव अहेड? हाँ, ब्रेक लेने की आपको लगता है लग्जरी है आपके पास? पेपर कब है? हाँ, नहीं लेते ना ब्रेक, टाइम ही नहीं है हमारे पास। 10 मिनट्स? आप लोग मेरे लिए प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर दोगे। चलो ठीक है, 10 मिनट्स। इट इज 10:11 राइट नाउ, राइट? तो कब मिलना है वापस? 10:21। ओके। Following the early Vedic age, we have the later Vedic age. So in the later Vedic age, our purpose is to underline the important changes which took place. All right. So first of all, new sources became available, such as for the first time, archaeological sources became available during this period. What were the important archaeological findings? Pottery and iron implements. What is the characteristic pottery of this period? Painted graveware, PGW, and iron implements, specifically iron weapons, were found from a number of sites. कहाँ कहाँ से मिले हैं ये? From across different locations in UP, such as अतरंजी खेड़ा, अहिछत्रा, हस्तिनापुर एंड नो, राइट? कहाँ है अतरंजी खेड़ा? नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न यूपी, बरेली, सॉरी, दिस इज इन एटा, वेस्टर्न यूपी. Ahichatra is in Bareilly. Hastinapur is present day Meerut, and No is Bharatpur, right? Eastern Rajasthan, adjacent to Agra, right? So what does this indicate? Has the geographical context of the later Aryans started to change? They have now started to migrate towards the east, towards the Ganga Yamuna Doab, then towards the lower and middle Ganga valleys, middle and lower Ganga valleys. ठीक है? हाँ जी. It is a kind of painted pottery. The base color is grey, and over that white and blue color has been used for making markings. Base color matlab, see, the pottery is a ceramic utensil, right? So it is made out of clay. The kind of clay that you use and the process that you use in order to bake it, that determines the base color. All right. So base color of this kind of pottery is gray, and over that white markings have been used, white paint have been used. This is painted gray ware. Okay. Similarly, black and red ware, Harappan period ka. Now these were inverted fired, right? That means the outer covering, the entire pot was made using dark red colored clay. Because the fire was inside the pot, it was fired from inside, the inside got charred, right? So inside is going to be black, outside is going to be red, black and red ware. And then using black and white paint, markings have been made on the outside of the pot. That is also another kind of painted pottery. ठीक है? So don't worry too much कि exactly क्या था. This is not your optional class. हमको नहीं लेना है इतनी डिटेल में ceramic cultures कैसे बने. We simply have to cover history with the objective कि prelims के पेपर में इज्जत बच जाए. ठीक है? ये नहीं करना है कि आपकी यहाँ पे PhD हो जाए. All right? Ancient medieval से there might be around 7 questions, 6-7 questions, or maybe more. We do not know for sure. तो बहुत lightly नहीं ले सकते हैं उसको, है ना? Now literary sources: Samhitas, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads, and the Upvedas. All right. Samhitas of 3 Vedas: Samved, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. Samved is a musical Ved. What has been done over here? The hymns in the Rig Veda have simply been taken and they have been given a musical notation. ठीक है? अच्छा, they have been set to a meter so that they can be recited in the form of a poetry or they could be sung. All right. Jajur Veda, it is a collection of hymns dedicated to yagyas and sacrifices. So theme over here is yagyas and sacrifices. Two aspects of the Yajur Veda, Shyam Paksh and Shukla Paksh. Shyam Paksh is the black Yajur Veda written in prose form. Shukla Paksh, white Yajur Veda written in poetry form. Right? And the Atharva Veda, it is known as the non-Aryan Veda. Why? Because the subject matter is non-Aryan and the geographical context in which it was composed is also non-Aryan. What is the subject matter over here? Magic, charms and spells. Alright. Acha. What is the geographical context in which it was composed? Now the Aryans had migrated from the Aryavarta, the Saptasindha region, towards the east. The new region which they occupied, they called Brahmavarta, that is the Gangetic plains. Clear hai? 4 different Vedas, Rig Ved, Samved, Yajurved and Atharved. Later Vedas में कौन-कौन से हैं? Samved, Yajurved and Atharved. Then we have the Brahmanas. You remember what they are? क्या है ये? These are commentaries on the Samhitas and they contain detailed procedures on how to perform the rituals. What is the correct pronunciation of the various mantras. तो इस चीज पे प्रोसीजर पे इनका बहुत ज्यादा फोकस है. All right. The different Samhitas have multiple Brahmanas. So for example, the Rig Veda has 2 separate commentaries, 2 different Brahmanas. The Samved has multiple 3 or 4. The Yajur Veda has more than 10 Brahmanas. The Atharved has a single Brahmana. So the only Brahmana associated with the Atharved, that is known as the Gopath Brahmana. ठीक है, याद रहेगा. You can write Gopath Brahmana associated with Atharved. The most famous Brahmana, the lengthiest one, is the Satpath Brahmana. All right. It is a commentary on which Veda? Yajur Veda. All right. So it belongs to the Yajur Vedic corpus of languages. And over here, one very important story is related. How one prince, Videha Madhava, cleared the forests to facilitate the eastward migration and settlement of his people. He cleared the forest using Ayas and Agni. What is Ayas? Iron. Okay? And Agni is fire. All right. Then we have the You didn't understand Gopath Brahmana. क्या बताया था गोपथ ब्राह्मणा के बारे में? It is the only Brahmana associated with the Atharved. The other Vedas have multiple Brahmanas. Okay? Then we have the Aranyakas or forest books. These are philosophical interpretations of the Vedic sacrifices. Are they pro or anti-rituals? Anti-ritualism. Okay? So they oppose meaningless rituals in the form of the and form the link between the Brahmanas and the Upanishads. Therefore, an ideological change is also taking place in the Vedic religion. Early Vedic religion focus was on materialism. In the later Vedic religion, focus is going to be on high philosophy, the idea of salvation, life after death, etc. Therefore, from procedure, we are migrating towards philosophy. And Aranyakas is going to form the link between the Brahmanas and the Upanishads. Clear? Sure. Then we have the Upanishads or the Vedant. Vedant means end of the Vedas. These are works of pure philosophy. Their subject matter is metaphysics. That is the nature of the universe, nature of the reality, God, soul, the meaning of existence, the ideas of dharma, karma, life after death and salvation. What is their motto? Knowledge for salvation. The Indian philosophy has 6 orthodox schools, right? The final form was given by Shankaracharya. What is his philosophy known as? Vedant philosophy, also known as the Advait philosophy. The meaning of Advait is non-dualism, in which he has said that Atma and Paramatma, God and soul, are one and the same. Right? Now, although they are the same, they appear to be different. Why? Because of Maya. Because of Maya, they appear to be distinct. Okay? What is Maya? Illusion. What is the reason for this illusion? It is ignorance. And how to remove ignorance? Acquisition of knowledge. So, knowledge for salvation. He gave the path of ज्ञान मार्ग, है ना? पढ़ा है ये सब? ज्ञान मार्ग दिया है, राइट? अच्छा, तो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ज्ञान? एनसीईआरटी पढ़ोगे तो ज्ञान मिल जाएगा? नहीं. फॉर दैट यू हैव टू रीड एंड अंडरस्टैंड द उपनिषद्स. ठीक है? अच्छा. The way in which he explained this non-dualism is like this. There is the ocean, right? If you were to take out a single drop, then the drop exists as a distinct entity, right? If you were to drop it back into the ocean, will you be able to tell कि कहाँ गया? नहीं गया. So same is the relationship between man and God. Atma is the individual soul. Paramatma is the oceanic soul. All right. The philosophy of Vedant, Advait, also has another important aspect, that is monotheism. What does this mean? That instead of having distinct different gods, there is only one supreme God. He is all powerful, ubiquitous, formless, shapeless, nameless, timeless, ageless. He is the creator, destroyer as well as the sustainer. ठीक है? तो हिंदुइज्म में there are three primary deities. कौन कौन से? Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. Shankaracharya said that you should not look at them like this. उनको ऐसे देखना चाहिए. ठीक है? तो ऐसे देख रहे हो तो कितने दिखेंगे? 3. Like this you see 1. So they are part of the same God. Alright? Clear है? Now the same ideas are also going to be reflected in the philosophy of the Upanishads as well. Alright? Total how many Upanishads? 108. Right? There was one very famous Mughal prince who translated 52 Upanishads into Farsi. Dara Shikoh. The name of this compilation was Sir-e-Akbar. Sir-e-Akbar matlab? Akbar ka sir? Nahi. What does it mean? Sir is Farsi for secrets. So the great secrets. ठीक है? So if you want, you can add this extra piece of information. Sir-e-Akbar, compilation of 52 Upanishads translated into Persian under Dara Shikoh. Under Dara Shikoh. Right? Acha. Now, out of the 108 Upanishads, a few ones are important. Now, the Upanishads contain within them the important kernels of philosophy. So some important sayings which are referred to as Mahakavyas. Right. So in the context of Mahakavyas, in the context of Upanishads, what are Mahakavyas? Are these epics? No, they are important philosophical concepts. All right. Such as in the Aitreya Upanishad, which is associated with the Rig Veda, you get the concept of Prajnam Brahma, that is, consciousness is Brahma. Then another important Upanishad, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, it is contained within the Satpat Brahmana. Over here you get two distinct Mahakavyas. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya. Suna hai? What is Astoma Sadgamya? From ignorance lead me towards truth. कौन सा आइडिया आ रहा है? ज्ञान मार्ग वाला आइडिया आ रहा है ना? अच्छा. Then the idea Aham Brahmasmi, that is I am Brahma. Over here what idea is coming? Non-dualism wala idea. Right. Taittiriya Upanishad, this is associated with the Jajur Veda. It describes happiness. What are the constituents of a happy life? Chandogya Upanishad, why is this important? First of all, it is associated with Samved. And over here, the important Mahakavya is Tat Tvam Asi. Thou art that. So the entire saying is Aham Brahmasmi and so are you. I am Brahma and so are you. You are also the one. It also talks about various types of marriages. How many types? 8 different types of marriages. 4 which are desirable, 4 which are undesirable. Okay. Then the Kane Upanishad, it is also known by another name, the Talavkar Upanishad. It also belongs to the Samved. The Isha Upanishad, one of the latest ones, compiled during the Mauryan period. Alright. Katha Upanishad, what is the central story over here? The story of immortality. It explores the idea of mortality and immortality, and it relates the theory through a dialogue between Yam and Nachiket. Okay? The Yam and Nachiketa story is part of Katha Upanishad. It was later translated into German by the German Indologist Max Müller. Which year? गलत लिखा है ये. क्या year? 1789. ठीक है? So when you get the notes, you can make a correction. 1789. मुंडका उपनिषद में से कौन सा इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रेज आया है? सत्यमेव जयते. Mandukya Upanishad, it is the shortest of all the Upanishads. It consists of only 12 verses, all talking about the importance of the mystic syllable Om, the resonance of the universe. Okay? So that is an idea which is explored over here. Over here, you also get a Mahakavya, I am Atma Brahma. That is, this self or I or this soul is Brahma. So Atma and Paramatma are once again the same. It also talks about 4 psychological states. 3 of them, 3 psychological states, that is waking, sleeping and dreaming. So 3 states of consciousness which are psychological in nature and 1 which is transcendental in nature. It transcends all human experience and cognition. That is the state of illumination or enlightenment. So once you achieve the Gyan that you are seeking, then you reach this transcendental state. Jabala Upanishad, it talks about the ashram system. So what are the ashrams? 4 ashrams, 4 distinct stages in the life of a human being where he has to perform different duties and obligations. कौन से? ब्रह्मचार्य, गृहस्थ, वानप्रस्थ and sannyas. Right. As a brahmachari, what is the primary duty of an individual? To acquire knowledge. So he is going to live as a student. Then he is going to become a householder. He is going to live a worldly life in the Grihastha ashram. After he has performed all his worldly functions, then he is going to start removing himself. Right? But this transition is not going to be sudden. It is going to be gradual. So he is going to begin gradual renunciation of all the worldly duties or worldly relations and start moving towards the forest. So Van means one and Prasth is to move towards the Vanprastha ashram. and then once you are ready, go into the forest and die. ठीक है, that is the sannyas ashram. Okay, तो ये जो पहले तीन है ना, these have been mentioned in the Chandogya Upanishad, and all four together have been mentioned in the Jabala Upanishad. All right. इतना emphasis क्यों डाल रहे हैं? If there is a question, you should not miss it. Because this, if you have to understand the true nature of the Hindu faith, उपनिषद से ही ना समझोगे. Otherwise पंडित लोग क्या पढ़ाते हैं? The Brahmanas, right? वहाँ पे कर्म कांड वाला aspect that is more dominant, right? That is because it is in their interest. Greater the ritualism, greater is going to be their importance. But if you want to truly understand the Vedantic philosophy, then you have to understand the Upanishads. After this, we also have the Upavedas. What are these? These are treatises on the Vedas, and they are considered to be extensions of the Vedas. All right, they are written so that you can read and understand the Vedas better. They are also known as Sutra literature. So the Sutra literature are the Upavedas or the Vedangas. 6 Vedangas, what do they focus on? Shiksha, Kalpa, Vyakran, Nirukta, Chanda and Jyotish. Alright, that is the correct pronunciation. कैसे pronounce करना है Vedic words को. The Kalpa, how do you have to perform the various rituals and ceremonies. Vyakran, the correct grammar to understand the Vedic corpus. The Nirukta, etymology, how the different concept, different words they evolved. Chanda, the metrics and rules of poetic composition. If you want to write certain literature, how do you do that? And Jyotish, the correct conditions in which the rituals etc. they have to be performed. ठीक है? What was the change in the geographical context during the later Vedic age? Eastward migration, first towards the Doab, then towards the middle and lower Ganga valleys. We get both archaeological evidence as well as literary evidence. We have already covered this. Okay? Acha. What was the most important change in occupation? Now, more and more focus was towards agriculture. Okay? Because of this, what happened? By the end of the later Vedic age, a state of surplus was achieved. When this state was achieved, a portion of the labor was freed to pursue a number of different economic activities. Therefore, there was a proliferation of occupations. A number of new ones started to emerge, such as pottery, chariot making, carpentry, basket weaving, metallurgy, cloth weaving, tanning, etc. All right. Now, when these secondary economic activities start to dominate the economy, then a number of industrial and trading centers are going to emerge, and this is going to bring about the second urbanization of Indian history. A number of new towns and cities are going to start emerging. ठीक है? अच्छा, because the concept of private property has now crystallized, तो उसकी वजह से will there be any changes in the social composition of the society? Class distinctions are going to become more visible, more distinct. अच्छा. Now, in order to facilitate trade, a number of trading guilds, merchant guilds, occupational bodies, they started to emerge as well. क्या बोलते थे इनको? Ganas और Shrenis. They were usually headed by the master craftsman or the senior trader or banker. That was known as Shresthin. ठीक है? अच्छा. What were the functions that these guilds performed? Regulatory functions. That means they performed quality checks, they performed and they set the rules for their occupation, they regulated the entry into the occupation, they were also responsible for training and apprenticeship, they also maintained disciplinary control over their members. So if somebody violates the terms or the rules, the standards that they have set, they could even punish them, including expel them from the craft, from the guild. ठीक है? Is this clear? What were the political changes? Now, what has been the basic economic change? Beginning of agriculture and its growing importance. With this, land has emerged as a very important economic resource, right? Now the responsibility of the state is to protect the land of its subjects, right? As a result of which, the idea of territory is going to emerge, right? The Jana is going to be transformed into the Janpad, that is a territorial kingdom, all right? By the end of the later Vedic age, the small Janpadas, they had subsumed each other and the stronger one among them, and 16 large Mahajanpadas had emerged. ठीक है, एक तो ये change हुआ है. Do any changes in the position of the Rajan take place? Now he requires to maintain a large army in order to defend his territory. Therefore, his power is going to increase because he has the coercive power of the entire military. Secondly, his position is also going to be given certain ideological legitimacy, such as he is going to get the support of the priestly class so that the people remain loyal towards him. How is he going to do that? By patronizing them, right? Therefore, the king start to perform a number of elaborate Vedic sacrifices, such as Ashwamedha, Rajsuya, and Vajpaya sacrifice. Ashwamedh sacrifice was performed with which purpose? To gain territory. Rajsuya was the coronation ceremony. It was supposed to increase the power of the monarch, and the Vajpaya sacrifice was to legitimize his rule. So it involved a chariot race between the king and his other brothers and cousins. So the idea was that whoever wins the race is the legitimate ruler. तो हमेशा किसको जिताया जाता था? The Rajan only. Okay, so this was a tool that was used. Acha. Then apart from this, he also became a hereditary and absolute monarch. The elements of democratic politics, you remember Vidhat Sabha Samiti, all of those disappeared. The power and authority of the king became a lot higher. Now he had to maintain a large military. For that, he required more taxes. Therefore, a developed taxation system also started to appear. What was the earliest known tax in India? Barley. During the early Vedic age, was it compulsory or not compulsory? It was voluntary. Now it became compulsory. Apart from that, with the emergence of agriculture, a kind of new land revenue also emerged. That was known as Bhag. Bhag means division or portion. So this was the Rajan's portion of the entire production. This was a form of land revenue. Apart from this, you also had Bhog. Bhog was a voluntary offering of fruits and flowers from the subjects to the king. तो fruits and flowers अभी यूज करते हो कहाँ पे चढ़ावा चढ़ता है? मंदिर वगैरह में चढ़ता है, right? So the idea that the king was a divine entity, this was also being imposed, right? So he was treated as a representative of God. Apart from that, the various economic activities, secondary economic activities, trade, commerce, production, etc., they were also taxed, and the tax that was imposed was known as shulk. All right. So all of these we have covered. Changes in religious life. Early Vedic religion क्या था? Materialistic or spiritual? Materialistic. Later Vedic religion? Highly spiritual, dominated by the Vedantic philosophy, by the philosophy of the Aranyakas. Acha. Did nature worship continue or did it end? It continued, but its importance became lesser. Okay? Now there was more focus on ritualism. Okay? Performance of elaborate yagyas. Were these yagyas simple? Could they be performed individually in the household? No. They would require priestly intervention. Therefore, domination of the priestly class started to increase. Okay? Did the later Vedic religion focus on this life or on mysticism? On mysticism. So once again, you would require an expert in order to interpret the various texts. Once again, the ritualism and priestly domination within the society increased. Along with this, a number of physical and social concepts were written down. They were compiled, codified for the first time. So you remember this Rith? What was this? The moral cosmic order governing the universe. This was also codified. Apart from that, the idea of dharma also emerged. What is dharma? So every individual in the society is supposed to have his own set of duties towards himself and towards others in the society. So the ideas such as the Raj Dharma, Praja Dharma, Putra Dharma, Pitra Dharma, these kinds of things emerged. So these were things, these were duties and obligations which if they were followed, then the society would function in a harmonious manner. Otherwise it would break down. Had the concept of fourfold Varna emerged in the early Vedic age? हो गया था early Vedic age, towards the end of the early Vedic age, fourfold Varna had emerged. But there were some changes in the later Vedic age. Now it became a rigid institution. It became an ascribed status based on birth. Could you change your Varna during your lifetime? It was no longer possible. Apart from this, the ashram system also emerged. Alright, so on the basis of age differentiation, the different duties and obligations of various individuals were assigned. Alright, and along with the idea of dharma and varna, a new regulating mechanism emerged known as the Varnashram Dharma system, in which the duties and obligations of each individual were fixed on the basis of their Varna status, their age and their gender. Alright, सबसे ज़्यादा rights किसको मिले, privileges किसको मिले? Men and the upper Varnas. All the duties and obligations were given to women and the lower Varnas. Alright. Now, apart from this, another concept known as Gotra emerged. What is Gotra? The literal meaning of the word Gotra is a cow enclosure, a place where people keep their cows. So this was a kinship group, a group which was based upon common ancestry. Those people who believed that they have descended from the same common ancestor, they used to treat each other as brothers and sisters. So here the idea of exogamy used to be practiced. Exogamy क्या होता है? You have to marry outside that group. So if you are a member of the same group gotra, can you marry? नहीं, तो किसी और को ढूंढना पड़ेगा. In the concept of varna, what was the system? Endogamy. You have to marry within the same varna. ठीक है? अच्छा. There was a relative change in the position of the different gods and goddesses also. Early Vedic period में who were the important gods? Indra, Agni and Varun, right? Now there was a transformation. The early three gods lost their significance and some new gods emerged. Kon? Prajapati, he emerged as the most important. He was conceived as the creator of the universe, also known as Brahma. And then Vishnu, who in the early Vedic period was the sun god, now came to be worshipped as the sustainer of the universe. Did the concept of Shiva emerge during the later Vedic age? नहीं हुआ. That would emerge later. ठीक है? So when during the post-Mauryan period, when the Shiv Puran, Parvati Puran, etc., they were written down. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now we have seen that later Vedic life was dominated by rigid ritualism. There were 16 important rituals known as sanskars, which regulated the life of an individual from before he was born to after he died. Some important ones: Garbhadharan. When was this performed? At the time of conception. Namkaran, to name the newborn child. Annaparashan, when the child is given solid food for the first time. Churapadan, mundan hota hai, the tonsuring of the head, right? Upnayan, this was probably the most important, also known as Yagyopavit. What was this? This was the ceremony performed to initiate the educational life of a child. So if you are coming to this institution, यहाँ पे class ले रहे हो, I'm sure all of you must have some kind of identity card, admit card, कुछ ना कुछ होगा. So this was the same thing. A sacred thread was offered to the children who performed this sacrifice. It was highly discriminatory in nature. How? Brahmins were allowed to perform it at the age of 8, Kshatriyas at the age of 11, Vaishyas at the age of 12. Women and Shudras could not perform, they were excluded from education. Okay? Now, those who received the sacred thread, they were known as Dvij. So, Upnayan or the initiation to education was considered to be the second birth. So, Dvij means twice born. Alright? Acha. Another important one, Viva, that is marriage. So, transformation from Brahmacharya to Grihast would take place through Viva. And Viva ke baad only Antyeshti, that is the final funerary rites. Alright? So, these are the important these things. हाँ जी हाँ मटीरियलिस्टिक रिलीजन इज अ सिंपल रिलीजन. अभी भी पूजा करते हो, पूजा पाठ करते हो? प्रॉब्ली नहीं करते होगे, लेकिन अगर करोगे तो क्यों करोगे? ये मत बोलना कि मन की शांति के लिए, दुनिया की शांति के लिए. सबसे पहले तो पूजा करोगे यार, भगवान प्रीलिम्स क्लियर करा दो, चढ़ावा चढ़ाऊंगा, राइट? So you are asking for some things, right? So the relationship between man and God is transactional in nature. All right, you give something, you get something back. So things are very simple. You can do this on your own. Do you need a pandit to do this for you? नहीं चाहिए. मौलवी साहब की मदद चाहिए? नहीं चाहिए होगी. But when the idea is that your life in the present world and in the next world is going to be regulated by something that you did 100 lifetimes back, तो उसके लिए किसकी मदद चाहिए होगी? You need the help of certain experts. So as the idea of spiritualism increases, it is used as a tool by people who are in a position of power, who consider themselves or who have told everybody that we are the regulators of the faith, to dominate the society and to exploit the people. So होना उल्टा चाहिए, that as spiritual element increases, the religion should become more democratic, but usually it happens the opposite way. Because of the increasing mysticism, the hold of the people, the understanding of the people of the religion, that is under question. They would need the help of certain intermediaries, certain experts. ठीक है? तो ये डाइकोटमी है विद इन रिलीजन. इट इज पार्ट ऑफ एवरी रिलीजन्स लाइफ, नॉट ओनली हिंदुइज्म और इस्लाम और क्रिश्चियनिटी. सब में ये आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगा. ठीक है? नहीं, सेल्फ वाला नहीं है. स्पिरिचुअलिज्म विद द हेल्प ऑफ एन इंटरमीडियरी. Now, what were the social changes which accompanied the political and economic changes in the later Vedic age? Class distinctions एक तो increase हो रहे हैं. अच्छा, these class distinctions are also going to be reflected in ideological changes. New ideas are going to emerge within the society, such as rigidification of the Varna system. What is going to happen to the position of women? It is going to start declining, right? As compared to the post-Vedic, the Gupta period, what was the position of women? Better or poorer? As compared to the later phases, it was still better. Okay? Why? Because the evils which are associated with women in the society, such as sati, child marriage, female infanticide, ये सब थे? नहीं थे अभी. ठीक है? However, their position had started to decline, such as political participation, not possible any longer. Why? Vidhat Sabha Samiti had all disappeared. What was the attitude of the society towards education of women? Negative. इनको exclude कर दिया गया था. They were not given the upnayan. Could they perform religious rituals within the household? नहीं. You would require priestly intervention. Women did not have education, so they could not perform these sacrifices also. अच्छा. Were there any changes in the institution of marriage? पहले क्या था? Polygamy का system था, in which both polygyny and polyandry were equally accepted. Now, polyandry was now discouraged. अच्छा. Widows, were they allowed to remarry or not? They were allowed, but it was also discouraged. ठीक है? Birth of a girl child during the early Vedic period, what was the attitude of people? Did they accept it, reject it, or so they accepted it. They did not celebrate it, but it was not considered to be a bane or a curse. Now the birth of a girl child was considered inauspicious. ठीक है, तो ये सारे changes होने लग गए हैं. Then the different changes with regards to varna etc. You already know. अच्छा ये बताओ कि untouchability था during this period? नहीं था. नहीं था. Untouchability first emerged during the Gupta period. Which foreign traveler has told us? गुप्ता पीरियड में कौन चाइनीज ट्रैवलर आया था? पायन, राइट. सो ही हैज टोल्ड अस. हाँ, अनटचेबल्स आर दोज पीपल हु डू नॉट हैव एनी कास्ट स्टेटस. ठीक है, तो दे आर आउटसाइड दी वर्ना से. शूद्रा कास्ट भी नहीं है. ठीक है. नाउ देयर आर सम क्वेश्चंस करने का टाइम है हमारे पास? कर लेते हैं. अच्छा, देखो, which one of the following animals was not represented on the seals and terracotta art of the Harappan culture? काउ नहीं था. ठीक है. एलिफेंट, राइनो, टाइगर, बाकी तीनों थे. पशुपति सील में हु वाज द फोर्थ एनिमल? एलिफेंट, राइनो, टाइगर को छोड़ करके? नहीं, 4 कोने में बनाए हुए हैं. बफलो, राइट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Regarding the Indus Valley civilization, consider the following statements. 1. It was predominantly secular civilization and the religious element, though present, did not dominate the scene. 2. During this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textiles in India. Both 1 and 2 are correct. Chanudaro, Lancashire of India. Next question. Which of the following characteristics characterizes the people of Indus civilization? 1. They possessed great palaces and temples. 2. They worshipped both male and female deities. 3. They employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. 2 only. First one is incorrect. They did not make any temples. Third one is incorrect. Horse was not domesticated by them. So 2 only is correct. वैसे भी probably था या नहीं था, we don't know. Because see, for the horse to have been present, it would have been depicted in the art that has been left behind. You cannot say tiger domesticate करते थे ना, but tiger has been represented. Unicorn तो exist ही नहीं करता है, but unicorn has also been represented. We do not know whether those are horses or zebras or donkeys. ये भी है ना, so we do not know for sure. वैदिक टाइम पे हॉर्सेस थे, बिल्कुल. हाँ, चैरियट्स लेके आए थे. दे वर हॉर्स राइडिंग पीपल, प्लस दे वर फ्रॉम द स्टेप ग्रासलैंड्स. तो स्टेप ग्रासलैंड्स में यू कैन नॉट सर्वाइव विदाउट द हॉर्स. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. लोथल में क्या मिला है? डॉकयार्ड. ए का 2 होना चाहिए, बी का 1 होना चाहिए. तो करेक्ट आंसर इज, अभी नहीं पता चल रहा है. ढोलावीरा में क्या मिला है? इंस्क्रिप्शन कम्स ऑफ. सो 2 1 4 3. ठीक है. करेक्ट आंसर क्या हुआ? बी. Practice questions. Consider the following statements in context of ancient Indian history. 1. The Paleolithic age was spread in all parts of the subcontinent. 2. Paleolithic man used tools made of a hard rock called quartzite. Which are correct? 2 only. First one, why is it incorrect? Gangetic, Indo-Gangetic plains में they were not there. ठीक है. Next question. A list है again. The phase of the Stone Age and tools. Upper Paleolithic में blade tools. Middle Paleolithic में plague tools. And lower Paleolithic में core tools. So 1 3 2 B. ठीक है. अच्छा. Again, culture with the characteristics. Pre-Harappan, early Harappan, mature Harappan, late Harappan. Pre-Harappan, ठीक है. Early Harappan, transition from rural to urban life. Mature Harappan, elaborate town planning. And late Harappan, decline of a civilization. मैच कर लोगे? ये मेहनत करने के बाद गलती मत करना, ठीक है? हाँ, ऑप्शन एक ही है, हाँ, तो वो भी हो जाता, उससे भी हो जाता। तो करेक्ट आंसर वुड बी दिस वन, 3412 बी। हाँ, तो मैच्योर हड़प्पन इफ यू हैड रिकग्नाइज्ड कि केवल एक ही है, तो भी आंसर आपको मिल जाता। गुड। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, साइट एंड रिवर मोहनजोदारो ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ इंडस, कालीबंगन, लोथल, हड़प्पा, रावी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, रिवर मोस्ट मेंशन्ड इन अर्ली वैदिक लिटरेचर, इंडस, सिंधु, ए, ठीक है। सेकेंड मोस्ट मेंशन्ड सरस्वती, लीस्ट नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स गंगा। अच्छा, द टर्म आर्यन, ethnic group, nomadic group, speech or superior speech group, then in the 1930s क्या हुआ, हिटलर हाईजैक्ड इट और उसको बोल दिया दिस इज अ रेशियल ग्रुप, सुपीरियर रेशियल ग्रुप। अच्छा, which one of the following four Vedas contains an account of magical charms and spells? Atharvaveda, non-Aryan Veda, you remember? Very good. The Dharma and Rit depict a central idea of ancient Vedic civilization of India. In this context, consider the following statements. 1. Dharma was a conception of obligations and of the discharge of one's duties to oneself and to others. 2. Rit was the fundamental moral law governing the functioning of the universe and to all it contained. Huh? Both are correct. Both सही हैं. Both 1 and 2. धर्म क्या है? Sets of duties and obligations to oneself and to other members of the society, है ना? Hitler had claimed that the Aryans were a racial group. कौन? People who had descended from the Caucasus, white skin, blue eyes, blonde hair, etc. Right? तो curly hair, very fair, वो वाला system लग रहा था. Anyway, next question. The famous dialogue between Nachiket and Yam किस उपनिषद में? कठोपनिषद, right? So that is C. हाँ, उपनिषद से भी क्वेश्चन आया, बिल्कुल. Next question. Who among the following was a Brahmavadini who composed some hymns of the Vedas? लोपामुद्रा, बाकी नाम याद है? विश्वावरा और अपाला, सिक्ता, घोषा, मैत्री, etc. Right? Gargi was also. नहीं, गार्गी was not this one. क्या बोलते हैं? ब्रह्मवादिनी. I'm not sure गार्गी कौन है. उसके लिए आपको किसी पंडित जी वगैरह से पूछना पड़ेगा. Right. Next question. The religion of early Vedic Aryans was primarily of bhakti, image worship and yagyas, worship of nature and yagyas, worship of nature and bhakti. Worship of nature and yagyas. Good. With reference to the difference between the culture of Rig Vedic Aryans and Indus Valley people, which of the following statements is or are correct? 1. Rig Vedic Aryans used the coat of mail and helmet in warfare, whereas the people of the Indus Valley civilization did not leave any evidence of using them. 2. Rig Vedic Aryans knew gold, silver and copper, whereas Indus Valley people knew only copper and iron. 3. दूसरा वाला गलत होगा ना? अच्छा. And 3. Rig Vedic Aryans had domesticated the horse, whereas there is no evidence of the Indus Valley people having been aware of this animal. तो ये वाला गलत है, ये वाला सही है, ये वाला पता नहीं. तो अब क्या करना है हमको? ऑप्शंस देखने हैं. तो कैन यू एलिमिनेट? ठीक है, तो ओनली पॉसिबल चॉइसेस 1 and 3 ओनली. तो पहला वाला भी सही हो गई होगा. ठीक है. प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चंस. नॉन आर्यन वर्क, अथर्ववेद. वेरी गुड. इस स्टेट में मत जाना पेपर देने के लिए, ठीक है. पेपर 9:30 बजे से 11:30 बजे तक, और दूसरा सेटिंग कब होता है? 230 to 430 अभी से आदत डाल लो, इसमें जगह रहना और चकन्ने रहना है बिल्कुल से नहीं। दिस इज अ वेरी बिग पार्ट ऑफ योर स्ट्रैटेजी। अगर नहीं करोगे वहां पे, अगर ये हुआ तो कलम चलाते चलाते घोड़े दौड़ेंगे दगड़ 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 दगड़, तो वो वाला नहीं होना चाहिए, राइट। तो प्रिपेयर योर सेल्फ इन दिस मैनर ऑल्सो। उपनिषद एंड इम्पोर्टेंट कॉन्टेंट्स। सत्यमेव जयते किसमें मिला है? मुंडका उपनिषद, राइट। कैन यू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम? ठीक है, वन अभी दो हैं, ठीक है। अच्छा, 4 आश्रम्स किसमें है? जबाला उपनिषद, अभी सॉल्व हो जाएगा। हाँ, बी, बी है ना, बी। चंदोग उपनिषद में टाइप्स ऑफ मैरिजेस, एंड कथा उपनिषद द स्टोरी ऑफ इमॉर्टैलिटी। चंदोग उपनिषद नहीं, चंदोग उपनिषद में 3 आश्रम थे, जवाला उपनिषद में 4 आश्रम थे, ठीक है। चंदोग उपनिषद 8 टाइप्स ऑफ मैरिजेस, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, with reference to the comparison between the culture of the Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley people, which of the following statements is or are incorrect? 1. Both the Rigvedic and Harappan cultures were rural in nature. Is this correct or incorrect? This is incorrect. Second, religion was a very important aspect of life of Rigvedic Aryans, but people of Indus Valley did not practice religion and were secular. False होगा. They did practice religion. The practice of religion was a private affair. ठीक है, so this is also wrong. Third, Rigvedic Aryans had domesticated the horse, whereas there is no evidence of the Indus Valley people having been aware of this animal. ये सही है गलत है? ये सही है. Correct answer is B. 1 and 2 only. Incorrect बताना है, ठीक है? Be very mindful. ये गलती मत करना. Next question. In context of religion in Rigvedic society, consider the following statements. Assertion and reason है. The religion of Rigvedic Aryans was materialistic in nature. Reason, there were no temples or idols in the Rigvedic period. Is first statement correct? Is second statement correct? Is it explaining A? नहीं, तो correct answer would be B. B, ठीक है। Materialistic in nature, उसका explanation कैसे मिल रहा है हमको? What did they worship for? प्रजा and पशु, ठीक है। They were not worshipping for salvation. Next question. Consider the following statements about the religious practices of later Vedic culture and identify the correct ones. Indra and Agni were smaller deities in the Rig Vedic society and became extremely important. Is this correct? उल्टा है इसका, ठीक है। Second, people did not believe in idolatry. This is correct. People worship gods in the forms of trees and animals. Also true. Other important yagyas of this time were some important yagyas were Ashwamedh, Vajpayee, Rajasuya, etc. This is also true. Correct answer 2, 3 and 4, D. Next question. Consider the following statements. Painted graveware became the most important form of pottery in the later Vedic period. 2. Similar to Rig Vedic period, taxes in the later Vedic period were also mandatory. पहले मैंडेटरी नहीं था. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट. करेक्ट आंसर इज ए, 1 ओनली. हो गया, गुड. नहीं, कल तो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. कल लेकिन मेडिवल कंप्लीट करना था. 3 दिन लग जाएंगे प्रॉब्ली. नेक्स्ट वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट बुद्धिज्म एंड जैनिज्म. इफ द यूपीएससी हैज टू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन, कहाँ से पूछेगा? पहले तो ये पता होना चाहिए. बताओ. फिलॉसफी, टीचिंग्स एक्सेट्रा यहाँ से पूछ सकते हैं. हाउ डिड इट इमर्ज? डिफरेंट सेक्ट्स कौन कौन से हैं? कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस टू various facets of life, art, literature, etc. How did they decline? Biographic details about the founders. यहाँ से सबसे questions आ सकते हैं. What was the reason for the origin of Buddhism and Jainism? See, the emergence of Buddhism and Jainism happened at a phase of Indian history where a lot of intellectual churning was going on. So it was part of that greater intellectual churning. During the 6th century, 5th century BC, a large number of heterodox sects emerged in opposition to the Brahminical religion. Right? There were as many as 63 of them, including faiths or doctrines such as Buddhism, Jainism, Lokayat, Ajivikas, etc. Why was this taking place? This intellectual revolution, why was it happening? Because the nature of the society had completely transformed, the nature of the economy had completely transformed, and the religion that was dominant, that was out of tune with these changes. ठीक है? अच्छा, for example, class distinctions, class relations, what are the new developments? Class conflict has started to take place. Why? Because of the unequal distribution of resources, two separate classes, haves and have-nots, have emerged. There is lack of peace in the society, social disharmony. जो रईस लोग हैं वो परेशान है कि जितना है वो खो ना जाए, और जो गरीब लोग हैं, what are they saying? That we want more. So materialism has increased within the society. Therefore, the masses, the people were attracted towards those doctrines which focused on renunciation and also at the same time offered a dignified life to those people who were underprivileged or had been left behind by the economic development. So Jainism and Buddhism offered both these things. How? For the practice of religion, you had two options. Either you could join the Sangha or you could be a lay follower, right? So the traders, the rich craftsmen, etc., they could perform all their religious functions. They could attain salvation while performing their worldly duties. Those who wanted to join the Sangha can renounce the world, join it, and still enjoy a lot of social respectability. Okay? So the both Jainism and Buddhism fulfilled the basic needs of the people. Secondly, the changing nature of the economy had resulted in the emergence of an economically emergent class. That was the Vaishyas, who were primarily involved in trade, commerce, etc. So they had acquired a lot of wealth. However, did their social status match their economic wealth? No, because under the Varna system, they had been relegated to the third position. They wanted to be at the top. Therefore, they were attracted towards doctrines which did not recognize the validity or hierarchy of the Varna hierarchy. Acha. What is the political situation like? The relationship between different kingdoms, friendly or animosity? Animosity. Frequent warfare is taking place. People are fed up. Traders are also fed up. Agriculturalists are also fed up. What do they want? Peace and stability, right? Therefore, the demand for faiths which went away from violence, which abjured violence, that increased. So both Buddha as well as Mahavir, both of them emphasized upon ahimsa or non-violence. Acha. The nature of subsistence had also changed remarkably. By the end of the later Vedic age, agriculture had become the mainstay of the economy. है ना? अच्छा. For the success of agriculture, preservation of cattle wealth was very, very important because animal power was very useful for drawing the various bullock carts, etc., plowing rituals, etc. ठीक है? Sorry. What was the Brahminical religion forcing the farmers to do? Sacrificing a large number of their cattle. So it was a deliberate destruction of the cattle wealth of the farmers. So farmers also started gravitating towards faiths which professed non-violence. Okay? So every religion, every new doctrine, whenever it emerges to fulfill a social or political vacuum or an ideological vacuum. So the Brahminical faith had become completely out of tune with the changing political, economic, and social needs of the people, and that is why during this period a number of learned people gave their own alternatives. Among them, Jainism and Buddhism were the most successful. ठीक है? समझ में आया इतना? Now, some biographical details about the founders. First, Jainism. Founder was Vardhaman Mahavir. When was he born? Where was he born? 540 BC at Kundagram. Where is it? Vaishali, Bihar. He belonged to the Kshatriya Varna. Which clan? The Jantrika clan. Names of relatives. Father was Siddharth. Mother was Trishla. Wife Yashoda. Daughter Priyadarshika, and son-in-law was Jamali, who also became his first disciple. Now, when did he leave his home? 30 years of age. When did Buddha leave his home? 29. So there are going to be a lot of similarities in the legends of these two personalities. तो जानबूझ करके लोगों ने ऐसा बनाया है so that you can compare and contrast, and whichever you find better वो खरीद सकते हो. So it was a true marketplace of ideas which had started emerging after the second urbanization. Now, how long did it take for him to attain salvation after leaving home? 12 years. So for 12 years he wandered from place to place, experimented under various various teachers, then with a number of other contemporaries also, and finally when he was fed up with everything, he decided to sit and meditate on his own. Where did he attain Kaivalya or supreme knowledge? At which place? Jhimbika Gram. Where is it? In Jharkhand. Under which tree was he sitting? Sal tree. Buddha under पीपल ट्री. ठीक है, बोधि ट्री तो बाद में नाम दे दिया गया उसका. ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ रिजुपालिका. एंड इन बोध गया, व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ द रिवर? निरंजना. प्रेजेंट डे नेम फल्गु. ठीक है, तो दैट वाज द आइडिया. फल्गु. हाँ, इन बोध गया. हाँ, फल्गु. तो आप क्या बोल रहे हो? फल्गुनी. तो फाल्गु. मैंने तो यही सुना है. हाँ, there is no water. हाँ. Now, how did he attain Kaivalya? By conquering all his senses. ठीक है, this was the idea. दूसरी बुकलेट के लिए बोल दे. अभी कौन सा मिला है? अभी पहला वाला मिला है. ओके. इतना मोटा? उन्होंने फॉर्मेट नहीं चेंज किया क्या? चलो कोई बात नहीं, बोल दूंगा मैं. बिफोर गोइंग अवे बोल दीजिएगा, रिमाइंड कर दीजिएगा, वो आपको बाकी करवा के दे देंगे बिफोर यू कम टू क्लास टुमारो. ठीक है. अच्छा. नाउ आफ्टर अटेनिंग कैवल्या, व्हाट वाज महावीर कॉल्ड? जिना, दैट इज conqueror. Where did he live and preach throughout his life? In the middle Ganga valley, so UP Bihar वाले region में. All right. अच्छा, आफ्टर हैविंग अटेन्ड कैवल्या, सुप्रीम नॉलेज और एनलाइटनमेंट, क्या करा उन्होंने? ही वुड नाउ स्टार्ट प्रीचिंग. वेयर डिड ही डिलीवर हिज फर्स्ट सर्मन? एट विपुलचल इन नालंदा, बिहार. राइट. नाउ ही अटेन्ड निर्वाणा एट पावापुरी. इन जैनिज्म, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ निर्वाणा? इट मीन्स डेथ, मर जाना. ठीक है. And a person who has already attained nirvana, he is not going to be reborn. Thus it is considered to be freedom from the cycle of birth and rebirth. ठीक है. The concept of nirvana and Buddhism is very different. वहां पे क्या है? Nirvana means enlightenment. ठीक है. That is the extinguishing of the flame of desire. Desire is supposed to be the thing that keeps human beings, keeps the soul or chetna trapped in this cycle of birth and rebirth. अच्छा. In which language did he preach? Sanskrit or Prakrit? Prakrit. Which dialect? Ardhmagdi dialect. Buddha also the same. Prakrit language, Ardhmagdi dialect. First of all, teachings of Jainism. So, three important teachings: three Ratnas, Syadvad, and 5 stages of knowledge. What are the three Ratnas? KFC. Right knowledge, faith, and conduct. Right conduct consists of 5 holy vows, 5 noble vows known as the Panch Mahavratas. Alright. What are the Panch Mahavratas? Ahimsa, Asteya, Apagriha, Satya, and Brahmacharya. Now, Jainism was a doctrine which professed the extremities of penance and renunciation. Therefore, these were very extreme forms of their essence. Ahimsa means complete non-violence. You shall not kill. Okay? So it is an incontrovertible commandment. Under no circumstances are you supposed to harm another living being. Acha, asteya, not to steal. That is not to keep or consume more than what is necessary. If your hunger is satisfied with 2 rotis, you are eating the third one. That is a form of stealing. Okay? Apagriha, not to accumulate wealth. You have to renounce all worldly links, all property, etc. Satya, not to speak lies under any circumstances. And Brahmacharya, what does it mean? Celibacy. So, celibacy, as understood by common people, is abstinence from sexual congress, sexual relations, right? However, for Jains, it not only involves remaining celibate, that is, not to marry, not to have relations with the opposite sex, it also includes not hearing, not seeing, or having feelings for the opposite sex. तो अगेन बहुत एक्सट्रीम पे ले गए हैं, ठीक है. अच्छा, the first four, ahimsa, asteya, apagriha, and satya, they were given by the 23rd Tirthankara, that is Paraswanath. The last one, Brahmacharya, that was given by Mahavir. ठीक है. So first teaching of Jainism, three Ratnas. Is this clear? Yes. Ashram system was a stage, the different stages of life. You have to remain celibate, concentrate only on your studies. ठीक है. बाकी in the life as a householder, you will have to perform all these duties. अच्छा. Then comes the idea of Sayadvad or Anekantvad. What is this? Not polytheism. It said that human perception is by nature flawed. Human understanding is by nature incomplete. Therefore, human logic, fallible or infallible? Fallible. ठीक है? It is also going to be flawed. For example, हाँ, ये लिखा है तो क्या है? 6 लिखा है. उल्टा करो तो 9 होगा. तो कौन सही है? यू और मी. यू आर सेइंग 6, आई वाज सेइंग कि मैं बहुत शातिर हूँ, मैंने उल्टा 9 लिखा है. पीपल डोंट नो, राइट? सो मे बी योर पर्सपेक्टिव इज ट्रू, मे बी माई पर्सपेक्टिव इज ट्रू. ठीक है. तो इट कैन बी ईदर ट्रू और नॉन ट्रू. और अगर किसी बाहर क्लास के बाहर जा करके बोलो कि बोर्ड पे उन्होंने 6 लिखा था या 9 लिखा था, he won't know. It may be true, it may not be true, right? And finally, again, can't say कि I am not in a position to say, I am not going to give my judgment. It may either be 6 or it may be a 9. Then अगर बाहर किसी संतोष सर से आके पूछते हो, उनको मेरी शक्ल अगर भूली लगती है, मेरी बात मान रहे हैं, तो he would say, I cannot say for sure, but probably he is speaking the truth. लेकिन अगर he has a negative attitude towards me, he is going to say, I cannot say for sure, but whatever he is speaking, झूठ ही बोल रहा होगा. ठीक है, शक्ल ही ऐसी है. And finally, you have truth, non-truth, cannot say. So at one point you are going to believe it is true, at one point you are going to believe it is non-true, and therefore it is going to lead to a lot of confusion. ठीक है. But Mahavir related it through a fable, the fable of blind man and the elephant. वो आप लोगों को पता होगा सबको. I am not going to repeat that. And then we have the 5 stages of knowledge. So what is the supreme stage of knowledge? Kaivalya, that is conquering the senses. But ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि अभी नया नवेला आके आप सीधे कैवल्य वाली स्टेज पे जंप मार जाओ. अगेन वीडियो गेम्स में भी देखा होगा, अलग अलग लेवल्स को क्रॉस करके जाना होता है, राइट? यहाँ पे भी देर आर 5 सक्सेसिव लेवल्स. श्रुति, मति, अब्धि, मना, प्राया एंड कैवल्य. श्रुति इज नॉलेज विच इज एक्वायर्ड बाय हियरिंग. मैं यहाँ पे कुछ कुछ बोल रहा हूँ, कुछ कुछ आप लोगों को समझ में आ रहा हो, दैट इज श्रुति नॉलेज. मति, दैट इज कॉमन सेंस. So it is inherent in every human being, but it is not easily accessible. For attaining this, you also have to receive certain training. intellectual as well as spiritual. Then Avadhi, तो यहाँ पे we make the transition from realism towards mysticism. What is Avadhi? Knowledge about distant events. तो यहाँ से बैठे बैठे पता लग जाएगा what is happening in Mukherjee Nagar without any phone, without any TV. ठीक है? Then Manapraya, that is knowledge of others' hearts and minds. You can read the hearts and minds of other people. And finally, Kaivalya, that is supreme knowledge which is acquired by conquering the senses. Alright, at each stage, you will require the guidance of a spiritual and intellectual mentor. Therefore, the role of the guru is also emphasized. Okay, ये तो हो गया teachings of Jainism. Now, the Jain philosophy. So, what was the attitude of Mahavir towards God, universe, the nature of the soul, life after death, and the path to salvation? ये discuss करना है हमें. So, according to Vardhaman Mahavir, do gods exist or not? They exist, but they are not the supreme beings. They are inferior to the Tirthankras. Because they are not supreme beings, can they be the creators of the universe? No, they cannot be the creators of the universe. Now, modern organized religion, it always emphasizes on a monotheistic, all-powerful God. Okay? And therefore, most modern day historians consider Jainism to be an atheistic or agnostic religion because the agency, the power of God has been denied over here. Atheist is somebody who भगवान में मानता नहीं है, rejects the existence of God. ठीक है? And agnostic is somebody who not questions, who is not concerned with the existence or non-existence of God. ठीक है? तो antagonistic is when you are contrarian, कि मैं अगर कुछ बोल रहा हूँ तो आप बोलो कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं दूसरा. That is antagonistic. We are saying agnostic. ठीक है? अच्छा, nature of the universe. Did God create universe? No. So there is no creator of the universe. If it hasn't been created, it may not be destroyed. Hence, it is permanent. It is eternal. Does that mean that universe is also immutable, unchangeable? No. It is ever changing. It is governed by the universal law. Universal law के details आपको जरूरत नहीं है जानने की. You simply have to say that it says that because of the interaction between living and non-living beings, the universe is always in a state of flux. It witnesses successive phases of rise and decline. That is Utsarpani and Avsarpani. ठीक है? Utsarpani is the phase of rise and Avsarpani is the stage of decline. Nature of the soul. So, according to Mahavir, everything, whether living or non-living, everything has a soul. Okay? So, the entire universe is full of soul. And what is that thing which is common to everything with a soul? Dard. Okay? So, wherever there is soul, there is going to be suffering. So, according to him, the entire universe is also full of suffering. अभी सबसे बड़ा टेंशन क्या है? लिम्स, राइट? तो दर्द है, सफरिंग है, हो जाता है तो उसके बाद और बड़ा टेंशन मीन्स, राइट? सिमिलरली इफ आई एम स्टैंडिंग ऑन दिस फ्लोर, आई हैव बीन स्टैंडिंग फॉर द पास्ट 4 आवर्स, तो मेरे पैर में दर्द हो रहा है, बट द फ्लोर मेरे 100 किलो के वजन के अंदर, दैट इज ऑल्सो ग्रोनिंग, राइट? सो दिस इज द आइडिया ओवर हियर. बोथ लिविंग एज वेल एज non-living things have a soul, and wherever there is soul, there is going to be suffering. All right. The idea of life after death. So, as far as your soul continues to exist, तब तक क्या होगा? You are always going to be in a constant state of suffering. Therefore, what do you have to do? You have to attain nirvana. That is, you have to end the cycle of birth and rebirth. Now, according to Mahavir, if this is the soul, your actions, that is karma, is going to create a cosmic imprint. ठीक है? So, if you are ever wounded, कोई injury होता है, तो scabs form होते हैं on your skin, right? When that scab heals, a scar is going to be left behind. So, your karma leaves these cosmic scars on your soul, okay, which accumulate around your soul in the form of a cosmic matter known as Pudgala. Alright, because of this cosmic imprint, because of this cosmic matter, your soul is trapped in the cycle of birth and rebirth. Alright, what is the reason behind the accumulation of Pudgala? Your karma, both good and bad. ठीक है? अच्छा, in order to liberate your soul, what do you have to do? You have to destroy the accumulated karma, the bad karma. How? By compensating for it with good karma and by not performing any bad karma in the future. If you are able to do this, then your soul is going to return to a stage of nothingness or shunyata, and in this stage it is going to be liberated. ठीक है? How to achieve this? So first of all, you should follow the three ratnas. ठीक है? Right faith, right knowledge, faith and conduct. Panch Mahavratas you have to follow. You have to live the life of an ascetic so that your cosmic imprint is minimized, so that you are not adding any new cosmic matter around your soul. You also have to perform penance. तो पश्चाताप करना पड़ेगा पुराने sins के लिए, for which you are going to have to give up wearing clothes. You are going to have to perform kesh lochan, that is pulling out your hair, and you'll have to perform sallekna or santhara, that is starving yourself to death. ठीक है? तो teachings and philosophy of Jainism, any doubts? Jain sects, two important sects, कौन से? Digambra and Shvetambra. When did this distinction emerge? During the reign of Chandragupta Maurya. So in Chandragupta Maurya's reign, there was a massive famine in the Magad region. So Chandragupta Maurya, along with a few Jain monks led by Bhadrabahu, he migrated towards the south. कहाँ पे जाके settle हुए? Karnataka, Shravan Belgola. Over there, what did Chandragupta Maurya do? Performed Santhara or Sallekna. ठीक है? अच्छा. 12 years later, Bhadrabahu and his followers, they returned to Magad, to Patliputra, and they saw over there that the people who had remained behind, they have now started corrupting the practice of Jainism. कैसे? They have become more accepting of luxury, and they have also started wearing clothes. Which color clothes? White clothes. ठीक है? So from this point onwards, a distinction is going to appear. Those who wore the white clothes, they are going to be known as Shvetambars. Shvet means white and Ambar means to wear, and Dig means the sky or space. So the sky is their cloth, right? They are not wearing any cloth. They are going around naked. Now, within both Digambar and Shvetambar, there are some subsects as well. So within Digambar, we have the Mool Sangha or the original community. The other subsects of Digambar are Terapanthi, Taranpanthi and Beespanthi. Similarly, among the Shvetambars, we have two separate subsects, the Sthanakvasis and the Murti Pujaks. Alright. Now, those people who had remained behind in Patliputra, who was their leader? Tulbhadra. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, once Bhadrabahu and his followers, they accused Stulbhadra and his followers of corrupting the practices of Jainism, the Shvetambar monks, they responded by trying to compile the teachings of Vardhaman Mahavir. Where was this done? First Buddhist council at Patliputra. ठीक है? This was, sorry, Jain monks. इतना मत पकड़िए, ठीक है? Jain monks. Patliputra में first Buddhist council हुआ. A new corpus of literature was created. This was known as the Purvas. ठीक है? However, they were destroyed later on. They were lost to time. Then, in the 5th century CE, about 800 years later, Shvetambar monks once again congregated at the second Jain council. Where? Vallabhi, Gujarat. Over there, they recompiled the teachings of Vardhaman Mahavir. So a new body of literature was created. इसका नाम क्या था? Angas, right? The Angas have a number of commentaries written upon them, known as the Upangas. All right. Acha. Then, do the Digambar sect people accept the authorities of these Purvas, Angas, and Upangas? No. They have promised, they have said that at a future date, we are going to recollect the original teachings of Vardhaman Mahavir. And according to them, the last person to remember them correctly was Bhadrabahu, who died shortly after Chandragupta Maurya. ठीक है, तो अभी तक ये नहीं किया है, so that your syllabus remains limited. कर देंगे तो syllabus बढ़ जाएगा. ठीक है, is this clear? Jain contribution to art and literature. So the earliest surviving works of literature, manuscripts written in India, belong to the Jain corpus. Which language? Prakrit. Which script? Brahmi script. What was the material on which these works were written? Palm leaves, right? And they were bound together in a pothi form. So thus emerged the manuscript form of palm leaf pothi. Okay? This continued for a long period of time, and later on, small paintings as book illustrations were also added. So it was under the influence of Jainism that Indian miniature or Indian book art also started. Most famous example, Chaur Panchashekha. It was written by a Kashmiri poet and painter. कौन? Bilhana. When? 12th century. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, Jainism also made great contributions to different arts such as architecture, painting, etc. I am sure आपने art and culture में ये सब cover किया होगा. ठीक है? Such as the Mathura, Amravati and Gupta schools of sculpture. It is also visible in temple architecture. At which place? Dilwara, the Sitanavasal caves, paintings, etc. Right. Number of rulers also patronized Jain art, such as Chandragupta Maurya, King Kharvel of the Chetty dynasty. Then it was also patronized by the prosperous trading community of Rajasthan and Gujarat and Karnataka. ठीक है? Chetty dynasty. वो छेदी, that was the महाजनपद. ठीक है, छेदी महाजनपद था, that is different. हाँ, जैन्स का अर्लीस्ट लिटरेचर वही पूर्वज. नहीं, तो अर्लीस्ट सर्वाइविंग मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स, दैट मीन्स manuscripts means original works which were created during the 5th century. They survived to this date. So these were the Angas and Upangas. Okay. Now, some details about the founder of Buddhism. क्या नाम था? सिद्धार्थ, also known as Gautam, later known as Buddha. ठीक है. अच्छा, where was he born? At Lumbini in the city state of Kapilvastu. What was his varna? Kshatriya. And the name of his clan? Sakya. Right. Relatives? Father? Shuddhodhan. Birth mother? Mahamaya. Died after childbirth. Right. Then his father married her sister. That was Gautami. Gautami raised him. It is after him that Gautam was named as well. Wife? Yashodhara. Son? Rahul. Without Gandhi. ठीक है? हाँ, राहुल. किसमें? हिंदी में, इंग्लिश में? इंग्लिश में भी वही है. तो राम को भी रामा लिखते हैं अंग्रेज, तो राहुल आप लिख सकते हैं. Anyway, now there is a story associated with the birth of Buddha. क्या स्टोरी है? हाँ, कि एक सपना देखा his birth mother ने. In that she saw a white elephant wading into a lotus pool. ठीक है, तो उस समय इस तरह की चीज़ों पर बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस किया जाता था. So the birth mother went to the chief priest in order to interpret it. क्या interpretation दिया chief priest ने? हाँ, so either he is going to surpass his father in glory as a king, or he is going to become a great renunciant and teacher. So इसके बाद से Buddha was kept very sheltered, confined within a gilded palace. ठीक है, never allowed to leave home. एक दिन गलती से he left home. At what age? 29. And he saw 4 sights which completely changed his life. These are known as the 4 sights of the Buddha. क्या क्या देखा? An old man, a sick man, a dead body and a smiling monk. तो ये ऐसा नहीं है कि एक बुढ़ा आदमी था जो बीमार पड़ गया और मर गया. These were 3 different people. ठीक है? And finally we have a smiling monk as well. So what did Buddha observe in his first 3 sights? Suffering. And in the 4th sight, a ray of hope. ठीक है? क्या hope मिला? That he is probably happy because he does not have anything. I should also become a renunciant. So after that, what did Buddha do? Left his home. This event in his life is known as Mahabhinishkraman. ठीक है? Yeah. With whom did he leave? Alone? No. Channa and Kanthak. Who was Channa? Person who was riding the chariot, and Kanthak was the horse. Very good. सब तो पता है आप लोगों को. सब क्यों बैठ के सुन रहे हो? अच्छा. How long had Vardhaman Mahavir wandered for? 12 years. Buddha would wander for 6 years. ठीक है? At the end of these 6 years, he would sit down on the banks of which river? The Niranjana river, presently known as the Falgu river. Where? At Gaya in Bihar. Under which tree? A peepal tree. How many days would he meditate for? 49. 50 नहीं, 50 minus 1. ठीक है? 49. ठीक है. So he would meditate at the age of 35 for 49 days. And finally he would attain nirvana, that is enlightenment. तो इसके बाद से क्या बन गए? बुद्धा. ठीक है? जिनको नहीं मिला वो बुद्धू. राइट? अच्छा. Now, after having attained enlightenment, he wanted to reconfirm whether his achievement was real or not. Okay? So, once again, he meditated for 49 days. Now, this time around, the entire universe knew that his enlightenment was imminent. So, all the gods, goddesses, they started sending blessings. आवाज आने लगी धूमता ना 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 ना, right? And clouds opened up, सब कुछ हुआ. So, there was a demon who became very jealous of his impending enlightenment. क्या नाम था? Mara. So he tried to disrupt Buddha's concentration time and time again. कैसे? First, he took the disguise of a messenger and came and told Buddha that your entire family has been kidnapped by your cousins and they are about to put them to death. Then when Buddha still remained in concentration, a huge earthquake he sent. Everything shook. Buddha remained seated. A huge flood after this. Everything was swept away. Buddha again remained steadfast. When nothing worked, then Mara sent his 3 beautiful daughters to Buddha to do kata laga in front of him. Okay? And Buddha again remained steadfast. All right? And यहाँ पे क्यों बता रहा हूँ मैं ऐसे? Because you remember Vishwamitra. Over there only one Apsara had come and his concentration had been violated. But Buddha was able to withstand 3 different. ठीक है? तो he was more superior. So this idea of establishing moral and intellectual superiority you will find in ancient religions as well. All right. After this, after having attained enlightenment for the second time, what was the first action that Buddha did? He touched the ground. ठीक है? यूपीएससी ने इसके ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया है. तो वन ऑफ द फेमस हैंड जेस्चर्स ऑफ द बुद्धा फाउंड इन द गुप्ता स्कल्पचर is Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. So he was calling Mother Earth to attention and calling her to witness his steadfastness and how he remained steadfast in face of all the machinations, the allurements, inducements given by Mara. ठीक है? So he was calling her to witness these things. So after attaining enlightenment, what did he do now? Again, he would start preaching. First sermon delivered by him to 5 Brahmin monks, 5 disciples. Most famous among them, Anand and Upali. At which place? Sarnath. This event in Buddha's life is known as Dharma Chakra Pravartan, setting the wheel into motion. Right. Now, also he remained throughout his life in the Middle Gangetic Valley, preached and lived over here only, never left here. So there was a question, did Gandhara ever visit Avanti and Gandhar? Say, did Buddha ever visit Avanti and Gandhar? तो उसका नहीं होगा. ठीक है. He always remained in this region itself. अच्छा, where did he die? At कुशीनगर. कहाँ पे है? यूपी में. This event is known as परिनिर्वाण और महापरिनिर्वाण. ठीक है. So this notation is also there. In the Buddhist context, Nirvana refers to enlightenment, whereas for Jains, Kaivalya is enlightenment, while Nirvana is freedom from rebirth. ठीक है. So I am ending the class now. I have another class in a few minutes. जो उसके लिए जाना है अब. हाँ, half an hour. I have to travel across town. North Campus जाना है इसके लिए. ठीक है. So letting you guys know. Go now. कल मिलते हैं. Please request them to give you the other notes also. कल आने से पहले पहले उनको बोल दीजिए कि प्लीज प्रिंट करवा के रखेंगे. ठीक है. All right. Online students. अच्छा, was the group under Bhadrabahu called Shvetambars? Yes, no, the group under Bhadrabahu came to be later known as the Digambars. ठीक है. The people who had remained behind, so they were under Sthulbhadra. S से Sthulbhadra, S से Shvetambar and S से stayed behind. So इस तरह से याद कर लो. Bhadrabahu भाग गया था. So right, so he was the one who had migrated and his followers were known as Digambars. Anything else? एक मिनट. Aryan invasion hasn't been proven. It has been in fact disproved. We know for certain that people, the Aryans did not migrate to India at once. They came to India in various stages. ठीक है जी. All right then guys. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All right. Good morning everyone and welcome back to class. Now in our last class we had talked about some important events in the Buddha's life. And now we have to talk about the teachings and philosophy of Buddhism. So teachings of Buddhism, first of all, the 4 Arya Satyas, that is the 4 noble truths. है ना? क्या क्या है ये? That the world is full of dukkha, that is suffering or sorrow. Then he has given the reason for dukkha. What is it? The second one, that is Trishna, desire. Then he has, you can say, ignited a flame of hope. There is a way to extinguish Trishna, right? And finally, he has given the solution. That way is the Ashtangika Marg. Kya hai Ashtangika Marg? The 8-fold path. All right. So, 8-fold path. क्या क्या चीजें आती हैं इसमें? VRS, पता है ना VRS? वॉलंटरी रिटायरमेंट फ्रॉम सर्विस. और क्लर्क ऐसे होता है ना, CLERK, के जगह पे M कर दो. ठीक है. सो राइट विजन, राइट रिकलेक्शन, राइट स्पीच, राइट कॉन्डक्ट, राइट लाइवलीहुड, राइट एफर्ट, राइट रीजन एंड राइट मेडिटेशन. है ना. सो दीज आर दी 8-fold paths. Right resolve or right sorry. हाँ, फाइल पे जाके क्या? ठीक है. All right. So these are the teachings of Buddhism, the four Arya Satyas, including the Ashtangika Marg. Now the Buddhist philosophy. What did Buddha say about God? He did not say anything. He remained silent when asked about the existence or nature of God. All right. So similar to Jainism, Buddhism is also considered to be an atheistic or agnostic religion. All right. However, according to the Buddha, the universe was created and it will be destroyed. Therefore, it is mortal and not eternal. All right. Now, according to the Buddha, the soul is also mortal, right? It is also going to die along with the body. So, does the Buddhism believe in the transmigration of soul? Yes, it does. So it is not actually the soul which transmigrates, it is consciousness or chetna. ठीक है? So which becomes the medium for rebirth. Similar to Jainism, what is the reason why an individual remains trapped in the cycle of birth and rebirth? Due to his karma. So nirvana can be attained once you liberate the soul from your karma. All right. Acha, a person who has already attained nirvana may also attain parinirvana. Parinirvana in Buddhism means death. All right. So in the case of the Buddha, it was also known as Mahaparinirvana. All right. Now, those who have attained enlightenment may not attain parinirvana. They may choose not to attain parinirvana. Rather, they may choose to stay behind in the cycle of birth and rebirth in order to guide others onto the path of enlightenment. Such enlightened beings are known as bodhisattvas. All right. Clear hai? Teachings and philosophy of Jainism. Any doubts? Right. All right. Now we talk about Buddhist literature. Now, what is the lingua franca of Buddhism? Prakrit. He used to preach in Prakrit. Buddha used to preach in Prakrit. The literary form of Prakrit became Pali. So, most Buddhist literature has been written either in Pali or Prakrit. But later, under the influence of Mahayana Buddhism, a lot of Sanskrit Buddhist literature was also created. After Buddhism spread to Sri Lanka and China, a lot of Sinhala and Chinese Buddhist literature was also created. Alright, so in multiple languages, Buddhist literature exists. Buddha himself preached in the Prakrit language using the Ardhmagdi dialect. Buddhist literature mostly compiled in the early Christian centuries, that is 1st to 5th century CE, and among them, the three Pitakas or three baskets in Pali are the holiest. Alright, so why are they called the three Pitakas, three baskets? When they were compiled for the first time, they were written down on leaves. All right, and these leaves were then collected in a basket. So three different works, three different baskets, three pitakas. The what are the three pitakas? Sutta Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka, and the Vinay Pitaka. Right. Now the Sutta Pitaka. What is the subject matter? It contains the teachings of Buddha. All right. Now it was composed in the first Buddhist council and is supposed to have been recited by his favorite disciple Anand. All right. It is divided into five nikayas or five volumes. क्या क्या है ये? Digha Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, Samyutta Nikaya, Anguttara Nikaya, and Khuddaka Nikaya. All right. The Khuddaka Nikaya also consists of the Jataka tales. What are the Jataka tales? Tales about the previous births of the Buddha. Second one, the Vinay Pitak, right? It was also composed during the first Buddhist council, and this one was recited by Upali. Remember, these were the people who received the first sermon. Kahan pe? Sarnath pe. All right. Now, what does it consist of? The rules of the Sangha. What is the Sangha? The monastic order. Okay? So, an order of Buddhist monks that is known as the Buddhist Sangha. What was the place where the Buddhist monks used to live? Vihars. Okay? And where did they worship? Chaityas. All right. Now, many viharas were located in the present day Middle Ganga Valley. Therefore, उसका नाम अब क्या पड़ गया है? बिहार पड़ गया है. All right. So there is a link between this. Now, it consisted of rules for the Sangha, specifically to be observed by the bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. These were the monks and the nuns. All right. Now, what was the attitude of the Buddha towards the entry of women into the Sangha? Positive or negative? Initially it was negative. Then he was later convinced by Anand and then Gautami. All right. So Buddha had very famously commented that the Sangha was supposed to have lasted for 1,000 years. Now that women are there, it is going to last only for 500 years. Okay. So you can make of it whatever you want. Now, some of the important rules. Kya rules the? That the Buddhist monks and nuns have to reside in the viharas. They have to pray in the chaityas. They have to sleep on the floor. They can eat only one meal a day. How do they have to make their livelihood? By begging for alms. Right. They cannot preach during which season? The monsoon season. Why? बारिश हो रही है तो भीग जाएंगे? नहीं, कीचड़ विचड़ नहीं. See, it was the sowing season, right, for the cultivators, and if they were to tread into the fields, then the crops would be destroyed. So Buddha was very mindful of the economic aspirations of the people also. Then after the rainy season ended, they had to perform a ceremony known as Pavaran, in which they had to confess all of their sins that they had committed while staying in the viharas during the rainy season. All right. It also regulated entry of people into the Sangha. Who could not become a member of the Sangha? Minors, specifically children under 15, and those people who were facing criminal charges. तो ऐसा नहीं हो सकता that if you are facing criminal charges, you go into the Sangha कि आज से तो I have given everything up, I am under the protection of the Sangha. That is not going to be possible. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, next we have the Abhidhamma Pitak. When was it composed? It received its final shape during the Third Buddhist Council. Alright, it contains the philosophical aspect of Buddhism. Kya philosophical aspect? The ideas related to metaphysics. Alright, so apart from the three Pitakas, there are certain other important works in different languages, such as the Buddha Charita. It is the first biography on the Buddha, written by Ashwaghosh. Which language? Sanskrit. When was it written? 1st century CE, under the reign of Kanishka. Alright. So Ashwaghosh was one of the famous literary people associated with the court of Kanishka. Then we have the Milind Panho. What is this? It is a dialectical work, right? It is in the form of a dialogue between Milind and Nagsen. Who is Milind? The most powerful and famous Indo-Greek king. In Greek, he is known as Menander, right? Which language? Sanskrit once again. And here, Nagsen answers some of the philosophical questions of Milind and encourages him to finally convert to Buddhism. Alright, then we have some other works such as the Deepavamsa and Mahavamsa. Now, these were written in the Sinhalese languages after Buddhism was popularized in Sri Lanka. By which emissaries? Two very important emissaries went there. Sanghamitra and Mahendra. Who were they? Daughter and son of Ashok. Alright. Now, we have mentioned 4 Buddhist councils, right? So this is a table for each of these 4. So 400 BC, 383 BC, 250 BC and 72 CE. The first Buddhist council was held at Rajgir, organized by Ajatashatru. Second at Vaishali, organized by Kalashok. Third at Patliputra, organized by Ashok. And the fourth in Kashmir at a place called Kundalvan, organized by कनिष्का. याद कैसे रखेंगे? AKAK. ठीक है? अजात शत्रु, कालाशोक, अशोक एंड कनिष्का. All right. Rajgir was the early capital of the Magad, right? Ajatashatru belonged to which dynasty? Haryanka dynasty. His son was Udayan, right? Udayan shifted the capital of Magad to Patliputra, right? So therefore, first could not have been held at Patliputra. Second one was held at Vaishali. Vaishali was that place which is supposed to have been the one of the places, one of the Mahajanpadas, in which Buddha's family was one of the ruling clans as well. Alright, so इस तरह से याद रख सकते हैं. Ashok, Patliputra, and then finally Kundalvan for Kanishka. Alright. Now, each of these councils was presided over by significant Buddhist monks or saints. First one was presided over by Mahakashyapa, Sabakami for the second one, Mogliputta Tissa for the third one, and Ashwaghosh and Vasumitra for the fourth one. All right. Acha. Now, there are certain important developments also which took place in each of these four councils, such as the Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were compiled during the first Buddhist council. In the second Buddhist council, there were certain disagreements within the Sangha regarding some of the rules that they had to follow as per the Vinay Pitaka, and three groups emerged within it. So it was not a total break, but three groups had emerged within the Sangha. These were the Sthavirvadins, Mahasanghikas, and Sarvastivadins. Then during the third Buddhist council, the Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled, and finally during the fourth Buddhist council, a schism took place within Buddhism and two sects emerged. These were Mahayans and Heenyan. Alright. So, two Buddhist sects, Mahayan Buddhism and Heenyan Buddhism. Now, Heenyan Buddhism is the original community, right? People who believed in the earlier teachings of Buddha, original teachings of the Buddha. Mahayan Buddhism was the new sect. When had it emerged? Fourth Buddhist Council, है ना? Now, what were the reasons for this? This was due to the changing practice of Buddhism under the influence of growing affluence within the Sangha. Alright, now the Buddhist Sangha had become a very rich and powerful institution due to royal patronage and patronage by laypersons. It was receiving a lot of donations. Alright, and people within the Sangha were now in two minds, whether to accept the original teachings of Buddha or to respond to their newfound social prestige and economic power. So one group which became very, very powerful responded positively to this. And what did it do? It transformed the teachings of the Buddha in order to create an avenue for maintaining the status quo. That means they wanted to remain in the position of power, in a position of affluence. How could that have been done? By changing the important teachings of the Buddha. For example, under the original teachings of the Buddha, was Buddha seen as a god? No, he was simply a spiritual mentor and a great guru, teacher. Alright. But under Mahayan Buddhism, Buddha was deified, and now idol worship started. The tradition of bhakti began. So, what happened with all of this? With the emergence of bhakti, the emphasis of spiritual exercise was transformed from following the Ashtangika marg, the eightfold path, towards mysticism, right? Acha, if you are creating an idol, then you are going to place it inside a temple. The temple is going to have a wall and a gate. Gate will have a gatekeeper. Entry is going to be regulated and entry fee is going to be charged. So फायदा किसका होगा? Those people who are very powerful within the Sangha. Alright. Because of this, the very nature of Buddhism started to transform. The idea of Bodhisattvas, you remember them? Previous births of the Buddha. Now, they were, the Bodhisattvas, the enlightened people who had delayed enlightenment, that idea was conflated with the Jataka tales, and all previous births of the Buddhas were also deified, right? That they were also equally enlightened. So, apart from worshipping the Buddha as a god, the bodhisattvas also started to be worshipped. Then what was the language in which Buddha had preached? Prakrit. Now the Sangha started to permit and even promote the use of Sanskrit over Prakrit. Alright. Now in this way, it was responding to its newfound affluence. Okay? So Mahayana Buddhism radically different from Heenan Buddhism. Now Buddhism, you will find there are a number of different sects such as Vajrayan, Tantrayan, Mantrayan, etc. Sahajayan. उसकी हमको डिटेल्स नहीं लेनी है. आई एम श्योर आपके आर्ट एंड कल्चर में वो कवर हुआ होगा. ठीक है. नाउ these are the important postulates of Buddhism. Next we come to Buddhist art. So Buddhist art में what are the important things? First the stupas, then the rock cut caves, sculpture and painting. ठीक है. आर्ट एंड कल्चर में ये सब कवर हो चुका है. वेरी गुड. Next, we must talk about the decline of Buddhism. Why did Buddhism decline? Due to a combination of both external as well as internal factors. Which were more important? Internal factors were more important. It is only when you fall sick that you are susceptible to die, right? And why do you fall sick? Because your immunity is weak. The same had happened to Buddhism as well. It had developed a number of internal weaknesses. Why? First of all, it had lost its original identity. Under the influence of Mahayana Buddhism, the same problems that you saw with the later Vedic religion, they had now started to emerge once again. There was a lot of ritualism, mysticism. The practice of the religion had become quite expensive. It was going away from the people. The use of Sanskrit led to its even more unpopularity. Priestly domination, etc. had also increased. Right? Acha. Then at the same time, within Brahmanism, there was a revival because of the emergence of ancient bhakti, such as first of all Bhagavatism and later Vaishnavism. Within Vaishnavism, there is an idea of incarnations. How many incarnations of Vishnu? 10 incarnations. Now, the 9th incarnation is either Balram or Buddha. So, Buddha was also incorporated into the pantheon of Vaishnavism. Therefore, all Buddhists suddenly also became the followers of Vaishnavism. Alright, so it had started to lose its identity. Then, loss of royal patronage, the later dynasties such as the Cholas, the Rajputs, the Guptas, etc., they were more favorable towards Vaishnavism or Shaktiism or Shaivism, etc. Alright, so this was another factor. Then one more factor was that the revival of Brahmanism under the influence of Bhakti had introduced within it a few democratic and egalitarian trends. Therefore, Bhagavatism or Vaishnavism was now more attuned to the needs of the people. It was better suited to fulfill the aspirations of the people. This was happening at a time when Buddhism was becoming more and more out of tune with the aspirations of the people. All right. So, a parallel process is going on. On one side, Buddhism is becoming less and less acceptable. On the other side, Brahmanism is becoming more and more acceptable. Finally, the death blow was served by the advent of Islam in India. Islam was spread in India both through peaceful as well as violent means. The great Buddhist monasteries at Nalanda and Vikramshila were destroyed by बख्तियार खिलजी. पूरा नाम है इख्तियारुद्दीन मोहम्मद बिन बख्तियार खिलजी. ठीक है, एक ही बंदा है. ऑल राइट, सो क्लियर है? सेटिस्फाइड? गुड. Now we come to the Mahajanpada period, right? Now, Mahajanpada age and the Buddha age are one and the same. We have seen the cultural developments. Now we'll see the political developments. What happened towards the end of the later Vedic age? A large number of territorial kingdoms emerged, and finally they assimilated into 16 larger kingdoms. You remember? These were known as the Mahajanpadas. The names of the 16 Mahajanpadas have been mentioned in the Anguttara Nikaya. Anguttara Nikaya याद है? अभी अभी पढ़ा है. It was part of which Pitaka? सूत्र पिटाका, विच नंबर? फोर्थ नंबर है ना। फिफ्थ वाला क्या था? खुद्दका निकाया। नाउ what do we need to know? The names of the 16 Mahajanpadas, where they were situated. Gandhar, Kamboj. Gandhar, Afghanistan, northwestern Punjab, part of Pakistan. Kamboj, Kashmir region, right? Kuru and Panchal, Kuru in Delhi region, Panchal in northwestern UP region. Then we have Matsya and Sursen. Matsya in present day Jaipur, capital was Viratnagar, right? And Sursen in the Mathura region. Then we have Vatsa and Chedi. Vatsa near Allahabad, capital was Kaushambi, and Chedi, this is in central India, MP mein capital was Suktimati. Then Kausal and Kasi. Kausal, it was the region around Ayodhya. So Ayodhya was known by another name, that is Saket as well. It had another capital, that is Sravasti. Kasi near Banaras. Banaras was also known by the name Rajghat, so that was the capital. Then we have Malla and Vajji. Malla and Vajji are in northern portion of Bihar, right? Pavapuri and Vaishali, so eastern UP, northern Bihar. We have then Magad and Anga. Magad's early capital, Rajgir, later capital, Patliputra. Anga is on the border between Bengal and Bihar. Capital was Champa, present day Bhagalpur. Then we have Avanti and Asmaka. These are beyond the Ganga Valley. कहाँ पे है Avanti? Along the Narmada Valley. Capitals were Ujjain and Mahesmati. So two different capitals. And Asmaka was located between the Narmada and the Godavari rivers. Right? Its capital was Potali. ठीक है? Buddha died in Malla. You can see that Pavapuri. Now, not all of these 16 Mahajanpadas were kingdoms. 5 of them were republics or ganas. कौन से? Kamboj, Kuru, Panchal, Malla and Vajji. By the word republic, I don't mean that the rulers were elected. Rather, they were governed by a council of the powerful people. A few aristocratic families were the most powerful over there, and they used to govern these states in council. Okay? 5 of these were the most powerful: Magad, Avanti, Vajji, Kausal and Kashi. Right? Finally, among them, Magad and Avanti emerged as the two important contenders for an all India empire. And who finally emerged victorious? Magad. Which dynasty? Shishunag dynasty. Which king? Kal Ashok. So you can add this point over here. Kal Ashok of the Shishunag dynasty finally defeated Avanti. So these states fought with each other for almost 200 years. Finally, Magad emerged victorious. Now, 6 important dynasties which ruled over Magad. Correct chronological order: earliest one, Haryanka dynasty, then Shishunag dynasty, Nanda dynasty, Mauryas, Shungas, and the Kanva dynasty. First of all, the Haryanka dynasty. Alright. First of all, the Haryanka dynasty. Important rulers: Bimbisar and Ajatshatu. Third ruler, Udayan. ठीक है? So Bimbisar and Ajatshatu were contemporaries of the Buddha. Alright. Now Bimbisar, he was also the brother-in-law of Mahavir, Vardhaman Mahavir. His first matrimonial alliance was with Kaushal. So one very important aspect of Magadhan polity was that they made matrimonial alliances with enemy states in order to neutralize them, make allies out of them, and then focus upon conquering other regions. When the other regions had been neutralized, then they would turn against their own allies and then conquer them. ठीक है? So very strategic one. अच्छा, He defeated Brahmadatta of Anga and annexed it. Anga कहाँ पे था relative to Magad? East or west? Bengal और बिहार के border पे to the east. Right. Now Bimbisar was assassinated by his son Ajatashatru. Alright. Ajatashatru is the next king. Now during his reign, he conquered both Kausal and Vaishali. Vaishali was just to the north of Magad and Kausal was further to the west of Magad. Alright. Now he is believed to have been a follower of Jainism but later embraced Buddhism. He is supposed to also have met Buddha and discussed some political and spiritual matters with him. Very famous set of sculptures at Bharat. Here, this meeting has been depicted in sculpture as well. So, his meeting with the Buddha has been depicted in the Bharat sculptures. Right. So, these are a set of sculptures on the Bharat Stupa. Acha. Now, he was instrumental in convening the first Buddhist council soon after the Buddha's death. कहाँ पे? राजगीर में. ठीक है. Now, Ajatashatru had killed his father and Ajatashatru was then later killed by his son Udayan. ठीक है. अच्छा, Udayan shifted the capital to Patliputra. So this also you may add. Next important dynasty, Shishunag dynasty. Two important rulers, Shishunag and Kalashok. It was under the rule of this dynasty that Avanti was finally defeated under the rule of Kalashok. And Kalashok also convened the second Buddhist council, where Vaishali. What was the important development during the second Buddhist council? Some important differences emerged within the the Sangha over the rules of the Vinay Pitak, and three groups emerged. कौन से? Mahasanghikas, Sthavirvadins and Sarvastivadins. Alright. Acha. Then we have the Nandas. Out of all the dynasties so far, the Nandas were supposed to be the most powerful. The greatest ruler was Mahapadmananda. He conquered a number of territories in the northwestern portion of India, which were ruled by a number of Kshatriya rulers. Alright. And after this, he was the first ruler of Magad to assume the title of emperor. So, first Magadhan emperor, that was Mahapadmananda. Right. What did he call himself? Ekrat. ठीक है. अच्छा. Now he has also been mentioned in the Hathi Gunfa inscription attributed to Kharvel, the ruler of Kalinga. Which dynasty? Cheti dynasty. ठीक है. Over here, the Hathi Gunfa inscription informs us that Mahapadmananda was also the first Magadhan ruler to conquer the region of Kalinga. ठीक है. अच्छा. He is also believed to have constructed an embankment on the Mahanadi river. So Mahanadi river was notorious for frequent flooding and he made an embankment, a dam over it. Then the last ruler was Dhanananda. He was also a powerful emperor, but his rule was quite unpopular due to his exploitative policies, especially his tax oppression. Alright, now he was supplanted by the Mauryan dynasty. Which ruler? Chandragupta Maurya, with the help of Chanakya or Vishnugupta. It was in his reign that Alexander also invaded India. ठीक है? Who was the ruler of Magad when Alexander invaded India? Anand. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now we have to see why out of the 16 Mahajanpatas, it was only Magad which was able to create an all India empire and not the other ones. So Magad enjoyed a number of geographical advantages which gave it a strategic, economic, political edge over its contemporaries. It also prepared the ideological grounds for empire. Kaise? What were these geographical advantages? First of all, most fertile portion of the Gangetic plains it was there. How did this help Magad? Surplus was large, therefore They could maintain a large army. Very good. What else? So nearby were large deposits of coal and iron. These were very useful for the instrument of war. ठीक है? अच्छा, what else? So there were a number of thick forests in the vicinity, right? From there you received both timber as well as elephants. Timber for building palaces, for building forts, and elephants for फाइटिंग, ठीक है, इन दी वॉर। अच्छा, आप क्या बता रही थी अभी मैम? सराउंडेड बाय हिल्स। सो सराउंडेड बाय हिल्स क्या था? कौन सा कैपिटल? राजगीर, नॉट पाटलिपुत्र। या राजगीर वाज सराउंडेड बाय 5 hills, so it was naturally fortified. And पटना, पाटलिपुत्र, that is surrounded by 3 rivers. कौन कौन से? एंड तीसरा वाला हमेशा भूल जाते हो, कौन सा? नहीं, गंगा, सोन एंड पुनपुन, ठीक है। So its capitals were also strategically located. Ganga, Son and Punpun. Yeah, PUN, PUN. अभी भी यही रिवर्स है। हाँ हाँ, अभी भी यही नाम है। अच्छा, what other advantages did Magad enjoy? केपेबल रूलर्स थे, तो अभी देखा कि कैसे मैट्रिमोनियल अलायंसेस कर रहे थे। दे वर वेरी अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक, दे टुक एडवांटेज ऑफ द सिचुएशन व्हिच वाज evolving, so their contribution was also there. What else? This was a period when trade was happening quite briskly, right, between different parts of India and between India and Southeast Asia. Magad kahan pe located hai? It is located at the crossroads of two very important trade routes which connected North India with South India and East India with West India. So it also benefited from its location regarding the trade routes. How? First of all, its location encouraged a lot of trade and commerce, right? So prosperity increased. Secondly, it could also collect tolls and taxes across all trade that were passing through its borders. Again, the resources and the organizing capacity of the state increased. What else? और क्या advantage है? एक cultural ideological advantage भी था. What was that? This was the region where heterodox sects such as Jainism, Buddhism, the Ajivikas, etc., they were most popular. This was possible because it was outside the cultural zone of the Vedic civilization, that is Aryavarta. Had Magad been located in the heartland of Aryavarta, would these sects have been allowed to prosper, flourish? नहीं हो पाते. And the importance, the rising popularity of these sects, it also provided an impetus for empire building. How? Emphasis on Varna was less. Therefore, people from all backgrounds could participate in the military. Acha. Then the Varnashram Dharma system, the rigid ritualism, cattle sacrifices, etc., they were antithetical to the interests of both cultivators as well as the Gahapatis. Who were the Gahapatis? The rich merchants. All right. Therefore, their distance from Brahmanism also allowed them to create the wherewithal in order to form a large empire. Okay? So you can write Gahapatis. Uttarapath and Dakshinapath. These were the east one. These were the trade routes connecting north to south, and the ones connecting west to east were known as Paschimapath and Prachyapath. ठीक है? Now, Uttarapath, Dakshinapath, Paschimapath, Prachyapath, they were also the names for the Mauryan provinces. Alright, so don't get confused. नाम same है, meanings दो अलग-अलग हैं. Alright. Prachyapath connected places such as Tosali up to Patliputra. Tosali on the Kalinga coast. ठीक है? Gahapatis, who were they? They were the rich merchants. All right. So is this clear? Why it was Magad who emerged as the first empire? Then we talk about Alexander's invasion. कब आया था इंडिया? 324 BC to 326 to 324 BC, right? So where had he come from? Macedonia. कहाँ पे है? Present day Greece, near Greece, right? So now it is a separate country. Acha, why had he come? Because he had a dream of conquest, right? So he had been on an expedition over 9 years. For the last 9 years, he had been conquering the entire known world. He had destroyed one great Parsi civilization. Which empire? The Achaemenid Empire had been completely destroyed by him. He had established 20 cities, all named after him. Alexandria naam tha, right? The easternmost was Alexandria Escatae. That means Alexandria of the East. Alexandria Escatae. ठीक है, कहाँ पे है ये? नो नो, अफगानिस्तान में. ठीक है, Afghanistan was the easternmost portion of his empire. It later became the core for which country? Which kingdom? Bactria. ठीक है, the Bactrians. Anyway, तो ये बताओ कि इंडिया में किस रास्ते से आया ये? To the Khyber Pass. What was the kingdom that he first encountered? Gandhar, right? Capital? Takshila. Who was the king? Ambi. Along the banks of which river did they fight? They did not fight. They did fight. Along the they did fight along the Indus river. ठीक है, तो Indus, Jhelum. तो Indus पे fight किया, then he crossed the Jhelum later. All right. In India, which river did he invade up to? Beas, known in Greek as Hyphasis. ठीक है, अच्छा. Most famous battle was against Porus of which kingdom? Purus. ठीक है, Purus. अच्छा. Their battle was along the banks of which river? Hydaspes. That is Jhelum. So along the banks of the Jhelum river, battle of the Hydaspes was fought. What was the outcome? Porus was defeated. How do we know all of this? Not only Megasthenes. He had come not alone but with two famous historians. कौन कौन? Aristobulus and Anacicrates. ठीक है, यहाँ पे नाम लिखे हुए हैं in mark. Aristobulus and Anacicrates. अच्छा. Now, what did he do with Porus after defeating him? He restored him to the throne. So very famous event recorded by Aristobulus and Anacicrates also. मार दिया जाए या छोड़ दिया जाए, बोल तेरे साथ क्या सुलूक किया जाए. This is exactly what Alexander asked Porus after Porus was brought in front of him in chains. So what did Porus reply? You should treat me as if a king is meeting another king. So Alexander was very impressed and he simply restored him to the throne as his own military general. Okay? So Porus was incorporated into the Macedonian military. And what were the generals of Macedonia known as? Strategos. ठीक है, इंडिया में क्या बोलते थे इनको? क्षत्रपास. ठीक है. So these were the military governors or military generals left behind by the Greeks. Alexander had conquered an empire which covered all of Persia, Turkey, Central Asia and Arabia. ठीक है. He had also conquered some parts of the Indus Valley. Could he have ruled all of this on his own? No. Therefore, wherever he conquered, he left behind military governors or strategos. What happened after the death of Alexander? So these people, they completely divided, destroyed the empire. They decided to cannibalize it, divide it among themselves, right? The Sasanians, the Bactrians, etc., the Ptolemies were all descendants of these strategos. ठीक है. अच्छा. What was Alexander known as in India? सिकंदर तो फारसी में बोलते हैं, अरबिक में अल सिकंदर, राइट. और इंडिया में अलेक्जेंद्र. ठीक है, तो देसी बॉय वाला नाम डाल दिया, अलेक्जेंद्र, है ना. अच्छा. आफ्टर हैविंग डिफीटेड पोरस, he was forced to turn back, not invade India any further. Why? देखो, his soldiers were forcing him to return. They had firstly been on military expedition over the last 9 years, so they were quite homesick. डर ये था कि वापस जाएंगे तो बच्चे पहचानने से इनकार कर देंगे, अंकल कह के बुलाएंगे, राइट. और there was another problem. The climate of India was very unsuitable for the Greek physiology. कैसा है यहाँ का climate? Hot and humid, right? मच्छर भी काटते होंगे रात में. So it was quite uncomfortable to them. And finally, they had heard the stories of the strong army of the Nandas. Who was the Nanda ruler? Dhanananda. ठीक है, तो इस वजह से he went back. Last river up to which he came, Beas, that is the Hyphasis. And इसके बाद से कहाँ गया? Towards Babylon, right? Which road did he go to Babylon by? Through Sindh, then Balochistan, and then to Persia onwards, right? He died at Babylon at age 32. ठीक है. Hyphasis और Hydaspes अलग अलग है बिल्कुल. Hydaspes is the Jhelum, Hyphasis is Beas. What were the effects, outcome of this invasion? It made the task of the Mauryans easier. Without Alexander, the Mauryans would have had to overcome both the Purus as well as Gandhar. Now they would have to overcome only the Bactrians, right, who he left behind. So the single state system was established by him in the northwestern portion of the subcontinent and Afghanistan, which made the path of Chandragupta Maurya a lot more easier. Then secondly, for the first time, direct contact between India and Greece was established. And from now onwards, this contact is going to become deeper and deeper. ठीक है. What was the name of his horse? Bucephalus. India में क्या बोलते हैं? Bufkela. ठीक है. So there is a city in Pakistan which is also named after Bucephalus. It is there that he had died. Huh? Yeah, so it is there he had died. So कुछ ऐसा करो कि आपके भी घोड़े का नाम लोग याद रखें, राइट. एक बुद्धा के घोड़े का नाम याद है, एक इसके घोड़े का नाम. हाँ, बुद्धा के घोड़े का नाम कल बताया तो था, क्या नाम था? कंठका, राइट. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द मौर्यन डायनेस्टी. फाउंडर Chandragupta Maurya. In Greek literature, he is known by two different names, Androcotus or Sandrocotus. ठीक है, इंडिया में चंद्रगुप्ता. What was his Varna background? Which Varna did he belong to? We do not know for sure. Different sources give us different information, which is all conflicting. Puranic literature क्या बोलता है? That he was born to a Shudra woman known as Mura. Right? it also says that Chandragupta was the son of Mura and Dhanananda, but the two were not married. Okay? So you have seen that film Lavaris, right? Same kind of relationship. So Amjad Khan and Amitabh Bachchan, right? So दुश्मनी यहीं से शुरू हुई. So it was after Mura, according to the Puranic literature, that the Mauryan dynasty was named as Mauryan dynasty. All right. What does Buddhist literature say? That he was a Kshatriya. Jain literature says that he was from a tribe which tamed peacocks, and according to Greek literature, he was from humble background, humble origins. So we are not certain what his actual lineage, what his actual stock was. Now, according to various sources, his guru was Vishnugupta or Chanakya. He assisted him in defeating the Nandas and then establishing himself as empire. Later, he served as both the Mantrin, that is Prime Minister, and Purohit or Chief Priest for Chandragupta Maurya. Now, Chandragupta Maurya also came into contact with the Bactrians, the Indo-Greeks, the people who had been left behind by Alexander, right? He defeated Seleucus Nicator, all right, and he recovered and he received certain territories such as Kabul, Kandahar, Herat, and Balochistan. So all these territories, all these regions were part of the Mauryan Empire. Now, after this, Chandragupta Maurya and Seleucus Nicator became allies. There was even a marriage. Now, Greek sources inform us that Chandragupta Maurya married one of his sisters to Seleucus Nicator, and our Bihari sources inform us that it was the other way around, that Seleucus Nicator gave one of his sisters in marriage to Chandragupta Maurya. However, after this, Seleucus Nicator and Chandragupta Maurya established diplomatic relations, and one very famous figure, Megasthenes, he came to Patliputra as ambassador. ठीक है? अच्छा. हाँ, डाउरी में अफगानिस्तान मिला था या नहीं मिला था ये तो नहीं पता, बट अ नंबर ऑफ गिफ्ट्स वर एक्सचेंज्ड and there is evidence of 500 elephants being sent from Magad to that place. ठीक है, Bactria. चाणक्य और धनानंद की राइवलरी थी, वाई निकाल दिया था, तो हाँ, that may have been there. सी सीरीज में दिखाया है कौन सा? चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य नाम है. अच्छा, वही वही वाला क्या जिसमें यवनी हेलना हेलना होती है, यवनी हेलना, राइट? तो आई डोंट नो कि क्या सही है क्या नहीं है. सी पॉपुलर रिप्रेजेंटेशन में आप कुछ भी दिखा सकते हैं, बट हिस्टोरिकल फैक्ट हैज टू बी बैक्ड अप विद एविडेंस. टिल वी डोंट हैव एविडेंस वी कैन नॉट स्टेट इट फॉर अ फैक्ट. ठीक है. नाउ हाउ डिड ही एंड हिज लाइफ? बाय परफॉर्मिंग सल्लेखना एट, किसके साथ गया था? भद्रबाहु, राइट. नेक्स्ट रूलर बिंदुसार. His title was Amitraghatta, right? That is slayer of foes. In Greek literature, he is known as Amitracotus. There was a Chinese Buddhist monk, Tibetan Buddhist monk, Taranath. According to him, he has described Bindusara as the king of all the land between the two seas. कौन से two seas? Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. He is also known to have conquered some territories in South India and also finds mentioned in Sangam literature. ठीक है. Now, during his reign, Ashok was the governor of Ujjain. ठीक है. And as governor of Ujjain, he had suppressed a rebellion in Takshila. ठीक है, north में. अच्छा. During his reign, the Greek king of Syria, Antiochus, also sent his ambassador to Patliputra. The name of the ambassador? Diamachus, right? Bindusar demanded or requested Antiochus the first to send 3 gifts. क्या क्या? A philosopher, figs and sweet wine. ठीक है, 2 सेंड कर दिए. figs and sweet wine he sent, philosopher he denied. Now Bindusar was a follower of the Ajivika sect. Ashok was a follower of first Shaivism and then Buddhism. ठीक है. Now what does it tell you about the Mauryan kings? First ruler, follower of Jainism. Second one, Ajivika. Third one, Buddhism. So religion was a personal aspect during Mauryan period. Now some details about the Ajivika sect. Founder Maskariputta Gosala. It is considered to be a deterministic or fatalistic sect. क्या होता है ये? According to it, your fate, your destiny has already been established by the cosmic order known as Niyati. So it is better to live a meaningless and useless life than to perform any worship or sacrifices, worry about salvation or karma. ठीक है? So therefore, these Ajivika monks, what did they profess? That instead of trying to make any exertions in order to improve your stock in this world or the next world, it is best to reduce, to minimize your cosmic footprint and live the life of a renunciant. ठीक है? Next ruler, Ashok. Alright. Now यहाँ पे कुछ important details हमको cover करनी है. First, what were the important events that took place during his lifetime? Then the Ashokan edicts, the concept of Dhamma and the contribution of the Mauryans to art. तो ये सारी चीजें एक एक करके cover करते हैं. How did Ashok come to power? So various sources inform us that he killed various brothers of his in order to get the throne. According to Buddhist sources, how many brothers? 99 brothers. He was the 100th one. ठीक है. The first 4 years of his reign was a period of civil war, and Buddhist literature mentions that Ashok killed 99 of his brothers to finally acquire the throne in 269. In the 8th year of his coronation, what happened? The famous Kalinga War, as mentioned in the 13th major rock edict. All right. Why did Ashok want to conquer Kalinga? See, first of all, the rest of the subcontinent was already under Mauryan control. Kalinga was the only remaining outlier. With this, the conquest of India would have been complete. So it was an honor of prestige, an ego issue for him. Secondly, it was very, very important economically. Why? Because through Kalinga passed a number of important trade routes connecting north, east and southern India. Okay? It also had control over the Bay of Bengal, one very important port in the eastern portion of India, Tamralipti, another important one, Tosali, both were under Kalinga. Therefore, the economic future of the Mauryans depended upon this conquest. According to the 13 major rock edict, this war was very, very destructive. More than 1 lakh people died, right? And seeing the destruction and death, what happened now? Ashoka had a change of heart. He gave up the policy of Bheri Ghosh, that is making war, and adopted the policy of Dhamma Ghosh, that is conquering hearts and minds. So he gave up the idea of Digvijay and adopted the idea of Dharma Vijay. Why was this? He had already conquered everything, कुछ बचा नहीं था conquer करने के लिए. So it is better to rule with love rather than to rule by fear. ठीक है? So that is why he adopted a new policy. Then in the 10th regnal year, he visited Bodh Gaya shortly after having been converted to Buddhism. By whom? By Upagupta. Alright. Now in Buddhist literature, you will find a great contrast between Ashok before he was Buddhist and Ashok after he became Buddhist. Ashok before he was Buddhist कैसे दिखाया गया है? Complete villain. और after he became Buddhist, hero. ठीक है? तो पहले बोला गया है he was Chand Ashok or wicked Ashok. Later he was the Dham Ashok or righteous Ashok. अच्छा. 13th regnal year, 13th year of his reign, he appointed a number of Dhamma Mahamatyas. What was their purpose? To spread his message of Dhamma. Was Dhamma ever imposed forcibly? No, he never tried to do this. What is Dhamma? We'll learn later on. Alright. 20th regnal year, what did he do? He visited Lumbini. What is the significance of Lumbini? Birthplace of the Buddha. His visit to Lumbini is located in a nearby pillar, the Rumindei pillar inscription. It informs us that he had exempted the people of Lumbini from paying Bali and had reduced the bhag, that is land revenue, to 1/8 of the produce from 1/4 of the produce. All right. Acha. Now, this Rumindei pillar inscription also mentions the name of his favorite wife. कौन? करीना कपूर, करुवकी. देखिए film. And her son Kunal. Name of his first wife? विदिशा देवी, नॉट मेंशन्ड इन एनी इंस्क्रिप्शन. राइट, तो यही होता था पुराने जमाने में. यंगेस्ट वाइफ वाज हॉटेस्ट, सो शी वाज फेवरेट आल्सो. बुद्धिस्ट सोर्सेस हैव आल्सो मेंशन्ड his son and daughter Mahendra and Sangamitra. All right, but they have also not been mentioned in any inscription. Huh? Huh? नहीं नहीं, नॉट फ्रॉम कलिंगा. ये विदिशा इज अ प्लेस इन एमपी, बेस नगर के पास है. ठीक है, यू रिमेंबर वन ऑफ द 16 महाजनपदास. So although the kingdom had already been assimilated under the Mauryans, but the family still existed. Their claim to throne still existed. Therefore, their blood was still precious. It was still valuable. Matrimonial relationships between the kings and such prominent families across India would continue to take place. Okay, now we talk about the Ashokan inscriptions. So Ashokan inscriptions have been found from various places, various locations, right? First deciphered by James Prinsep. Which year? 1837. Now James Prinsep was a member of which organization? Asiatic Society of Bengal. Now Ashoka has left behind different types of edicts. What is the difference between edict and inscription? Inscription is a piece of writing that has been inscribed over a solid material. It may be a rock, a monument, a wall, or maybe a metal plate, copper plate, etc. Edict क्या होता है? It is a royal order, a royal decree. So Ashokan edicts were his royal orders which were inscribed onto different surfaces. Now, four different type of edicts: major rock edicts, minor rock edicts, pillar edicts, and cave edicts. Now, what were the languages in which they were written? All the major rock edicts have been written in Prakrit language and two scripts. So you can add one over here: Brahmi and Kharoshti. All the minor rock edicts have been inscribed in the Prakrit script using Prakrit language using the Brahmi script. All the pillar edicts, again Prakrit language, Brahmi script, and there is one cave edict in Kandahar which is bilingual in the Greek and Aramaic languages using the Greek and Aramaic scripts. Okay, so 3 languages and 4 scripts in all. All right. Aramaic is the precursor to Arabic language. Okay, it was the language that was spoken by Jesus Christ. Now, the major rock edicts, how many? 14, discovered from 8 places. What does this mean? Total कितने हुए? 14 into 8? No. It simply means that there are 14 large rocks spread across India. Sorry, 8 large rocks spread across India where the same 14 edicts have been inscribed. So the message in all of them is the same. All right. कहाँ से मिले हैं? शाहबाजगढ़ी, मानसेहरा, कलसी, सोपारा, गिरनार, येरागुड्डी and 2 from Kalinga. कौन से? धौली and Jawgarh. Right. Shahbazgarhi and Mansehra, present day Pakistan. Which part of the subcontinent? Northwest part of the subcontinent. Here you find that these are written in the Kharoshti script. The other ones are written in the Brahmi script. Yes. Yeah, the same message has been inscribed everywhere. There is a printing press, you go over there, pamphlets हम आपने छिपाया कि बाबा मिल गए और whatever, ठीक है, और हर दीवार पे पोस्ट कर दिया. That is the आइडिया, ठीक है। नहीं, these are not inscribed on pillars, these are inscribed on rocks first of all, ठीक है। अच्छा, on the rock edicts in every location the message is the same and it is in the same order except for एक जहाँ पे अलग है, धौली and जौगढ़ में you don't find the 13th major rock edict. Why? Because it mentions the Kalinga war. The Ashok did not want to remind the people of Kalinga of their painful history. In fact, they have been replaced by two separate edicts which are collectively known as the Kalinga edicts. आगे mentioned है notes में कहीं पे, don't worry. So 8 locations, ठीक है। कौन कौन सी लैंग्वेज, कौन सी स्क्रिप्ट्स? खरोष्टी इन नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, मानसेरा एंड शाहबाजगढ़ी। Elsewhere, you have the Brahmi script. Important ones, the first major rock edict and the 13th major rock edict. First major rock edict talks about non-violence. Ashoka advises his subjects to do what? Not to kill animals and promises to do the same. So over here he says that I am going to give up eating meat, right? और साथ में क्या लिखा है? He is very candid about his shortcomings. He says that from now on I have instructed my chef to cook only 1 deer and 4 peacocks for me every day. ठीक है, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं मारूंगा. So that was the idea. Alright. Then the 13th major rock edict. Now it is the longest edict, नहीं edict होना चाहिए यहाँ पे, ठीक है, you can correct it. Edict describing the Kalinga war. क्या क्या mentioned है यहाँ पे important information? It mentions the slave system and names of 5 foreign kings with whom Ashoka had diplomatic relations. कौन कौन से? Antiochus II of Syria, Ptolemy II Philadelphus of Egypt, Magas of Cyrene, Alexander of Epirus, and Antigonus II of Macedonia. ठीक है, so even if you don't remember the names of these 5 foreign monarchs, the important information that you get from here, that you should be able to recall. क्या क्या किस किस बारे में बात की है? कलिंगा वॉर, स्लेव सिस्टम एंड फॉरेन कॉन्टैक्ट्स। ऑलराइट, अच्छा, Cyrene and Epirus both in the Balkan regions, ठीक है। अच्छा, then as I just told you, 13th major rock edict is missing from the Kalinga inscriptions. कहाँ पे है Kalinga inscriptions? In the Kalinga region. कौन कौन से दो थे? धौली and जौगढ़, right? They have been replaced by two separate edicts called the Kalinga edicts. These edicts talk about firstly a rehabilitation program for the people of Kalinga, so who had been displaced by the war, harmed by the war, and secondly Ashoka addresses them as his children. ठीक है, so this shows his paternalistic attitude towards his subject. Clear है? अच्छा, then we have the minor rock edicts. They have been found from several locations, right? Different minor rock edicts have different messages inscribed on them. So यहाँ पे there is no uniformity. Most of them are associated with Ashoka's interest in Buddhism. Out of the more than 15 minor rock edicts which have been discovered till now from different parts of India, including Bangladesh, 4 of them are very significant. Why? Because they mention Ashoka by name. Elsewhere he is mentioned by his title. क्या title था? Devnampiya Piyadasi. Right? What does it mean? Devnampiya? हाँ, the beloved of the gods, and Piyadasi is Priyadarshi, who is beautiful to behold. ऐसा बोला जाता है that Ashoka was not very good to look at, but title में Priyadarshi था. We don't know for sure. ठीक है, तो what are the 4 minor rock edicts where Ashoka's name has been mentioned? Maski, Nettur, Udegulam and Gurjara. ठीक है, Maski, Nettur, Udegulam and Gurjara. Now there is one post-Mauryan inscription along with a sculpture which carries the name of Ashoka. So this is located in Kanaganahalli. कहाँ पे है ये? Southern Karnataka में located है. It has a sculpture of Ashoka along with his name Ranyo Ashok. What is Ranyo Ashok? King Ashok. ठीक है, तो एक narrative sculpture है where Ashok has been shown. Now we come to the pillar edicts. 7 pillar edicts from 11 locations. So same 7 messages have been inscribed on 11 pillars found in different parts of India. One has been found from Topara. Where is Topara? Haryana, right? Another from Meerut, UP. Now Firoz Shah Tughlaq saw them, liked them, and dragged them both to Delhi. So they have been moved from their original locations. All right. Then another Ashokan pillar was supposed to have been erected at Kaushambi. This is near Allahabad. Jahangir saw this and dragged it towards his fort at Allahabad. Okay. The Allahabad pillar carries inscriptions from 3 monarchs, 3 great monarchs of India. कौन कौन? Ashok, Samudragupta and जहांगीर. नहीं तो मुझे तो दिख जाएगा, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. नहीं, आई एम वरीड अबाउट द ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स. Shall I continue, guys? Can we continue the class, online students? All right. So they are okay with me continuing the class. आप लोगों को कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है? ठीक है, कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं सर. ठीक है, मैं काला दिख रहा हूँ बस. आई एम लुकिंग डार्क, बट आई हैव आस्क्ड स्टूडेंट्स ऑनलाइन, दे आर ओके विद इट. नो प्रॉब्लम फॉर एवरीबडी. तो कर लेते हैं कंटिन्यू. All right. Now, other pillars have been found from Sarnath, Rampurva, Sanchi, Lauria Araraj, Lauria Nandangarh, Sansika, Rumindei, and Nilgriva. कहाँ पे located है most of the pillars? Northern portion of India, right? What does this tell you? That northern and eastern India were the core regions of the Magadhan Empire. All right. Now, what kind of information do we find from the pillars? First of all, Ashoka has outlined the cardinal principles of his Dhamma, right? And secondly, he has also outlined the duties of some of his officials, especially the Rajuka. Who was Rajuka? He was in charge of revenue collection and rural justice under the Mauryan Empire. Now, last of all, we have the cave edicts. कहाँ पे हैं? At Kandahar, right? These are bilingual. Which languages? Greek and Aramaic. Script also Greek and Aramaic, not Kharoshti. ठीक है. अच्छा, what does the discovery of different languages and scripts in the Ashokan edicts tell you about his empire? Multilingual empire, not a single language. And Ashok was also, we can say, aware about the plurality of his empire. Otherwise, क्या करते? Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan, everywhere, whether in India or in whether in North India or in South India, Hindi pamphlets are going to be printed, right? But he recognized that in order to maintain social harmony, you have to respect the plurality of your people, the diversity of your people. All right. Acha. Next, we have to cover the idea of Dhamma. So, what is Dhamma? It is the Pali cousin of the word Dharma. Dharma is Sanskrit, right? So what does Dharma mean? Many people confuse it to mean only religion. That is why many historians in the early period said that Ashoka's Dhamma was a reflection of his religious beliefs. However, this was not the case. It is a, you can say, reinterpretation of the ancient idea of dharma, that each individual has a set of duties and obligations to themselves and to other members and institutions within the society. If everyone follows it, the social order is going to be maintained. But if people stop following their dhamma, then the society is going to collapse. Social disharmony is going to prevail, right? So Ashoka's Dhamma, where do you find it? On the pillars, right? So Ashoka was not only looking after the material welfare of the people, but he was also concerned about their spiritual welfare. Many people have also said that Dhamma was a tool which was used by him in order to assert his own political power. How? One of the important aspects of Dhamma was its insistence upon non-violence, right? Non-violence not only in deed but also in thought. The idea of class cooperation and cooperation between subjects and states, this was also reflected in the ideology of the Dhamma. So if people are being trained ideologically not to speak out, not to rise against those in power, then the people in power will be able to maintain their status quo. So different interpretations have been given by different historians to explain the motive behind the Dhamma. But whatever the case may have been, Ashoka's Dhamma was put into place keeping in mind the nature of his empire. His empire was multi-regional, multi-linguistic, multi-faith. It had a number of different ethnicities. If people started to fight with each other on the basis of these differences, then the empire would have burned to the ground. It would not have been able to survive. So Dhamma also reflected the pluralistic leanings of the Mauryan Empire. All right. So this was the idea of Dhamma. So here Ashoka, first of all, advises his subjects to be non-violent towards both humans as well as animals. Secondly, in order to establish social conflict and social order and reduce social conflict, he advises his subjects to obey and respect parents and teachers, love the younger ones and the neighbors, not only Padosan, Padosi also, right? And treat the slaves affectionately. All right. So this was his idea. Then what was the new class of officers which Ashoka appointed to spread Dhamma? Dhamma Mahamatyas. In which year of his reign? In the 13th year of his reign. Okay. So he appointed a class of officials known as Dhamma Mahamatyas. है ना? And did they strictly impose Dhamma? No, they did not. All right. So the idea was that if you force the people to obey Dhamma, then resistance is going to be endemic, and rather Dhamma should be a general guideline for the people for their social well-being. So फायदा अशोक को भी हो रहा है, but इसको पैकेज किया जा रहा है as if it is going to bring benefit to the people themselves. All right. So this was his Dhamma. Yeah, 13th year of coronation, 13th year of his reign. Huh. Uh, Significance of Ashokan edicts for the study of history. This is a topic which is more for your mains, okay? Not for your prelims. You can read it on your own. लेकिन अभी हम क्लास में इसको नहीं डिस्कस करेंगे. Now, two important literary works of this period. कौन से? Indica of Megasthenes and Arthashastra of Kautilya. We are going to cover both of these. First of all, who was Megasthenes? You remember? Ambassador of Seleucus Nicator, king of Bactria, right? And who was the king of who was the Mauryan emperor when he came to India? Chandragupta Maurya, right? Now, which book has he written? Indica, right? Which language? Greek language. The original work has been lost. ठीक है? So जो original work था वो अब खो गया है. It has been lost to history, and now it survives through excerpts which were lifted from the original work by some other Greek and Roman historians. तो कौन से historians हैं who have borrowed from the Indica? Arrian, Pliny the Elder, Justin, Diodorus, Plutarch and Strabo. APJ DPS, इस तरह से याद कर सकते हो. Now, what are the important things that Megasthenes talks about? First of all, he talks about Patliputra, the city and its people, life in Patliputra, etc. So, according to him, Patliputra was built along which plan? It was rectangular in shape. He has even given the dimensions, 16 kilometers by 3.5 kilometers. So, if you go to Patliputra, Patna even now, so abhi bhi same dimensions hai. Why was this? Because it is surrounded by rivers and a deep depression on all sides. Okay. Acha. Now, what is the primary building material? Wood was the primary building material. According to him, the entire city was surrounded by a wooden palisade, wooden fortifications. There were deep moats and wooden causeways to protect the city against invaders. All right. Acha. The king's palace, his throne also, they were all made of wood. Therefore, according to him, fire safety was a very important concern for the administrators of Patliputra. So there was a very strict fire code, fire safety code. If anybody violated it, they were punished heavily, including the punishment of death. Okay? So first of all, he informs us about this. Secondly, he also talks about Chandragupta's palace. तो किसका बना था? लकड़ी का बना था. Throne was also made of wood. ठीक है? However, he has described an 80-pillared hall in the palace of Chandragupta. Out of these 80 pillars, we have actual archaeological evidence of their existence. One such pillar has been found from Kumrahar. Where is Kumrahar? Patna, central Patna mein located. So excavations have revealed this pillar. Now there are a number of similarities between this pillar found at Kumrahar and the Persian pillars at Persepolis. Persepolis क्या था? It was the capital of the Achaemenid Empire. Achaemenid Empire established by Cyrus the First, Cyrus the Great. ठीक है? His son was Darius, Xerxes, etc. सुने हैं ना इनके नाम? स्पार्टा 300 वाला, वही वाले हैं ये लोग. अच्छा, तो they were great builders and they established great monuments. They were followers of which religion? Zoroastrianism. ठीक है? Fire worshippers. So fire cult was very strong in Persepolis. Now the Persepolitan pillars have certain important features which were also reflected in the pillar found over here. क्या क्या important features है Persepolitan pillars के? What is their shape? Rectangular or circular? Rectangular. What is their surface like? Smooth or fluted? Fluted. Are these pillars monolithic or segmented? Segmented. Do these pillars have a capital? कैपिटल है जैसे मौर्यन अशोकन पिलर्स में मिलता है. सारनाथ कैपिटल यू मस्ट हैव सीन. सरमाउंटिंग द एंटायर शाफ्ट देयर इज वन कैपिटल ना, एनिमल फिगर होता है, 4 लायंस, बोथ है इसमें. हाँ, बट इट वाज एट द बॉटम ऑफ द पिलर, नॉट एट द टॉप ऑफ द पिलर. Now, were these pillars monumental or structural, freestanding or structural? No, these were structural pillars. They were part of larger monuments. ठीक है? So these are the important features of Persian pillars. The pillar found at Kumrahar is quite similar to the pillars found at Persepolis. So same features are visible in this pillar also. That means some kind of cultural contact must have existed between the Parsis and the Indians. Alright. अशोकन पिलर्स के क्या फीचर्स हैं? As compared to the Ashoka Persepolitan pillars, which are rectangular, the shape of the Ashokan pillars is circular. The surface is smooth, it has a mirror like finish. अच्छा, जो shape है, it is circular in form, broader at the base and it tapers as you go upward, so narrower at the top. Is it segmented or monolithic, the Ashokan pillars? So the shaft is monolithic. Made out of which kind of rock? Chunar sandstone. Do Ashokan pillars have a capital? Yes. Bottom of the pillar or at the top of the pillar? Top of the pillar. Acha. Are Ashokan pillars structural or freestanding? They are freestanding. They are monuments unto themselves. Then another important feature of Ashokan pillars which is missing from the Persepolitan figures, kya hai? Ashokan pillars carry inscriptions. Persepolitan pillars do not. Alright. So these are the differences between the Ashokan and Persepolitan figures. So on the basis of these differences, what can you say about the Ashokan pillars? Were they indigenous in conception and design or were their design borrowed? They were indigenous. The pillar found at Kumrahar, indigenous or borrowed? Many features were borrowed. ठीक है? So Ashokan pillars, Indian, Kumrahar pillar, Parsi. Okay, question aata hai, will you be able to identify? Good. Now Megasthenes also talks about city administration. क्या बताया है? How was the city of Patliputra administered? It was administered by a council of 30 members which was divided into 6 committees consisting of how many members each? 5 members each. Each of these committees was responsible for specific functions. One committee looked after industry, art and crafts. One was responsible for the maintenance of foreigners' records. So if anybody came to Patliputra, they had to first register themselves. Another one recorded births and deaths. So it was the census bureau, you can say. One was responsible for trade, commerce and sales. Another was responsible for quality control. So it took, you can say it controlled the quality of goods that were sold. And the last one was the one responsible for collecting tolls. Okay. Similarly, he has given a similar idea of military governance. So again, council of 30 members, 6 committees, 5 members each to look after different branches of the military. One committee for navy, another for the commissariat or logistics, one for the infantry, another for the cavalry, one for the elephant force and one to look after the chariot contingent. ठीक है? अच्छा. Megasthenes also talks about the Indian society. What does he say? Has it been divided on the basis of Varna or class? Class. How many classes has he identified? 7 classes. So highest to lowest classes mentioned here. Highest ones, philosophers, below them peasants, below them the shepherds or herdsmen, followed by craftsmen, soldiers, inspectors and finally counselors. So according to him, philosophers were at the top, counselors were at the bottom. Peasants were above the soldiers and inspectors. Was this an accurate description of the Indian society? No. From the very beginning, Indian society has been based on varna and not class. Secondly, the philosophers, ऐसा कोई class इंडिया में exist करता ही नहीं था. Thirdly, peasants being given a higher status than inspectors, counselors, soldiers, etc. This also did not jive with the reality of the Indian society. So this begs us to question the validity of Indica as a source of history, and in fact all other foreign sources as valid sources of history. So these sources are very useful for reconstructing those portions of the Indian past for which indigenous records do not exist. है ना? But you have to be very critical, careful when accepting them. So you cannot accept them at face value. Why? Because these sources suffer from a certain limitations. किस तरह के limitations? जो बंदा आ रहा है, you can imagine yourself as if you are traveling by train looking out of a window. You pass a village, you pass a town. Sitting from inside the train without having ever set foot in that city, will you be able to describe that city accurately? नहीं हो पाएगा. You're simply getting a glimpse of that city. Similar was the experience of these foreign travelers. All right. Secondly, they are going to perceive the Indian institutions, the Indian society, polity, etc., through their own cultural lenses. Their experiences have shaped them, and whatever becomes familiar to them, they are going to apply it to other organizations, other institutions, which may be inaccurate. Acha, who were these people writing for? Who was their intended audience? For the example, Megasthenes was writing for his countrymen in Greece, so Greek people, right? Now, if he was to tell them about the Varna system, do you think that the Greek people who never visited India would be able to understand it? No. So he modified it in order for them to better consume and understand this information also. So these are some of the limitations of foreign sources in recreating history, and therefore they should be treated critically. ठीक है? Now we have the Arthashastra of Kautilya. What kind of a work is it? What is the subject matter? Statecraft, general administration, polity and economy. Written by Kautilya. Language, Sanskrit. Which king is it addressed to? No king at all. So it does not mention any king by name. Okay? Over here, Kautilya has given the Saptang theory of state. What is the Saptang theory of state? The state is imagined as having 7 limbs or 7 organs, each of which can be used as a tool, a resource by a would-be conqueror, an aspirational king. इसको क्या बोला है? विजिगिशु. ठीक है? To do what? To increase his influence. What are the 7 organs of the state according to Kautilya? Janpad. What is Janpad? Population, not territory. Don't get confused. ठीक है? अच्छा. Swami, that is the king. Mantri or Amatya, that is the ministers. Durg, that is fort. Dand, that is army. Danda इनके ही हाथ में होता है ना. And Mitra, that is your ally. And finally, Kosh, that is your treasure. So this is a work on political economy. The politics are treated as a transactional affair. You sacrifice something in order to gain something else. If you want to raise a large army, if you want to maintain a strong fort, then you'll have to sacrifice kosh, right? Spend karna padega. Without that, it is not going to be possible. If you want good allies, you'll also have to look after their interests. So in order to increase your influence, ये सारी चीजें आपको करनी पड़ेंगी. You will remember this 7 arms of the state. All right. Kautilya also describes the desirable qualities of a king. तो क्या क्या describe किया है? He should be from noble stock. ठीक है, that he should be of noble birth. Did this idea apply to Chandragupta Maurya? नहीं होता है, and that is why most or there are a few historians who have disputed that Kautilya was contemporary of Chandragupta Maurya. तो कौटिल्य की आइडेंटिटी पक्का हमको पता नहीं है. Many people say he was Chanakya or Vishnugupta, the same person who guided Chandragupta Maurya. But others say that Kautilya was actually an author who belonged to the Gupta period, not this period. ठीक है, so we do not know for sure. Further, he says that the king should be well trained in combat and military strategy. He should have experience of general administration. He should be aware of his subjects' preferences, cultural preferences, and he should also have a good understanding of economics. Finally, he must be ready to discharge his duties 24/7. Does this apply to modern rulers? Apply करता है? See, modern rulers, especially democracies, have one very important strength. Yeah, that they do not depend upon personalities, rather they depend upon institutions. So even if the personality is weak, the strong institutions will be able to carry the water for them. ठीक है, तो दिक्कत नहीं होगी. If it applies to someone, it applies to civil servants in the modern age. Therefore, the Arthashastra, the desirable qualities of the king, etc., they have become very important values for the modern civil service. Then, Kautilya has also given certain suggestions to the king on how he could maintain probity in governance, how he could ensure the loyalty of his ministers and important officials. So, first of all, Arthashastra advises the king that his ministers and officials should be intelligent and loyal. How to prevent disloyalty? कैसे? एक तो उनको इतना पैसा दे दो कि पैसे की भूखी खत्म हो जाए. गिव देम वेरी वेरी हाई सैलरीज. ठीक है, बट एट द सेम टाइम you have to verify. ठीक है, trust but verify. So you'll have to maintain an eye upon them. How to maintain an eye? You have to have an elaborate spy system, right? So Kautilya advises the king to recruit both regular spies, that means spies who are professionals paid by the state regularly, as well as irregular spies. So regular spies were good purush, they were known as good purush, and irregular spies were the locals such as barbers, shopkeepers, vendors, etc. All right, what does he say? How should they be paid? Cash or kind? All senior officials have to be paid in cash salaries. Why not kind salaries? Why not in kind? So it may become the basis for feudalism in the future if you start granting them land. All right. He has also given certain very important or interesting ideas about how to prevent prevention and how difficult it is to prevent corruption. क्या बोला है? That knowing when an honest official becomes dishonest is as difficult as telling when a fish drinks water. Aquarium में मछली पानी कब पीती है पता चलता है? नहीं चलता है. And he says that resisting corruption is as difficult as placing honey on your tongue and not tasting it. ठीक है, तो इतना difficult है. That is why he was very concerned on how probity in governance should be maintained. Apart from the Arthashastra, there are other works on statecraft written during various ages. A similar work covering the same subject was written by Kamandaka in the Gupta age. The name of the work is Niti Sar. Okay. Then Krishna Dev Raya, ruler of Vijayanagar, wrote a Telugu play known as the Amukta Malyada. Right. The theme of the play is the marriage between Vishnu and one of his consorts. But over here, he has also given some very important ideas about statecraft. Then, during Firoz Shah Tughlaq's reign, one commentator, Ziauddin Barni, has written the Fatwa-e What is the meaning of fatwa? Fatwa-e-Jahandari. This is DARI. So you can write, change कर सकते हो उसको. जहांगीरी नहीं है, जहांदारी है. No, it is not an order, it is an advice. So, fatwa is an interpretation or an advice that is given by a cleric when somebody raises an important theological question. ठीक है, तो उसको बोल दिया गया है fatwa या जहांदारी, that means advice to a king, written by Barney in the reign of Firoz Shah Tughlaq. All right, will you remember? Good. Then we come to Mauryan administration. First of all, the important sources to learn about Mauryan administration. Arthashastra Indica we have already done. Buddhist texts also we have covered. Ashokan edicts also we have covered. And then finally we have coins issued by the Mauryans. What were the coins issued by Mauryans known as? नहीं, निष्कास नहीं थे. These were known as panas or karshapanas. What kind of coins were they? They were punch marked coins. ठीक है, what is a punch marked coin? Where a die is taken and simply embossed, they struck upon an irregular shaped metallic disc. So these were not very refined coins. First metallic coins to ever be issued in India, kab? 5th century BC, Mahajanpad period. Which part of India? Not Doab region, in the Bihar region. So North India, South India, Central India, Western India कहाँ पे? Eastern India. Magad region is Eastern India. ठीक है? So they were the first coins to be issued. What were the metals? Silver, copper, bronze, and protein. What is protein? Protein is an alloy of copper and lead. Correct? Who used to issue them? Only the kings? No. Kings as well as merchants had the authority to issue them. So both kings and traders used to issue them. Mauryan coins carried the image of a peacock. So why peacock? Because peacock was their royal emblem. ठीक है? Now next, this is a discussion on the importance of coins in reconstructing history. Again, a part of your mains examination. So you can do that on your own. Now, on the basis of the available sources, we can identify the important features of Mauryan administration. So, what was the Mauryan administration like? Centralized or feudal? Highly centralized, right? What was the position of the king? Absolute monarch, not simply an absolute monarch, but an absolute monarch who had the divine right to rule. How do we know this? Devanam Piya Piyadasi, right? Beloved of the gods. Acha. The state also controlled all economic resources. So the state control over economic resources was quite large. For example, they even used to monopolize the manufacturing of salt. Okay? Even salt was a state monopoly. The Mauryans were also notable for having the largest bureaucracy in the entire ancient period. Why was this? First of all, the size of their empire. So, in order to govern such a large empire, you need a large army of civil servants. Second, the extent of state control over the economy. To regulate various aspects of the economy, you would require a large number of officers. And thirdly, the Mauryans taxed every conceivable activity, from agriculture to trade and from trade to services, including gambling and prostitution as well. So this tells you that gambling and prostitution were both legal during this period, right? Now, officials were given several duties. For example, they were responsible for the welfare of the people living under their jurisdiction, and they had to conduct periodical tours in order to ensure that their people were faring well. Surprise inspections and audits were also commonplace, so there was great emphasis on accountability within the Mauryan bureaucracy. However, unlike China, there were no competitive exams in India during the ancient period. In ancient China, what system did you have? Mandarin civil service, right? Where competitive examinations were taking place for recruitment. Huh? यह एग्जाम एंशियंट टाइम पे भी होता है, चाइना में, इंडिया में नहीं होता था, डोंट हैव टू वरी। राइट नाउ, instead of examinations, all the top officials were directly appointed by the king, and they were responsible for the king as well. Now, the Mauryan bureaucracy was very similar to the present day all India services. कौन से? Forest service, administrative service, and police service. What does this mean? So they could serve both in the provinces as well as the center. All right. So same set of career officials who would rise to the top later on. Finally, village administration was overseen by local officials. All right. Now, central administration. The king was assisted by a cabinet, a council of 18 top officials known as the Tirthas. These were followed by 28 Adhyakshas or heads of department. So, some of the important Tirthas: Mantrin, who was he? Prime Minister or Chief Minister. Chandragupta Maurya का मंत्रिन कौन था? Kautilya. Kautilya नहीं, Chanakya. We don't know whether Kautilya was Chanakya. So Chanakya, Vishnugupta. Right. Purohit was the chief priest, again Chanakya for Chandragupta Maurya. Yuvraj, he was the crown prince. Samharta, he was the chief revenue collector. Sannidhata, he was the chief treasurer. तो यहाँ पे R कर लीजिएगा. Dharmasthi, he was the chief justice for civil affairs. We can add for civil affairs. Dharmasthi. एंड कंटक शोधन, कांटा निकालने वाला, चीफ क्रिमिनल जस्टिस. ठीक है. Now below the Tirthas were 28 Adhyakshas or heads of department. Some of the important ones have been mentioned here. Sita Adhyaksh. What is the name, meaning of the name Sita, word Sita? Crown land? Nahin. Sita simply means a furrow in the plowed land. Right. So I'm sure you must all be aware of the legend about the birth of Sita, how she was found. है ना? So the word Sita in the Mauryan period was used to denote what? Crown land. ठीक है. So the crown was also a large landowner. Okay, that means the state was also a large landowner. And who used to cultivate the crown's land? A large army of slaves. Who were the slaves? Those people who had been captured in war. Okay? So usually prisoners of war were enslaved. The head of department in charge of crown land was the Sita Adhyaksh. All right. Then we have the Lavan Adhyaksh. He was in charge of manufacturing salt. Akar Adhyaksh, he was the supervisor of mines. Potwa Adhyaksh, overseer of weights and measures. Rupadarshak, he was in charge of all the royal mints where the coins were struck. ठीक है. Mudra Adhyaksh, याद रखना, this was for passports, not currency. For currency you have Maudra Adhyaksh, and finally you have the Nav Adhyaksh or Nauka Adhyaksh, who was the overseer of boats, ships and ports. ठीक है. Now, various taxes have been mentioned in different sources collected from different groups of people. So, Bhag in Bali, you already know. What was Bhag? Land revenue collected as state share in the entire production. Bali was tax collected on the basis of sovereignty. So, it was a tax collected on the basis of force. Hiranya and Pranya were two new taxes. Hiranya was collected as cash, in cash, from traders and service providers. So it was a tax which was collected in cash. And Pranya was an emergency tax. Okay? It was collected during times of distress such as natural calamities. So it was collected from areas where these calamities were not being felt. So in the surrounding areas, wherever suppose there has been a drought, an earthquake, a flood, etc. So from there, an extra levy of one third or one fourth of the total production would be collected in order to provide relief to the surrounding areas. Okay? So Bhag, Bali, Hiran and Pranya. Then we have provincial administration. So the provincial administration of the Mauryans became the template for all future provincial administration in ancient India. Right? The entire empire was divided into 5 provinces. कौन से यहाँ पे नाम mentioned है? बंद करनी पड़ेगी. ओ ओके. तो अब आगे सर कल इन्फॉर्म कर देता हूँ स्टूडेंट्स को. Tomorrow we'll have class again at 8 p.m. Very sorry, there has been some issue. We will not be able to continue the class today any longer. So please be patient. कल मिलते हैं, ठीक है? Tomorrow we'll try to cover the remaining portion. हो जाएगा, we won't have to worry. All right, students. By difference in pillars, we can say that there was great difference in architecture of Chandragupta and Ashok despite belonging to same dynasty. We are not aware about the architecture, other architecture of Ashok and Chandragupta, so we cannot say much. Okay. All right then, students. Thank you for your time. कल मिलते हैं. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Very good morning to all of you. In our previous lecture, we had covered ancient history up to Mauryan administration. We had discussed the aspects of central administration. Now we have to talk about provincial administration. So the Mauryan Empire was divided into 5 Rajyas. ठीक है? नाम यहाँ पे mentioned है सबके. क्या क्या है? उत्तरापथ, दक्षिणापथ, प्रत्यापथ, पश्चिमापथ and Madhya Prant. Madhya Prant was the central province with its capital at Patliputra. Uttarapath was the northern province. Uttar is north. Capital Takshila. Dakshinapath, the southern one. Capital Suvarnagiri. कहाँ पे है? Present day Karnataka. Right? Prachyapath with its capital at Tosali, that is in Odisha. This was the eastern province. And Pashchimapath with its capital at Ujjaini, that is in MP. So this is the western province. Ashoka during his lifetime, during his early years, was the provincial governor of Ujjaini. So he was the provincial governor of Pashchimapath. All right. Now, the highest ranking official in the state, in the province, Pradesh, was known as the Rajyapal. All right. The Rajyapal was either a family member of the Mauryan dynasty of the king, or he was a very trusted and senior official of the king. Now, the Rajyapal was assisted by top officials known as Mahamatyas. Now, you can imagine that these Mahamatyas were like the chief secretaries or the chief ministers for these Rajyapals. They came from among career civil servants, and this career civil service was an aspect which we had mentioned in our previous lecture, right? I had told you that Mauryan administration, Mauryan civil service was much like the all Indian civil service. That is, the same officials were serving in the states, in the provinces, and could also be transferred to the center as well. They could serve at the central level as well. Now, the Rajya was further divided into several units of sub-provincial administration, as Pradesh, Vishay, Sthaniya, Dronmukha, Parvantika, Sangrahan, and Gram. Sangrahan was a collection of gram. The word Sangrahan means a collection. So gram was the village. It was headed by a Gopa, that is the village headman. Pradesh was analogous to the modern district. It was headed by a Pradeshika, much like the modern district magistrate, district collector, whatever you want to call it. Right? And he was assisted by a Rajuka. Who was Rajuka? Last class we had mentioned revenue collection and rural justice. All right. and the assistant of Rajuka was Yukta. So, few officials we have mentioned. You should take note of those. The Rajyapal, what is he? Provincial governor. है ना? Then the Pradeshika, the head of the Pradesh, that is analogous to the modern district, assisted by the Rajuka, who was in charge of both revenue collection as well as justice, and a Yukta, who was the assistant to the Rajuka. Clear hai? So these are all the important details about Mauryan administration. Do we have any doubts? Can we move ahead? All right. Now, the next topic in your notes is Mauryan art and architecture, but you have already covered this in your art and culture series. So we are going to go ahead and discuss the questions from this section of ancient India. First question: the concept of Anuvrat was advocated by Mahayana Buddhism, Hinyan Buddhism, Jainism, or the Lokayat school? Jainism. So the idea is that because Jainism has the Panch Mahavratas, you remember them? They were part of the right conduct within the three Ratnas. Three Ratnas kya the? Right knowledge, right faith, and right conduct. What are the Panch Mahavratas? Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Apagriha, and Brahmacharya. Alright. Similarly, the Jains also have to take a number of other vows ancillary to the Panch Mahavratas. They are known as Anuvratas. Anu means small. So Mahavrata and Anuvratas. Alright. So correct answer is Jainism. Huh? Yeah, for householders also, and those people who are not part of the monastic order, those who are not renunciants, they can follow these. All right, so these include things such as dietary restrictions, what to do on certain weeks of the day, things like that. Right. Next question: assertion and reason. Assertion: the emphasis of Jainism on non-violence or ahimsa prevented agriculturalists from embracing Jainism. Reason: cultivation involved killing of insects and pests. Yeah, so both the assertion is true, both assertion and reason are correct statements, and reason explains the assertion. So, correct answer is A. Next question: with reference to the religious practices in India, the Sthanakvasi sect belongs to Buddhism, Jainism, Vaishnavism, or Shaivism? Jainism. It is part of the Shwetambar tradition. Shwetambar tradition had two subsects. Which ones? The Sthanakvasis and the Murti Pujak. Right. So if you go back to your notes, you'll find this information. Next question, question number 4. With reference to ancient Jainism, which one of the following statements is correct? A. Jainism was spread in South India under the leadership of Bahu. Is this correct? No. B. The Jainas who remained under leadership of Bhadrabahu were called Shvetambars after the council held at Patliputra. Is this correct? This is also incorrect. C. Jainism enjoyed the patronage of Kalinga king Kharvel in the 1st century BC. This one is correct. Alright, let us look at the last one also. In the initial stage of Jainism, the Jainas worshipped images unlike Buddhists. So this was not true. Alright, so correct answer is C. Question number 5. Which of the following statements is or are applicable to Jain doctrine? 1. The surest way of annihilating karma is to practice penance. 2. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. And 3. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. D. Right? 1, 2, and 3. All these three statements are correct. You remember the discussion we had about Jain philosophy? Right? So, वहाँ से आ जाता है. Next question. The Jain philosophy holds that the world is created and maintained by universal law, universal truth, universal faith, or universal soul. Universal क्या है? Law. You remember universal law क्या था? that the universe has not been created and will not be destroyed, but it is still mutable, right? It witnesses successive stages of rise and decline. What are those stages known as? Uttarpani and Avsarpani. All right. So that is universal law. Next question asked in successive years 2014, 2015. Okay. Which of the following kingdoms were associated with the life of the Buddha? Avanti, Gandhar, Kaushal, Magad. Hmm? Can Avanti be one of those kingdoms? No. अवंती का कैपिटल हमने क्या देखा था? Two capitals, Ujjaini and Mahesmati. So it lies in which valley? Narmada Valley. And Gandhar, northwest part of the subcontinent plus Afghan parts of Afghanistan, right? So did ever Buddha ever visit those places? No. Where is Kaushal? North India, right? Gorakhpur, Ayodhya, ये वाला जो region है. And Magad, also in the central Gangetic Valley. So correct answer is 3 and 4. That is D. All right. Next question. Which one of the following best describes best the concept of nirvana in Buddhism? A. The extinction of the flame of desire. B. The complete annihilation of the self. C. A state of bliss and rest. Or D. A mental stage beyond all comprehension. First one, right? A. The extinction of the flame of desire. That is nirvana. Next question. The concept of the Eightfold Path forms the theme of Deepavamsa, Divyavadan, Mahaparinibbana Sutta, or Dharma Chakra Pravartan Sutta. Dharma Chakra Pravartan Sutta. What was Dharma Chakra Pravartan? The first sermon delivered by Buddha. Where? Sarnath. To whom? 5 Brahmin disciples, including Anand and Opali. Over there, he gave his teachings, including the Ashtangika Marg, the Eightfold Path. All right. Next question. Who among the following presided over the Buddhist council held during the reign of Kanishka at Kashmir? Parasva, Nagarjuna, Sudraka, or Vasumitra? Vasumitra. So this council had two co-presidents. Who was the other one? Ashwaghosh. Next question. With reference to the religious history of India, consider the following statements. 1. The concept of Bodhisattva is central to the Heenyan sect of Buddhism. 2. Bodhisattva is a compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. 3. Bodhisattva delays achieving his own salvation to help all sentient beings on their path to it. Which of these is correct? B. 2 and 3. So you remember who were the Bodhisattvas? Acha. Huh? No, not necessarily future Buddha. These were people who had already attained nirvana but had delayed the attainment of parinirvana. That is, they had remained within the cycle of birth and rebirth. Their purpose for doing that was to be born again and again so that they may guide others onto the path of enlightenment. ठीक है? फ्यूचर बुद्धा अगर हम बोलते हैं तो व्हाट इज दैट? Maitri Buddha. So that is one of the bodhisattvas who was also deified after the emergence of Mahayana Buddhism. Right? In the Chinese and Tibetan tradition, Maitri Buddha is already said to have been born. Right? One very popular cultural figure that you might have seen in your homes or in your friends' homes, etc. क्या होता है? Laughing Buddha. That is supposed to be an incarnation. Laughing Buddha. Smiling Buddha तो nuclear bomb है. Right? Laughing Buddha is the cultural symbol associated with Maitri Buddha. All right. So correct answer over here B, 2 and 3 only. Next question. In Mahayana Buddhism, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshwar was also known by which other name? Padampani. right? So correct answer is Kadampani. He is also known by another name. Avalokiteshwar is known by another name. लिख लो. Don't know how to. Lokeshwar. Kadampani is also known by the name Lokeshwar. Huh? Vajrapani, Manjushri, etc. These are all other bodhisattvas. See, after Mahayana Buddhism, idol worship started, right? So, one, the idol of Buddha were worshipped, and the bodhisattvas, they were also worshipped in the form of idols, usually depicted as protective deities surrounding these images of the Buddha. So, if let us say Buddha, sorry, the Buddha statue is over here, right? Very crude drawing. So इधर 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 जितने भी बोधिसत्वास हैं उनके स्टैचूज बना दिए जाएंगे, ऑलराइट. और इन द फॉर्म ऑफ अ नैरेटिव स्कल्पचर, if an entire story is being narrated through sculpture, then the interactions between the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, those are going to be depicted. All right. So ये सब कब होगा? Before the emergence of Mahayana Buddhism or after? After. ठीक है. अच्छा. Next question. Lord Buddha's image is sometimes shown with hand gesture called Bhumisparsh Mudra. It symbolizes what? Buddha's calling of the earth to watch over Mara to prevent Mara from disturbing his meditation. B. Buddha's calling of of the earth to witness his purity and chastity despite the temptations of Mara. C. Buddha's reminder to his followers that they are all arise from the earth and finally dissolve into the earth, and thus this life is transitory. Or D. Both the statements A and B are correct in this context. B, right? So correct answer is B. Next question. Some Buddhist rock cut caves all are called chaityas while others are called viharas. What is the difference between the two? बताओ. Chaityas were places of worship, viharas were places where they lived. ठीक है? So correct answer is B. Chaitya is a place of worship while vihara is the dwelling place of the monks. Next question. Which of the following were common to both Buddhism and Jainism? 1. The avoidance of extremities of penance and enjoyment. 2. Indifference to the authority of the Vedas. 3. Denial of efficacy of rituals. And 4. Non injury to animal life. 2, 3, and 4. Why is 1 incorrect? It was only a feature of Jainism. So Jainism focuses on extremities of which one? Penance only, not of enjoyment. Buddhism gave the Ashtangika Marg, also known as the Madhyam Marg, that is the middle path. So to avoid extremities of both enjoyment as well as penance. हाँ जी. Indifference to the authority of Vedas. So till now, they did not consider the Vedas to be infallible. They did not consider the Vedas to be infallible. Infallible का मतलब क्या होता है? That their logic is perfect, you cannot challenge them. Alright. Next question. With reference to the history of ancient India, which of the following was or were common to both Buddhism and Jainism? So again, same question is there. Do we need to discuss? Next question. Which of the following dynasties was ruling over North India at the time of Alexander's invasion? Nanda dynasty. Right. Next question. The name by which Ashok is generally referred to in his inscriptions? Piyadasi. D. Next. Which one of the following statements regarding Ashokan stone pillars is incorrect? A, these are highly polished. B, these are monolithic. C, the shaft of pillars is tapering in shape. Or D, these are part of architectural structures. D, so these are freestanding pillars. The same thing. Standalone, freestanding, you can use either. Next question. Which one of the following edicts mentions the personal name of Ashok? Kalsi, Rumindai, Special Kalinga Edict, or Maski? Maski. What are the other three minor rock edicts? Nettur and Gurjara. Right. Next question. Assertion and reason. Assertion. Ashok annexed Kalinga to the Mauryan Empire. Reason. Kalinga controlled land and sea routes to South India. So which of these is the correct one? A. ठीक है? That is both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. Now some practice questions. The period between the 6th to 5th century BCE witnessed the emergence of new sects and religions in the Indo-Gangetic plains in India. In this context, which of the following are correct reasons behind the emergence of Jainism and Buddhism in this? 1. Disenchantment with the caste-ridden Brahmanical religion. 2. Complex and expensive Brahmanical rituals. 3. Development of agriculture in Eastern India. All. ठीक है? Why? Why not? Why should 3 also be part of it? Because Brahminical religion was promoting animal sacrifice and this was not acceptable to the agriculturalists of Eastern India. Yes. नहीं तो but it controlled Tamralipti also, it controlled Tosali also, it controlled the routes connecting North India to South India. For example, from Kanchipuram to Tamralipti if you have to go, or from Tamralipti to different places if you have to travel to the sea route, then you had to go to Kalinga. So that was one of the major reasons. Next question. Consider the following statements. 1. Jainism was founded by Lord Mahavir. 2. Vardhaman Mahavir introduced the Panch Mahavratas of Jainism. Which of these is correct? Neither. So, who was the founder? Rishabh Dev. He is considered to be the first Tirthankara. And Vardhaman Mahavir introduced only on the fifth one, that is Brahmacharya. So, neither of these is correct. Next question. Consider the following statements in the context of subsects under Buddhism. 1. Monks of under Jainism, monks of Digambra sect wore no clothes. 2. Kulbhadra was a great exponent of the Digambra sect. 3. Monks of Svetambra school of Jainism wear simple white clothing. And 4. Bhadrabahu was an exponent of the Svetambra sect. Which of these statements is correct? One is correct. This one is incorrect. Who was the exponent of Digambra? Bhadrabahu. And 4 is also incorrect. Shvetambra was led by Kulbhadra. So 1 and 3 are correct. Correct answer is A. Next question. In ancient Indian Buddhist monasteries, a ceremony called Pavaran used to be held. It was A. Occasion to elect the Sangha Parayanaka and two speakers, one on Dhamma and the other on Vinay. B. Confession by monks on the ये वाला है confessions वाला, right? Of their offenses committed during their stay in the monasteries during the rainy season. So, huh? Yeah. During the rainy season, these people, the monks, were not allowed to preach. Reason you know already. Why? Because it would have disrupted the cultivating practices, sowing rituals, right? And therefore, they had to stay within the viharas. A lot of people are staying together, then some kind of theft or any other kind of indiscretion that is going to be probable. So, before they left, they had to perform this ceremony. Yes. कन्फेशन बाय बाकियों का? नो, आई एम नॉट अवेयर। नहीं। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ बुद्धिस्ट लिटरेचर आइडेंटिफाई द पेयर्स व्हिच आर नॉट करेक्टली मैच्ड। सुत्त पिटाका, अभिधम पिटाका, विनय पिटाका। सुत्त पिटाका, कलेक्शन ऑफ बुद्धा's sermons, इज दिस करेक्ट? सही है, बिल्कुल। टीचिंग्स ऑफ बुद्धा, सुत्त पिटाका। अभिधम्म पिटाका, रूल्स एंड डिसिप्लिन, ये गलत है। विनय पिटाका, ये भी गलत ही होगा। ठीक है, उल्टा होना चाहिए। सो विच इज करेक्टली नॉट करेक्टली मैच्ड? 2 एंड 3। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे ऑप्शंस नहीं दिए हैं। 2 एंड 3 शुड बी द करेक्ट। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ बुद्धिज्म इन इंडिया मैच द फॉलोइंग पेयर्स करेक्टली, पर्सनालिटी एंड रिलेटेड पेयर। नागसेना, वासुबंधु, वासुमित्र एंड उपागुप्ता। हैव यू एवर हर्ड द नेम वासुबंधु? नहीं सुना है। नागसेन सुना है? हु वाज ही? हाँ, so he answered the questions related to Buddhism asked by the Indo-Greek king Milan. Vasumitra, fourth Buddhist council, right? Upagupta, number one, spiritual guru of Ashok who helped convert. Vasubandhu must be fourth one. ठीक है, तो करेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा? वन का ए। ठीक है, 3 4 1 2, 3 4 2 1। Next question. Consider the following statements in the context of Mahajanpadas. 1. The government became centralized in all Mahajanpadas and king became sovereign. 2. Concept of divinity of king and priestly rituals became important in many Mahajanpadas. 3. Elements of tribal organization in the governance structure completely vanished which were present during the Vedic age. Which statements are correct? 2 only. Why is 1 incorrect? There were 5 Ganas or republics. Can you name them? कौन कौन से? गांधार, कुरु, पांचाल, मल्ला एंड वज्जी। ठीक है, तो करेक्ट आंसर इज 2 ओनली। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ महाजनपदास। 1. Buddhist text Anguttara Nikaya acts as an important source of information on Mahajanpadas. 2. According to Buddhist text, Indian subcontinent was divided into 16 Mahajanpadas. Which are correct? Both are correct. Now, next question. In the context of ancient Indian history, the term Suvarn Bhumi was referred to which of these? Magad, Kaling, Kabul, or Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia. So, in Southeast Asia or to India's east, lay two important regions. Suvarn Bhumi and Suvarn Dweep. Suvarn Bhumi was Southeast Asia, including Thailand, the Malay Peninsula, and Indochina. Okay? And Swan Dweep was Iceland, Indonesia. ठीक है, इंडोनेशिया, स्वर्ण द्वीप। ठीक है, थाईलैंड, इंडो चाइना, मले पेनिनसुला। ओके, काम्भोज, काम्भोज, सॉरी, काम्भोज, काम्भोज, कुरु, पांचाल, मल्ला एंड वज्जी, नॉट गांधार। गांधार तो हैड अ किंग, वी नो दैट, अलेक्जेंडर डिफीटेड अंबी। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, in the context of pre-Mauryan dynasties ruling Magad, consider the following statement. Ajat-Shatru was the founder of the Haryanka dynasty. 2. Ajat-Shatru founded the new capital of Magad at Patliputra. Which of these is correct? None is correct. Who was the founder of the Haryanka dynasty? Bimbisar. Who founded Patliputra? Udayan. Okay. So correct answer is D. Next question. With reference to the ancient history of India, Saptang theory relates to seven elements of nature, seven elements of state, seven types of yagyas, or political relations between seven main Mahajanpadas. B. The seven elements of the state. You remember them? याद है तो अच्छी बात. Next question. With reference to Mauryan administration, match the following pairs, office and function. Yuvraj, Purohit, Sannidhata, and Samharta. Yuvraj was crown prince. Purohit was chief priest. Sannidhata was chief treasurer, and Samharta was the chief revenue collector. ठीक है. Sannidhata was chief treasurer. Samharta was chief revenue collector. Next question. Consider the following statements in the context of Arthashastra. 1. It was written by Kautilya. 2. Economy and revenue management is its central theme. Which of these is correct? One only. What is the central theme? Polity, statecraft. ठीक है. Correct answer is A. One only. So, okay. Good. All right. So, you can open your next set of notes. है नहीं है. प्लीज रोहित बाहर जाके एक बार पूछ लो. क्या? नहीं, आज खत्म कर देंगे. एंशिएंट पूरा. मेडिवल परसों कर देंगे. क्या दिक्कत है? जल्दी है. हाँ. आई नो. Seven rivers in Saptasandhu include Saraswati instead of Kabul. So both the Kabul and Saraswati are part of the Saptasandhu. So it is seven rivers in addition to Sindhu. Sir, 3 and 4. 3 and ये नहीं. ठीक. All right. So first we are going to talk about the post-Mauryan history of India. How many dynasties had ruled from Magad? 3 dynasties. Sorry, 6 dynasties. हमने किसको किसको डिस्कस कर लिया है? Haryanka, Shishunag, Nanda, and Mauryas. Next one was Shunga dynasty. Founder Pushyamitra Shunga. How did he come to power? By assassinating the last Mauryan emperor. Who was the last Mauryan emperor? Brihadrath. Who was Pushyamitra Shunga? The commander in chief of the Mauryan military. Alright, now what was the religious background of Pushyamitra Shunga? He was a Brahminical follower. In fact, he belonged to the Brahmin Varna. And what were the Mauryans? Followers of Buddhism ever since Ashok. All right. So many historians have said that this was a Brahminical backlash against the Mauryans because they had promoted the Buddhism too much, and therefore the people of Magad were fed up of this. Is this true? नहीं. What is the real reason? एम्बिशन. ठीक है, तो एम्बिशन की वजह से किंग का खात्मा कर दिया इसने. अच्छा, नाउ हिज एम्पायर had its political center in Magad, and he extended the boundaries of his empire up to the Narmada river. All right, now he also defeated one Bactrian king, that is Demetrius. Chandragupta Maurya had also defeated a Bactrian king. You remember the name? Seleucus Nicator. तो इसने किसको डिफीट किया है? Demetrius को. अच्छा, unlike the Mauryas, the Sungas were staunch followers of Brahmanism, and this is reflected in the practices of Pushyamitra Sunga. He is supposed to have performed the Ashwamedh Yagya twice during his reign. Right? Now, Patanjali wrote the Mahabhashya during his reign. What is the Mahabhashya? It is a work on Sanskrit grammar. Right? It is a commentary on which other book? Ashtadhyayi of Panini. Correct. Now, although Buddhist sculptures show him to be sources show him to be a persecutor of Buddhism, he is supposed to have renovated and enlarged both the Bharut and Sachi stupas. Correct. So again, the idea that he was trying to punish Buddhists, that does not hold water. Next important ruler, Agnimitra. What is his significance? He becomes the protagonist of Kalidasa's famous play Malvikagnimitra. Right. So what is the theme of the play? A love story between the Sunga prince and a serving girl, Malvika. Then we have Bhagbhadra. He was the fifth Sunga king. What is the chief significance of his reign? That during his reign, the Greek ambassador Heliodorus visited India, right? And he erected one pillar at Base Nagar. That is known as the Base Nagar pillar. And it also had an inscription. Over here, what does it inform us? About how Heliodorus was a follower of Vasudev or Devadev, one of the incarnations of Vishnu. All right. So that is the Vaishnavism was also popular in the Indo-Greek regions, and it had even reached outside the Indian cultural landscape. So it was popular even in the Greek-speaking world. All right. Acha. Which language? Sanskrit. Script is Brahmi. All right. Huh? Vidisha. This is in MP. Acha. Then we have the Kanva dynasty. Founder was Vasudev, who assassinated Devbhuti, who was the last Sunga ruler. Right. This was a short-lived dynasty, and it was replaced by the Satavahanas. Okay. So six Mauryan dynasties we have covered. All right. Then to the east, we have the Chettis of Kalinga. Which religion did they patronize? Jainism, very famously. And their most famous king was Harvel. He has recorded his exploits in which inscription? The Hathi Gumfa inscription. Alright, in which he tells us about how he defeated some North Indian kings and invaded Magad up to the Ganges river. He invaded even Patliputra. What does he say? What does he claim? That he brought back some of the idols which Mahapadmananda had taken away when he had conquered Kalinga. You remember the first king of Magad to conquer Kalinga? Mahapadmananda. ठीक है, तो उसका बदला इसने लिया. Satavahanas were in the Deccan region. Because these people were already very weak, they were being pushed out of Magad by the Chettis, so they wanted to go towards the south, they wanted to cross the Narmada, and thus they were swept away. Acha. Next, we have to talk about four foreign ruling groups. कौन से? The Indo-Greeks, Shakas, Pahalwas, and the Kushans. Right. So first we have the Indo-Greeks or the Bactrians. Who were they? Indo और Greek है तो इसका मतलब these were people of Greek descent who had come and settled in the Afghanistan region, modern day Afghanistan region, after the invasions of Alexander, and they had mingled with the indigenous people who were of Indian descent. Thus, they are Indo Greeks. The kingdom that they founded is known as Bactria, thus they are also known as Bactrians. All right. From the 2nd century BCE, they established a strong kingdom in Bactria. First known king was Demetrius, defeated by Pushyamitra Sunga. All right. Then Menander was their most important king, known in Indian literature as Milinda. Right. Which important book? Milind Panhu. Writer, author, Nagsen. Very good. Acha. What were the contributions that they made to the development of different arts and sciences? First of all, they made important contributions to the development of astronomy in India. How? They knew about the solar system, they had identified many planets, and the days of the week. How are they named? They are named after the various planets and celestial bodies. Shanivar, Ravivar, Mangalvar, Budhvar, etc. Right? So this tradition was started by the Greeks. Alright. Acha. Secondly, they were the first ruling group who introduced gold coinage in India. Before this, no gold coins were issued. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, they also introduced the tradition of making regular coins containing the images, dates, and names of rulers. So, images of the kings, the queens, etc., or the images of gods and goddesses, a number of legends, the dates in which the coins were issued, and the names of the rulers. Alright. तो ये सब किसने स्टार्ट किया है? इंडो ग्रीक्स ने स्टार्ट किया है. अच्छा. Images of gods have also been found on coins, indicating that they followed Indian faiths such as Jainism, Buddhism, and Vaishnavism. All right. Acha. They also introduced the Yavanika. What is the Yavanika? Any of you belong to the theatre tradition, thespians? Nahin? So, see, the Yavanika is the curtain in theaters. किस रंग का होता है? रेड कलर का होता है. व्हाइट कहाँ होता है? व्हाइट तो कफन होता है. Right. The word Yavanika also informs you, this is a Sanskrit word, and it tells you that this was borrowed from the Yavanas. Who were the Yavanas? So, this was a name for the Greek. The word Yavan is an Indianized form of the word Ionian. In the Greek pantheon, who is Io or Io? She's a Greek goddess. So the Greeks who were first encountered by Indians were worshippers of this Greek goddess. ठीक है? They referred to themselves as Ionians and therefore the Indians called them Yavan. तो इनसे associated जो चीजें हैं उनके उनको नाम दे दिए गए. For example, the theater was called Yavanika. Alright. Then there was in the context of Indian trade a very famous export and very lucrative export from India known as Yavan Priya. What does this mean? Yavan Priya? That which is beloved to the Yavanas. Right? किस commodity को ये नाम दिया गया? Yeah, this was black pepper. So black pepper was in great demand in the European world. Why was this? So back then there was no refrigeration. During the winter period, you had to slaughter your entire herd, slaughter your all your animals, and you had to have a way to preserve it, right? So how would you preserve it? By drying the meat. So you could dry the meat by first drying it using salt and pepper, and then by smoking and stacking it. So for that, large quantities of pepper were needed. It was not easily available in Europe, therefore much of it was exported from India. ठीक है? Thus it was known as Yavan Priya. Right? because these were the people who had brought the curtains into the theater tradition of India. इसके पहले इंडिया में जो थिएटर होता था उसमें कर्टन्स नहीं होते, ठीक है? अच्छा। Foreign groups in India were also known by another name, Malaysia, ठीक है? So this was another name given to outsiders. Not entirely familiar with the etymology of this term, but over the ages, this has become a derogatory term. The element of impurity is also associated with it, right? This tells you that with the passage of time, the Indian society and Indian culture became inward looking, fearful of outside influences. Okay? So, Malaysia was another term for foreigners or outsiders. Now, the Indo Greeks were also patrons of the Gandhar school of culture. कवर हो गया आपका गांधार स्कूल? ऑलराइट। हाँ, आप पूछ रहे थे ना बोधिसत्वस। So, in the Gandhar school of sculpture, various bodhisattvas have been depicted. They are worshipped as protective deities around the image of the Buddha. Important ones have been mentioned over here. UPSC question पूछ चुका है एक आध, so let us cover these. Right. First is Avalokiteshwar, also known as Padampani, also known as Lokeshwar. It embodies the Buddha's compassion and it is the only bodhisattva which is also depicted as a female. हाथ में क्या पकड़ा हुआ है इसने? A lotus flower. That is why Padampani or Avalokiteshwar or Lokeshwar. Alright. Cave 17 of the Ajanta cave complex has an entire fresco dedicated to the Padampani. So this is one of the most important wall paintings at the Ajanta cave complex. Second, Manjari, right? What does it embody? It embodies the Buddha's wisdom and इसने हाथ में क्या पकड़ा हुआ है? A flaming sword. Alright. Third is the Vajrapani. Vajra means lightning bolt, right? So इसने हाथ में क्या पकड़ा है? Lightning bolt. Alright. And it embodies the Buddha's power. Then we have Samant Bhadra. It means universal worthy and it embodies Buddha's action or Buddha's karma. It is associated with meditation. Then you have twin brothers Sthiti Garbha and Akash Garbha, right? Sthiti Garbha is depicted as carrying a staff, danda pakda hua hai, is depicted as a monk, and he is the protective spirit for children, the patron saint of children. Acha, Akash Garbha is the twin brother of Sthiti Garbha and also embodies Buddha's wisdom, much like Avalokiteshwar. Acha. Then, sorry, Manjushri. Then we have the Maitri Buddha. He is considered to be the successor of the Buddha and is also regarded as the future Buddha. इसने हाथ में क्या पकड़ा हुआ है? A finial, कलश पकड़ा हुआ है, right? And in the Chinese Buddhist tradition, Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the laughing Buddha is said to be his incarnation. And finally, we have the Sadapari Buddha, which manifests the never disparaging spirit of the Buddha. So UPSC has asked a question regarding Maitri Buddha. ठीक है? तो पूछा हुआ है which of these is the future Buddha? So the correct answer was Maitri Buddha. Sadapari Buddha, never disparaging spirit. मतलब when Buddha, even when he became angry, he never used to scold anybody or try to belittle them. So that is the never disparaging spirit of Buddha. Then the next ruling group, the Shakas or the Scythians. Who were they? फॉरेनर्स तो थे, बट हाँ, कहाँ से आए थे, कौन थे? They had come from Central Asia, right? And they were a tribal group. They began coming to India from the 1st century BCE onwards and established a large empire covering huge parts of northern and western India. Their rule extended from Punjab up to Maharashtra. In India, they had two capitals. कहाँ कहाँ पे? At Ujjaini and at Pratishthan, Paithan. Ujjaini in Madhya Pradesh, Pratishthan Paithan in Maharashtra, right? They also patronized the Gandhara and also the Mathura schools of art. Important kings, the first one is Nahapana. He is the earliest known Shaka king. The most famous one, Rudradaman, right? He ruled from Ujjain in the early 2nd century CE. Now, he ruled over a vast area comprising Gujarat, Sindh, Saurashtra, Malwa, parts of Rajasthan, and North Konkan. He also came into conflict and even formed a matrimonial alliance with which dynasty? With the Satavahanas. So this piece of information you can add. Was an adversary as well as matrimonial ally of the Satavahanas. Adversary मतलब दुश्मन, ठीक है? Yeah, so he captured it. हाँ हाँ, लेक बनाई थी, लेक बनाई नहीं थी, लेक को रिपेयर किया था. So the famous Junagadh rock inscription. See, there is a large rock in Junagadh. कहाँ पे है Junagadh? Girnar, Gujarat, right? Over there, a number of kings throughout ancient Indian history have left their inscriptions. The most famous among them is the Rudradaman inscription left by Rudradaman. Even Ashok has left his inscription over there. ठीक है, so अशोका कोई मेजर रॉक इंस्क्रिप्शन है ना जूनागढ़ में, वो इसी रॉक के ऊपर है. Now the Junagadh rock inscription of Rudradaman is the first Indian inscription in chaste Sanskrit, that is in pure Sanskrit. Alright. So this is one important piece of information, that first pure Sanskrit inscription is the Junagadh rock inscription of Rudradaman, written in the Brahmi script. Right. Now, what does it tell us about? It tells us that Rudradaman had repaired the Sudarshan Lake. The Sudarshan Lake was an artificial lake that was constructed during the time period of Chandragupta Maurya, around 500-600 years back. Alright. And finally, it was repaired by Rudradaman. So the lake itself had been built by Vishnugupta, who was the provincial governor of Chandragupta, and Chandragupta Maurya and Rudradaman had repaired the dam which used to collect the water in this. All right. Now there was one other Shaka king who adopted the title Vikramaditya. We do not know his exact identity. We only know him by his title, and he introduced a new calendar known as the Vikram Samvat in 58 BCE. Right. Now, what kind of a calendar is this? Lunar calendar or solar calendar? Lunar calendar, right? And it is the oldest calendar still in use in India. Okay. National calendar of India? No, not the Gregorian calendar. कौन सा? The Shaka Samvat, introduced by Kanishka in 72 CE. ठीक है? So Kanishka claims to have defeated some Shaka rulers, after which he introduced this Shaka Samvat. Next ruling group, the Pahalwas, also known as the Parthian. कहाँ से आए थे? They were from Iran. Unlike the Shakas, who were tribal people, these people were already rulers of Iran, and they had exerted their influence over the northwestern part of the subcontinent as well. Alright. Most important king, Gondophares. His important inscription, the Takhte-Bahi Buddhist complex inscription in Takshila. Alright. Important piece of information we get from this inscription, that one very famous apostle of Jesus Christ, one St. Thomas, he visited India during his reign. Okay, in 52 C. Clear है? अच्छा. Now, their authority over India ended shortly after Gondophares. And the most powerful and famous ruling group of the foreigners, the Kushans, also known as the Yuchi tribe. Where were they from? Western China, Central Asia, Western China. So they were pushed out of Western China by the Han Chinese people who were migrating towards the west. Alright. And thus they were forced to migrate in other parts of the world. They also established their rule over parts of India, Afghanistan, etc. They were the most powerful and the most prosperous of all the foreign ruling groups. Why? Because they controlled one very strategic piece of territory, that is Central Asia. So they were masters of the Silk Route. Silk Route connected Europe to China and India. All right. So it was because of their control of the Silk Road, they were able to create a large empire. They were very prosperous. Their empire included Afghanistan. It extended up to UP, including Allahabad. Kashmir was also part of it. It included Punjab, and some parts of China, including the cities of Khotan and Kashgar, were also part of their empire. Two capitals they had. कौन से? Purushpur and Mathura. Purushpur was the ancient name for Peshawar. Mathura is in western UP. Right. Important kings: Kujala Cadphises, Vima Cadphises, and Kanishka. Kujala Cadphises established his authority over Afghanistan and called himself the Great King. So he was the first ruler among the Kushans to call himself emperor. Vima Cadphises, he extended his territory up to Punjab and issued gold and copper coins and was devoted to Shiva. Alright. Kanishka was their greatest and most famous king. Now, his court had a number of famous scholars, such as Charak. Who was he? Court physician, right? The personal doctor of Kanishka. He has written one very important piece of literature. Yeah, Charak Samhita. It is considered to be the first scientific work on Indian medicine. Alright. Then another important scholar was Vasumitra. He was a Buddhist scholar who was also the co-president of the Fourth Buddhist Council. Acha. Ashwaghosha, he was also co-president of the Fourth Buddhist Council and he wrote some important works such as the first biography attributed to Buddha, first hagiography of the Buddha known as the Buddha Charita. Then he also composed the earliest known Sanskrit drama, that is Sariputra Parikarna. Right. So the earliest known Sanskrit drama composed by Ashwaghosha. Is this clear? Acha. Now Kanishka introduced the Saka Samvat in 78 CE, probably after having defeated the Shaka King. Now, this one is a solar calendar consisting of 365 or 366 days, right? Having 12 months of either 30 days or 31 days. So, it also provides for a leap year. In the leap year, how many months having 31 days? 6 months. In a regular year, 5 months having 31 days and 7 months having 30 days. Total add करोगे तो you get either 365 or 366. First month of this calendar is known as, ये क्वेश्चन पूछ चुका है, चैत्य, वैशाख नहीं चैत, ठीक है? अच्छा, now in 1957 through an act of parliament it was also adopted as the national calendar of India. ठीक है? National calendar of India is Shaka Samvat. Now the Kushans introduced a number of new things to India, such as new dressing sense, new fashion. They introduced hat, leather shoes, overcoat, trousers to India. What does this indicate? Western wear लेके आए थे? नहीं. They had come from a cold place where these kinds of clothes were necessary. They had introduced these to India as well. They also introduced the saddle and stirrup. What are saddle and stirrup? घोड़े पे बैठने के लिए सैडल यूज करते हैं और पैर टिकाने के लिए स्टिरप्स यूज करते हैं. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ स्टिरप्स? रॉक स्टिरप और आयरन स्टिरप? रॉक स्टिरप. ठीक है. अच्छा. नाउ in all of ancient Indian history, the purest gold coins were issued by them. Okay? They also issued the largest number of copper coins. So, first to issue gold coins in India, Indo-Greeks. Purest gold coins, Kushans. Largest number of gold coins? No. Largest number of gold coins? Guptas. ठीक है. So, छोटा सा टेबल बना करके add this. The earliest gold coins, Indo-Greek. purest oceans and largest number by the Guptas. Hmm? अच्छा, कैलेंडर वाला। तो 3 इंपॉर्टेंट कैलेंडर्स तो याद रखने चाहिए। विक्रम संवत issued by Dhaka king, Dhaka king Vikramaditya. Year 58 BCE. ठीक है। Then Shaka संवत issued by Kanishka. Which dynasty? Kushana. Year 78 CE. ठीक है, लिख लिया। अच्छा, थर्ड वन गुप्ता संवत issued by, किसने इंट्रोड्यूस किया? चंद्रगुप्ता दी फर्स्ट ऑफ द गुप्ता डायनेस्टी। ईयर 319 सी। चंद्रगुप्त का नाम चंद्रगुप्त, हमारा नेशनल कैलेंडर शाका संवत। ठीक है। अच्छा, नाउ they also introduced the devkul tradition in India, right? Max Miller called it henotheism or cathenotheism. बताओ रोहित, क्या होता है ये? सुना है, भूल गए? अच्छा देखो, this is the idea that gods also have to be worshipped as an entire family. Alright. So the idea that Shiva is going to have his own family with a wife, a couple of sons, couple of children. ठीक है? अच्छा, it also includes the idea that particular families or particular groups or villages are going to keep their own particular gods. Alright. So the idea of Isht Devta, have you heard of this? So this idea also emerged with the Kushans. Okay, this is known as the Devkul tradition. Alright. Now the Kushans also patronized the Gandhar as well as Mathura schools of art. Mathura school of art you have already covered. We are going to skip this. क्या? इष्ट देवता, हाँ, तो भक्ति had already started with Mahayan Buddhism ना. So the idea was, see, इष्ट देवतास why were they introduced? इंट्रोड्यूस क्यों किए गए? No, see, you need an ideological legitimacy to establish your rule. This was the period when trade and commerce was rising. This was also the period when population was increasing. This was also the period when the state was becoming more and more organized and wanted to expand its influence. Right. So now what would it do? It would start to clear the forests and spread agricultural land. Who were living in the forests? The tribal people. The tribal people have an isolated culture. They keep their own gods and goddesses. They have their own religious customs, right? Therefore, the idea was that if this tribal deity can be included within the mainstream religion, then the followers of this tribal deity, the people who worship this tribal deity, they are also going to get integrated into the mainstream society. Who is at the top of the mainstream society? The ruler. All right. तो एक, आई शुड नॉट बी टेलिंग यू दिस राइट नाउ, लेकिन एक फेमस हिस्टोरियन है बी डी चट्टोपाध्याय. ही हैज गिवन द इंटीग्रेटिव थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट फॉर्मेशन. So he introduced this idea how religion was used as a tool to integrate hitherto unintegrated people into the mainstream society, into the agricultural society, to convert them into loyal subjects as well as taxpayers. Okay? So thus this idea had to be introduced, that although you have your own village in which you keep your own gods, although different families in your village may worship different gods, but you are all part of the same great tradition. ठीक है, समझ आया? तो इसलिए ये इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया था। हर गाँव में होता है। सी, तो दिस प्रोसेस इज़ गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस फर्दर डाउन इन हिस्ट्री आल्सो। ऐसा नहीं है कि कुषाण कनिष्का ने आके करा उसके बाद इंडियंस भूल गए इसको। एवर हर्ड ऑफ राणा कुंभा? कौन से स्टेट के? मेवाड़ के स्टेट के। नाउ ही इंट्रोड्यूस्ड द वर्शिप ऑफ व्हिच गॉड? एन इन्कार्नेशन ऑफ शिवा? एकलिंगा, राइट? तो एकलिंगास की वर्शिप कौन करता है? A tribal shaman, the tribal priest, is going to be in charge of the entire temple premises. And when the king is going to be coronated, Raj Tilak kaun karega? That tribal chief is going to do it, right? So what you have done is that you have integrated the tribal belief into the mainstream belief, right? You have converted their religious loyalty into loyalty towards yourself. You are saying that I am the greatest protector of your God. Therefore, you should walk with me, and your God has ordained me to lead you. Thus, you may not question my rule. जगन्नाथ किसके बने हुए हैं? लकड़ी के बने हुए हैं, राइट? एंड द ट्राइबल्स ऑफ ओडिशा also kept wooden gods. So with the advent of expansion of agriculture, the tribal deities were again incorporated within Vaishnavism, right? So this is the process which keeps on repeating itself again and again. हाँ, दुर्गा पूजा भी ऐसे स्टार्ट हुआ था। अब आई डोंट नो अबाउट दुर्गा पूजा, आई एम सॉरी, बट द ब्रिटिश आल्सो ट्राइड टू डू दिस, यू नो कैसे? They tried to spread Christianity in India. They felt that if Indians become Christians, then they would accept the British. ठीक है? बट देयर एफर्ट्स वर नॉट एज़ सिंसियर, वो रेसिस्ट थोड़े ज़्यादा थे, तो इस वजह से नहीं हो पाया। अच्छा, next we have to talk about the Satavahanas, also known as the Andhras. They ruled in the Deccan Central India region between the 1st and 3rd centuries CE. All right, capital Pratishthan or Paithan. They emerged after the fall of the Mauryan Empire, and their rulers claimed to be Brahmins. All right, थे या नहीं थे, but they ruled as Brahmin rulers. Important kings, founder was Timuka. Next important king was Satkarni the first. His important inscription is the Naneghat inscription. क्या बोला गया है? He is referred to as the Lord of the Dakshinapath. Alright, the Mauryan Empire had broken apart, a number of new dynasties had emerged. The southern portion of the Mauryan Empire was under the rule of Simuka. Oh, sorry, Satkarni the first. Now, his name is also mentioned on one of the gateways of the Sachi Stupa. What does that tell you? That he had probably made some donations for its renovation or enlargement, or for its maintenance. All right. Although the Satavahanas claimed to be Brahmins, they also patronized Buddhism. It also tells you this. Then probably the most famous king, Gautami Putra Satkarni. Right. His achievements have been recorded in the Queen's Edict at the Nasik inscription, attributed to the Queen Mother. His mother, Gautami Balas, he was the first of the Satkarni rulers to bear a matronym. What is a matronym? मम्मी के नाम पे अपना नाम रखा हुआ है, राइट? तो गौतमी पुत्र इज द सन ऑफ गौतमी. अच्छा, नाउ हियर ही हैज बीन डिस्क्राइब्ड एज द वन हु डिस्ट्रॉयड द शाकास, यवनास एंड पहलवास. सो ही ओवरकेम थ्री फॉरेन रूलिंग ग्रुप. कौन कौन से? शाकास, द इंडो ग्रीक्स एज वेल एज द पार्थियंस. ऑलराइट, now he was the first ruler to bear a matronym, and this tradition was continued by his successors as well. Next important ruler, Vaishishtiputra Sri Pulumavi. Now his coins and inscriptions have been found from Andhra Pradesh also, showing Andhra Pradesh was also part of his kingdom. Now, you remember Rudradaman had formed an alliance, matrimonial alliance. So, Rudradaman married one of his daughters to Shishtiputra Sri Pulmavi in order to prevent Shaka invasions into Satvahan territory. However, after the death of Vaishishtiputra Pulmavi, what did Rudradaman do? He defeated the next ruler and conquered much of Satvahan territory. Now, this victory over the Satavahanas is also recorded in the Junagadh rock. You remember that? Then last important one, Sri Yagya Satkarni. Now, his inscriptions have also been found from Andhra Pradesh, MP and Maharashtra. Before him, the Satavahanas had been pushed into Andhra Pradesh. All the other territories had been conquered by the Shakas. He is supposed to have recovered all the lost territories. So he regained all the territory conquered by the Shakas, and his coins depict a ship with a fish and a conch. What does this tell you? That probably maritime trading activities were very important during the Satvahana period. All right, conch मतलब होता है शंख, ठीक है? Now, what was the official language? It was Prakrit, ठीक है? Now they used matronyms. It indicates the strong status of women in the society. The Shakas also introduced the practice of making land grants. Right? Who did they make these land grants to? To officials or to priests? To priests, Brahmins or Buddhists? Both. Okay? Both Brahmins as well as Buddhist priests. Which was the dynasty which introduced the tradition of making land grants to both officials as well as Gupta started doing that for the first time. And that is why during the late Gupta and post Gupta period, you see the emergence of feudalism. Right? Yeah. Now, these land grants have been recorded on stone and copper plate inscriptions. ठीक है, तो whenever anybody makes a donation in the garden also, तो bench पे अपना नाम लिखते हैं. If you go to a मंदिर or a masjid, तो वहाँ पे एक tile लिखते हैं dedicated by such and such. Same thing was done over here as well. Now, many of these land grants have been attributed to women. What does that tell you? Women were not only large property owners, they also had the wherewithal to acquire property. That means they were freely participating within the economic activities. Right. Now, the Satavahanas were also the first to issue lead coins in India. So, first lead coins, you remember that table? उसमें add कर लो. First lead coins, lead, lead नहीं है, lead. ठीक है? Lead coins issued by Satavahanas. Now, they patronized the Amravati School of Art. Clear है? Amravati School of Art, art वाला आप कर चुके हैं. Another important aspect of post-modern history is Sangam literature and Sangam society. What period to what period? First to third centuries CE. When was Sangam literature composed for the first time? 6th, 7th century CE. ठीक है? However, it reflected the reality, the social, political, and economic condition of the Tamil region in the first to third century CE. ठीक है? तो संगम एज क्या है? फर्स्ट टू थर्ड सेंचुरी सी. अच्छा, नाउ एक तो चीज़ है तमिल लेजेंड का और दूसरा चीज़ है हिस्ट्री का. द वर्ड संगम, व्हाट डज इट मीन? लव एंड वार नहीं, मीटिंग, कॉन्फ्लुएंस. ठीक है? तो इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ तमिल हिस्ट्री, संगम refers to three legendary assemblies of poets which were supposed to have taken place where? The first one at Madurai, the second at Kapatpuram, and the third again at Madurai. So three Sangams patronized by which kings? The Pandyas, who were the rulers of Madurai. They were supposed to have taken place over 9,990 years and patronized by 197 Pandyan kings, in which 6,598 poets participated. However, all of this seems to be an exaggeration. राइट. 9,990 ईयर्स का पूरा रिकॉर्डेड हिस्ट्री नहीं है इंडिया का, तो ये संगम लिटरेचर कैसे हो सकता है? राइट. तो दैट इज एन एग्जैजरेशन. तो historically this legend seems to be inaccurate. And most historians believe that Sangam literature was probably compiled between the 6th and 7th century CE by an assembly of poets at Madurai. The king who patronized them was a Pandyan king, but एक ही assembly हुआ according to most historians. Now, in this literature, you get to witness the political, social, and cultural condition of some Tamil region during the Sangam period. Tamil literature has been referred to by Tamil region has been referred to by which name? Tamil Hum or Tamil Kam, that is Tamil country. It consisted of three kingdoms. कौन कौन से? Cheras, Cholas and Pandyas. Cheras वो कहाँ पे? Kerala. Capital Vanji. Right. Cholas Tamil Nadu and parts of Andhra Pradesh, northern Tamil Nadu and parts of Andhra Pradesh. Capital, first capital was Urayur and second capital was Puhar, also known as Pumpatpur. ठीक है? अच्छा, and last ones were the Pandyas. Right? Now they ruled over southern Tamil Nadu. Capital was Madurai. Now these kingdoms fought each other constantly for supremacy over the Tamil region. One of these kingdoms also emerged as a powerful naval power, which was these Cholas. So during the Sangam age, the Indian Ocean has been referred to as a Chola lake. हाँ, बे ऑफ बंगाल को नहीं, इंडियन ओशन को चोला लेक बोलने लग गए थे. Some Chola kings had also invaded Sri Lanka and parts of Indonesia during this period. Now, some important Sangam literature. First, we have the Tolkappiyam written by Tolkappiyar. It is a work on Tamil grammar, right? So it is the earliest known work on Tamil grammar. Grammatical works also throw light on the social, political, economic conditions because they try to explain the context in which this language has emerged. Therefore, they have to give this information as well, right? So, about two-thirds of this work is purely grammar, one-third is historical context. You get a lot of useful information from here. Then we have the Padine Kelkanku. What is it? It is a collection of 18 anthologies. Anthologies are poetic collections, right? So it is divided into two works, Padit Pattu and Ettu Togai. Padit Pattu is 10 anthologies, Ettu Togai is 8 anthologies. Tamil poetry has two genres known as the Akam and Puram genres. Akam genre deals with themes such as love, longing, etc. Right? So it covers the feminine aspect of Tamil poetry. And Puram poetry, it deals with themes such as war, martyrdom, death, etc. Heroism. So it covers the masculine aspects of Tamil poetry. The Akkam poetry is often set in forests. Puram poetry kahan pe? In the cities. The most important work within the Padine Kelkanku is the Thirukkural, written by Thiruvalluvar. What kind of a work is it? What is the subject matter? Ethics and morality. It is known as the Tamil Bible. Then we have the Silapatikram. What is it? An epic, right? Written by Ilango Adigal. What is an epic? A long poem, right? Acha. It is the story of three people. कौन कौन? कोवलन, कन्नगी एंड मार्जू. पति पत्नी और वो. ठीक है. So कोवलन, who is he? He is a rich merchant from Puhar who has fallen on bad times, on hard times. Kannagi is Kovalan's wife, and Madhvi is a famous courtesan from Madurai who is also the paramour, the beloved of Kovalan. ठीक है. So the work has two parts. फर्स्ट पार्ट रेगुलर लव स्टोरी जैसे इंडियन सिनेमा में दिखाते हैं, पिलर के इधर उधर करके डांस कर रहे हैं, गाना वाना गा रहे हैं, राइट. सेकेंड पार्ट व्हाट हैपेंस? कोवलन फॉल्स इनटू डेट एंड ही टेक्स वन anklet belonging to Kannagi without her permission and goes and pawns it off, tries to sell it, in Madurai. ठीक है. अब the article, the anklet was of very high quality, great workmanship और बहुत अच्छा क्वालिटी का था. The pawn shop owner, the merchant who bought it, he felt that it must be stolen and it must belong to the king. So what did that merchant do? He went straight to the king. Covalan was arrested and what happened to him? He was executed without trial. बदला कौन लेगा? कन्नगी या माधवी? कन्नगी लेगी, ठीक है। बुरा हो भला हो जैसा भी है, मेरा पति मेरा देवता है। सो फ्रॉम हियर द आइडिया ऑफ अ ड्यूटीफुल वाइफ emerges. So this is known as the Kannagi cult, right? So this epic established the cult of Kannagi, that is the goddess of chastity in Tamil culture. All right. So the attributes of a dutiful wife have been enlisted over here. Okay. Next, we have Money Make Lie. It was also an epic and it was written by Shatanar. It is considered to be a continuation of Silapatikam. Who was Money Make Lie? She was the daughter of Kovalan and Madhavi. And this epic recounts the adventures and experiences of Money Make Lie. Alright. Now, this work is a very valuable source of information about the economic life, urban culture, and flourishing state of Buddhism in the Tamil region. Right? Now, important work याद हैं कौन कौन से? तोलकप्पियम और पदिनेकेल कंकु और शिलापतिक्रम एंड मनी मेक लाई. ऑथर्स यू रिमेंबर? पहला वाला तोलकप्पियम किसने लिखा है? तोलकप्पियार ने लिखा है. देन पदिनेकेल कंकु अ कलेक्शन ऑफ पोएम्स है. मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वन तिरुकुरल written by Thiruvalluvar. Right? What is the theme? Not war and peace. क्या theme है? Ethics and morality. Then we have Silapatikram written by Ilango Ardigal. What kind of a work is it? It is an epic. And finally, we have the Money Make Lie. It is another epic. Okay, written by Satanar. Now, this Sangam literature gives us very useful insights into the Sangam society, the nature of the Sangam society. First of all, it tells us about the horizontal division within the Sangam society. According to it, the Sangam society was divided regionally, 5 different regions, 5 different people. Right? These 5 different people were the Kurinji, Mullai, Marudam, Nedayal and Palai. So Kurunji belonged to the hilly tracts, Mullai were pastoral, so they were in the grasslands. Marudam were agriculturalists, so they belonged to the deltas or the coastal plains. The Nedal were coastal communities, probably practicing fishing, and Palai were desert people. So the desert people, what kind of occupation did they follow? They were all robbers, ठीक है, according to Tamil literature. However, these divisions were not clearly demarcated and were scattered all around the region. People living in these 5 divisions had different occupations and kept different gods. All right. So you must have heard that at times in South India, people marry their cousins. Right. So this emerges from this kind of division. कैसे होता है? That if you are a member of this community, you cannot marry within the same community. Suppose you marry within this community. So what is going to happen? Now the person who leaves to go to the second community has left this group and married into this group. So he or she has become a part of this social group. Although they are the people, the person has left behind other relatives in this part. So over here, what is going to happen is that one person has left, right, and gone to another family unit. They have an offspring. Now it would be okay for this person to marry the offspring of this person. Clear hai? So the idea is that familiar relations are inferior to regional relations under this system. Is this clear? Now, another important aspect of the society as reflected in Sangam literature is that it was divided on the basis of Varna. How many Varnas are there? Four Varnas, right? But in the Tamil society, there were only two Varnas. कौन से? Brahmins and the non-Brahmins. Who had the all the privileges? Brahmins, right? So the Brahmins enjoyed the supreme position in the society. The Tamil kings claimed Brahmin status also. They also held important government offices. Priestly class among them was also rewarded heavily by the kings and the society. Importance increased with the growing popularity of large-scale Vedic rituals and yagyas. They controlled education and religious institutions also. And unlike North India, where Brahmins were prohibited from consuming meat or alcohol, there is no such taboo against Brahmins in South India. Okay? Now, the Tamil society was also divided on the basis of occupation, such as artisans, salt merchants, textile merchants, etc. It also tells you that the Tamil society had a complex class structure, with the rich being differentiated from the poor. All right, the rich people would wear better clothes, live in better houses, have a better quality of life, have a better dietary pattern as compared to the poorer ones. Now, the concept of purity and pollution was also associated with religion, sorry, with occupation. The Sangam literature mentioned the presence of right hand occupations and left hand occupations. Right hand occupations were considered to be non polluting, left hand occupations were considered to be polluting. People involved in the right hand occupations were known as Kidangai, and left hand occupations were known as Valangai. राइट हैंड लेफ्ट हैंड से नहीं करते हैं, राइट हैंड बोला जाता है देवता का हाथ है, लेफ्ट हैंड बोला जाता है शैतान का हाथ है। तो योर पेरेंट्स आल्सो माइट टेल यू स्टोरीज दैट इफ समवन वाज लेफ्ट हैंडेड, then that left-handedness was beaten out of them. From sinistrous they became dexterous. ठीक है? तो इनफैक्ट ये जो आइडिया है ना, इट इज पार्ट ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट ऑल कल्चर्स। एग्जाम्पल, इंग्लैंड में भी सेम था। द वर्ड सिनिस्टर क्या मतलब होता है? सिनिस्टर, sinister is something which is wicked, which is evil, right? The Latin word for left-handed is sinistris, ठीक है? और dexterous का मतलब क्या होता है? हाँ, skillful. And in the Latin context, the word dexterous means good, means right-handed. ठीक है? तो this idea is associated with almost all cultures. इंडिया में भी एग्जिस्ट करता था। तो लेफ्ट-हैंडेड को बोल दिया that these are polluted people, polluting caste, right? And right-handed को बोल दिया that these are non-polluting occupation. Okay? अच्छा. Now, the Tolkappiyam also mentions the existence of four castes on the basis of different occupations. These were Arasar. What were they? The ruling class. The Ananthar, that is the priestly class. The Vanijar or Vanigar, that is the trading class. And Villalar, that is the agriculturalist. UPSC has asked about this. Villalar पूछ चुका है, ठीक है? तो ये याद रख लीजिएगा। कौन कौन से? Arasar, Ananthar, Vanigar, and the Villalar. So Vanigar comes from the word Vanijya. Vanijya is commerce, right? So these are the trading class. Arasar and Ananthar, you can remember on your own. Brahmin and non-Brahmin, we have the division, right? Brahmins are going to belong to which one? तीनों हो सकते हैं, ठीक है? Non-Brahmins can belong only to this class, ठीक है? Now, discussion on the status of women. So the status of women during this period was better than the North Indian women, right? How do we know this? Because first of all, they were allowed to receive education. Sangam literature mentions number of women poets such as Avaiyar, Nachalyar, Kaka Padinyar, etc. नाम नहीं याद रहेंगे, मुझे बोलना भी नहीं आता है ठीक से. Alright, so but this feature at least you can remember. They were also engaged in various economic activities such as paddle cultivation, cattle rearing, basket making, spinning, etc. Women also had the right to choose their partners freely. Alright, so love marriage was common and women were allowed to choose their life partner. Courage of women was also appreciated in the Tamil literature. So at times they were also depicted as great warriors. Acha. Then there was a class of women dancers who were patronized by the kings and nobles as well. Therefore, there were not many restrictions upon the participation of women in the society, the economy, and the politics. Okay, they were also warriors and scholars. However, some elements of decline were starting to become visible. You remember Kannagi cult? So from here, a new notion known as Karpu emerged. What was this? This was the idea of the constituents of a chaste life for women. So Karpu or chaste life was considered to be the highest virtue of women. Then practice similar to sati was also visible in Sangam society. It was known as Tippadiyal. However, it was not very popular. But at the same time, what was the position of widows? Very poor, right? So they were discriminated against heavily. Position of widows was miserable as they were prohibited to degrade themselves and participate in any form of amusement. Okay, so Sangam literature we have covered. Last aspect of post-modern history is Indo-Roman trade. First of all, we know about this trade from various sources, both literary as well as archaeological. Some important literary sources: Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, author anonymous, language Greek, right? एरिथ्रियन सी कौन सा सी है? रेड सी, ठीक है, पर्शियन गल्फ नहीं, रेड सी. अच्छा, then we have the Historia Naturalis written by Pliny the Elder, Geographia written by Strabo, some Buddhist works such as the Mahavastu and Ashokvadan, and also Sangam literature, which all inform us of brisk trade between India and the Roman Empire during this. Then archaeological evidence also we find, such as Roman coins have been discovered from various locations, such as from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Arikamedu. Arikamedu was the ancient name for Pondicherry, Puducherry. Alright. Now, these places have also yielded some Roman temples and settlements, and some Orantine ware. This is Roman glassware has been found from these locations. Why was Roman glassware found from here? Wine. So wine was the only import from the Roman Empire which was needed by the Indians. Apart from that, all the trade from India was balanced through the import of gold and silver, precious metals, bullion. All right. Trade routes initially over the land route. Where was the land route passing from? This was the Silk Route. All right. So it passed to the Transoxiana region, then to Western Africa, and then to Egypt, Rome, the entire Mediterranean region. Then one very important discovery took place in the middle of the first century CE. What was that? Geographic discovery? Discovery of the monsoon winds, right? Seasonal reversal of winds. After which sea route became more popular. What was the sea route? Western coast of India or from eastern coast of India up to the Red Sea or the Persian Gulf, then over the Sinai Peninsula, and then into the Mediterranean. Okay, so in 3 legs this journey was covered. Important Indian ports कौन-कौन से हैं? सोपारा, बैरीगाजा, बारबैरिकम, मुजिरिस, कुहार एंड ताम्रलिप्ति. कहाँ-कहाँ पे हैं सोपारा इन? महाराष्ट्र. बैरीगाजा, present name is Bharuch. Another Indian name for this was Bhregukat, right? Greek name was Barigaza. Barbaricum at the mouth of the Indus, right? Muziris in Kerala, Puhar in Tamil Nadu, and Tamralipti in West Bengal. So most important ones, Tamralipti and Barigaza. Tamralipti was very important for Southeast Asia, right? And Barigaza was very important for Roman trade. ठीक है? Now, India also traded with Suvarnabhumi and Suvarndweep. So, Suvarnabhumi was Thailand and Malaysia. Suvarndweep was Indonesia. Swarndweep or वहाँ पे, so these places were very very prosperous. That is why they were known as Swarndweep or Suvarnabhumi. Now, what were the items of export? Firstly, Yavanpriya was the largest export. What is this? Black pepper. Then cotton and silk were also exported in large numbers, in large quantities. How? Raw silk was first imported to India, processed, dyed, woven, stitched in India, and then sent on to Rome. Sandalwood and perfume manufactured in India were also in great demand in the Roman world. And gems and jewelry, especially ivory work, especially from Vidisha, were exported in large quantities as well. What were the items of import? Nothing except for small quantities of wine. Therefore, the trade was highly favorable to India, and India became the sink of precious metals. Hmm? Vidisha MP? Okay. Next, we have to discuss some questions. First, Indo-Greek kingdom set up in North Afghanistan in the beginning of the 2nd century BC was Bactria, Scythia, Rhodesia or area? Bactria, A. Next question. Bilind Panho is in the form of a dialogue between King Menander and the Buddhist monk Nag Sena. Answer is A. कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश करिए, नागार्जुन नाग भट्टा भी दिया हुआ है, बट बी माइंडफुल, नाग सेना है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ मिलिट्री गवर्नरशिप वाज फर्स्ट इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन इंडिया बाय ग्रीक्स. क्या बोलते थे मिलिट्री गवर्नर्स को? Satrapas or strategos. The term Yavan Priya mentioned in ancient Sanskrit text denote pepper. Correct answer is D. Correct chronological order of the foreign ruling groups: Greeks, Shakas, Kushans. Correct answer is A. Next, with reference to guilds or shreni of ancient India that played a very important role in the country's economy, which of the following statements is or are correct? 1. Every guild was registered with central authority of the state and the king was the chief administrative authority on them. 2. Wages, rules of work, standards and prices were fixed by the guild. And 3. Guild had judicial power over its own members. C. 2 and 3 only. One is not judicial disciplinary powers होते थे ना, they could even expel their members for violation of its regulations. One is not correct. King का यहाँ पे direct intervention नहीं होता था. King was the state was a separate authority, but there was general cooperation between the guilds and the state. ठीक है? Next question. Many of the Greek Kushans and Shakas embraced Buddhism rather than Hinduism because Buddhism was in the ascendant at that time. B. They had renounced the policy of war and violence. C. Caste within Hinduism did not attract them. Or D. Buddhism provided easier access to Indian society. पढ़ने में चारों सही लग रहे हैं, है ना? But the most appropriate answer over here is कौन सा? यूपीएससी ने क्या आंसर दिया है? डी दिया है? दे दिया है, ठीक है? That Buddhism provided easier access to Indian society. The Brahminical religion was closed off. Foreigners को क्या बोल रहे थे? Malechhas बोल रहे थे. They were not being allowed, right? The society, Brahminical society had become insular. Many of the people in India had also become attracted to Buddhism. So, what is in the interest of the ruler to have that faith, which is the faith of the multitudes, all right? So, it would provide easier access to the Indian society. You remember one of the important concerns was to have an ideological grip over the minds. So that was very possible to religion. So that is why D is the most appropriate. Next question. With reference to the ancient history of India, consider the following statements about Pushyamitra Sunga of the Sunga dynasty. 1. Pushyamitra Sunga acceded to the throne after assassinating Brihadrath, the last Mauryan ruler. 2. He performed 2 Ashwamedh Yagyas. 3. His dominions included Patliputra and Ayodhya. D. All 3 are correct. He performed 2 Ashwamedh Yagyas. सही तो है? हाँ, अपनी एक ही उम्र में 2 बार कर दिए. हाँ, तो और कितनी बार करेगा? कितने घोड़ों की बलि देगा भाई? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, consider the following statements. Megasthenes was a Greek historian who was sent to the court of Chandragupta Maurya. 2. Greek ambassador Heliodorus was sent to the court of Bhagbhadra by the Indo-Greek king Antacidides. Which of these are incorrect? पहला वाला गलत है. He was not a Greek historian. He was Greek ambassador. ठीक है. So first one is incorrect. So correct answer is A. One only has asked incorrect one. Next question. With reference to post-modern history of India, consider the following pair. Tunga, Kanva, सातवाहना. फाउंडर्स बताइए कौन कौन है. तुंगास का सही मैच है. कन्वास का नो. सातवाहनास का also not correctly matched. So correct answer is B. One only. Next, the term Yavanika mentioned in ancient Sanskrit text denote D. Curtains. Yavanika. Na? Next question. With reference to postmodern history of India, which of the following can be attributed to the impact of Bactrian kings on India? Introduction of military governorship and introduction of coins. Hmm? D. वही एक ही है ना. इंडो ग्रीक्स एंड ग्रीक्स आर सेम. करेक्ट आंसर इज सी. बोथ 1 एंड 2. ठीक है. तो हाँ, पंचमार्क कॉइन्स वी आर आस्किंग. अच्छा हाँ, नहीं नहीं नहीं, राइट. गोल्ड कॉइन्स इन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किए. करेक्ट आंसर इज ए. 1 ओनली. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग पेयर्स इज और आर करेक्टली मैच? चरक संहिता ट्रीटीज ऑन सर्जरी. सुश्रुत संहिता ट्रीटीज ऑन मेडिसिन. हरिपुत्र करना ट्रीटीज ऑन स्टेटक्राफ्ट. करेक्टली मैच्ड कौन सा है? करेक्टली मैच्ड कौन सा है? नन ऑफ देम. चरक संहिता is a treatise on medicine. सुश्रुत संहिता is a treatise on surgery. And Sariputra Karna, Parikarna, first Sanskrit grammar written by Ashwagosha. Remember? So correct answer is D. None. Drama. You're saying first Sanskrit drama, not grammar. ठीक है. First Sanskrit grammar तो अष्टाध्यायी था. Next question. Consider the following statements in context of postmodern economy during the period when Central Asian dynasties ruled in different parts of the country. 1. The economy of this period was largely an agriculture based rural economy. 2. Coins were minted on a large scale by Indo Greek Kushans, Shakas, and Satavahanas. Which are correct? 2 only. First is incorrect. The economy was largely urban, trade based in nature. First gold coins issued by Indo Greeks. C. Next, with reference to Sangam literature of South India, which of the following pairs is or are incorrectly matched? Literary work and author. Silapatikram, written by Ilango Ardigal. So, this is incorrect. Mani Meklai, written by Sattanar. Thirukkural, written by Thiruvalluvar. Correct answer is? ये पूछ रहा है भाई. Correct answer is A. ठीक है. Next question. With reference to South Indian history during the Sangam age, which of the following was referred to as a Chola Lake? Indian Ocean. Correct answer is B. Correct. So that is it. ब्रेक ले लो. ब्रेक के बाद मिल जाते हैं. Punch-marked coins were introduced for the first time in the Mahajanpadas in the Magad region. ठीक है. We are not sure which ruler issued them first, but they were issued over there for the first time. Mauryas continued to issue the Panchmak. All right. Shall we resume class? Now, couple of questions in the chat box I can see. Names of the rivers in which the early Aryans came and settled. कौन से? The Sindhav region. You remember? Kabul is the river which flows through Kabul. Okay. Indus. and सरस्वती. ठीक है. तो इनके वैदिक नेम्स क्या क्या थे? काबुल का उभा. इंडस वाज झेलम. चेनाब. हस्तिनी. वेरी गुड. रावी वाज परफिनी. ब्यास. विपासा. सतलज. तुतुद्री. and Saraswati is the modern name for Ghaggar. या घग्गर हाकरा रिवर सिस्टम. ठीक है. तो दीज वर दी 8 रिवर्स. 8 हो गई ना. ठीक है. वो रावी के बैंक पे हुई. Alexander fought two powers in India, one on the banks of the Indus, the other on the banks of the Jhelum. Jhelum was known as Hydaspes. ठीक है. He advanced in India up to Beas River, known as the Hyphasis River. And Indus, तो इंडस ही बोलते थे ग्रीक. करेक्ट. ठीक है. नहीं, they had advanced up to the Beas only. They did not even reach the Satluj river. ठीक है. हाँ. सप्त सिंधव the early Aryans. Right. हाँ. नहीं, घग्गर आता है. सरस्वती was one of their most important rivers. Remember, they used to refer to it as the Naditama, mentioned 72 times in the rig. हाँ, 8 हो गए तो सप्त सिंधव is Indus plus 7 other rivers. ठीक है. Now another question is, will you not do Delhi सल्तनत? करेंगे. मेडिवल इंडिया में करेंगे दिल्ली सल्तनत. अच्छा. नाउ वी कम टू दी गुप्ताज. क्या क्या देखना है हमको यहाँ पे? First, the important Gupta rulers, their contributions, important events that took place during their reign. Second, we are going to take a look at Gupta administration. And thirdly, the contribution of the Guptas towards the development of literature. Which literature? Sanskrit literature. ठीक है. ये सारी चीजें कवर. First of all, Guptas, what was their region of origin? Magad, right? Which Varna did they belong to? The Vaishya Varna. So many Brahminical sources inform us of this. Early kings, Shrigupt and Ghatotkač. Founder was Shrigupt. However, the early two kings were not sovereign rulers. They were the feudatories, the vassals of the Kushans. That means the Kushans were the overlords of the Guptas in the early period. First sovereign king, Chandragupta the first. He was the real founder of the Gupta dynasty. He overthrew the rule of the Kushans and established himself as the sovereign king, the sovereign ruler. Capital was Pataliputra. Right. Now, which Varna did the Guptas belong to? Vaishya Varna. The Guptas were followers of Brahmanism. Within Brahmanism, you have the Varna Ashram Dharma system. Who has the right to rule? Kshatriyas have the exclusive right to rule. The Guptas, being Vaishyas, did not have legitimacy in the eyes of the Varnashram Dharma system. What did Chandragupta the first do in order to get this legitimacy? He married a Kshatriya princess. So he married Kumar Devi, a Kshatriya princess of the Lichavi clan. And then he advertised this fact far and wide throughout the empire. How? By issuing gold coins in which his image was embossed on the coins along with the queen. All right. So this was done by him. Then he also introduced a new calendar, Gupta Samvat, in 319 AD, 319 CE. One important fact to remember, that no inscription attributed to Chandragupta the first has been yet discovered from any place in India. ठीक है? Most famous ruler among the Guptas, Samudragupta. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Napoleon of India. That means he was a great conqueror. His exploits have been recorded in which inscription? The Prayag Prashasti. What do you mean by Prashasti? नहीं, Prashasti is a eulogy. That means when you write something in praise of somebody, you are eulogizing them, right? So, who was eulogizing Samudragupta? His court poet, Hari Sen, right? So, Hari Sen composed the Prayag Prashasti. In which language? In Sanskrit. In which script has it been inscribed? Using the Brahmi script. Where is the Prayag Prashasti found? On the Allahabad pillar of Ashok, right? This pillar was originally situated in which place? Kaushambi, right? And it was brought to Allahabad by Jahangir, alright? So one pillar, three sovereigns. Yeah. It informs us that Samudragupta defeated 39 kings in different parts of India. 9 in North India, 18 in Central India, and 12 in South India. Okay? 9 kings of Aryavarta, that is North India. Most famously, the Naga dynasty was defeated by him. 12 kings of Central India, most famously the Atvika tribe. And 12 kings of South India, most famously the Pallavas. Right? They were all defeated by him. Now, Samudragupta had a conscious policy of imperialism. In the region surrounding Magad, he established his direct rule. In the far flung regions, he established indirect rule. Okay? So, in South India, he restored all of the defeated kings if they were ready to accept certain conditions. So, three conditions. Kya kya? First, the defeated king had to pay an annual tribute. What was this tribute? A symbol of their recognition of Samudragupta's overlordship. Then, once every year, they had to personally appear before Samudragupta at his court, usually on his birthday. Right? और यहाँ पे क्या होगा? Samudragupta would sit on his throne. The other kings, उनके लिए कुर्सी वगैरह भी नहीं होगी, so they could either stand or sit on the ground. And birthday पे आ रहे हो तो खाली हाथ आओगे नहीं, right? So you'll have to bring something. Finally, the defeated kings had to give one of their daughters in marriage to Samudragupta. So how many kings in South India did he defeat? 12. तो 12 तो यहीं से शादी कर ली इसने, ठीक है? अच्छा, तो आगे देखो. Now Samudragupta emphasized upon the divine nature of monarchy, divine nature of kingship. How did he do this? He ruled not in only in the name of Vishnu, but as an incarnation of Vishnu himself. ठीक है? He has issued a specific kind of coin known as the लक्ष्मी टाइप ऑफ गोल्ड कॉइन। यहाँ पे क्या है, on one side there is his image, on the other side there is goddess Lakshmi's image. So who is the consort of Lord Vishnu? Goddess Lakshmi, right? So as Vishnu is to Lakshmi, Samudragupta is to Lakshmi. ठीक है, so he is the husband of Lakshmi. अच्छा, he also assumed high sounding titles such as Maharaja Dhiraj and Param Bhattarka. Param Bhattarka means the Sarve Sarva, the supreme lord, right? Now Samudragupta also very carefully cultivated his image as a warrior poet. How did he do this? First of all, he issued the tiger slayer type of coins to ठीक है सर, नो इशू, नो इशू. He issued the tiger slayer type of coins to remind his subjects of what? Of his great conquest. Largest number of tigers found where in India? Eastern India, Bengal region. Therefore, by showing himself as killing a tiger, he was reminding the people of his conquest of the Bengal region. He also assumed the title of Kaviraj, that is the poet king, right? And he himself was a great patron of literature, learning, the arts, and a great player of Veena, right? So he has also struck the Veena player type of coins, in which he has been shown as playing the Veena, all right? So the idea of a warrior poet, this was promoted by him. Now, activities of Samudragupta also reflect the prominence of the Varnashram dharma. How? He is said to have performed the Ashwamedh sacrifice also, and he commemorated this by issuing the Ashwamedh type of coin. Acha. He also wanted to remind the people of his Kshatriya lineage. How did he do this? By assuming a new title, that is Lichvi Dohitra. What does this mean? Son of the daughter of the Lichvis. ठीक है? Now, Samudragupta was also a great patron of Vaishnavism. He issued the Garud type of coins. So, Garud was a very prominent symbol for the Guptas. Not only was it their royal emblem, but it was also the mythical vehicle of Lord Vishnu. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, during this period, the evidence of Sati also emerged for the first time after Samudragupta, but during the Gupta period. Where do we get the first inscriptional evidence of Sati? Iran inscription issued in 510 CE. ठीक है? अच्छा. The practice of untouchability also emerged during the Gupta period. Which foreign traveler has told us about the existence of this practice? Fahim. Right? So Fahim has told us. After Samudragupta, next ruler Ramgupta. Right now, Ramgupta has been portrayed in a particular play as a very weak ruler. क्या play है? देवी चंद्रगुप्तम. ठीक है, written by Vishakha Dutt. All right. What is the story over here? After Samudragupta, Ramgupta, the weak ruler, came to the throne. The empire was mismanaged. There were reversals on all sides. The people were also groaning under exploitation. The military was demoralized. The enemies became bolder. A very powerful power rose to the west. That is the Shaka king Rudra Simha III. What did he do? Emboldened by the weakness of Ramgupta, he invaded and defeated him not only once but three different times. He came besieged Patliputra also. So Ramgupta invited him for a treaty. So क्या conditions रखे? First of all, Ramgupta would have to surrender half of his territory, and after this he would be restored to the throne of Patliputra. And एक और condition रखी, that is that he would have to give his wife, that is ध्रुवा देवी, टू रुद्र सिंहादित्य. रामगुप्त ने क्या बोला? ले जाओ, दोनों से ही बहुत परेशान हुए हैं, ठीक है? तो अकॉर्डिंग टू विशाखा दत्त, Ramgupta was a great blot on the honor of the Guptas. So somebody had to emerge to restore the honor. कौन emerge हुआ? फटा पोस्टर निकला हीरो, Chandragupta the second, younger brother. All right. What did he do? First, he defeated and killed Rudra Simha III. Then he came back to Patliputra, overthrew Ramgupta and assassinated him. And after that he married the heroine, कौन? ध्रुव देवी. ठीक है, thus restoring the honor of the Guptas. So this is not a historical fact. क्या है ये सारी कहानी हमको कहाँ से पता लग रही है? प्ले से पता लग रही है, राइट? So most modern day historians believe that Vishakha Dutt had been used as a tool by Chandragupta II in order to legitimize the assassination and usurpation of the throne by Chandragupta II Vikramaditya. So next ruler कौन हुआ? Chandragupta II Vikramaditya. What are the sources for his reign? His inscriptions at Sanchi and Udaygiri, composed by Ravi Sen, the son of Hari Sen. ठीक है, Hari Sen you remember, प्रयाग प्रशस्ति वाला. So his son had composed the inscriptions attributed to Chandragupta II at Sanchi and Udaygiri. Again in Sanskrit, again with Brahmi script. All right. Then you also have the Mehrauli iron pillar. कहाँ पे है ये? दिल्ली में. So the Mehrauli iron pillar carries an inscription which informs us that a king called Chandra defeated a number of Shaka kings. So we don't know the exact identity of this Chandra, but based on the other contemporary evidence, many historians believe that this was none other than Chandragupta the second. All right. What did Chandragupta do after this? After having defeated the Shakas, he conquered large parts of western India, right? So his empire had shifted, had grown from only Magad to include western India as well. Therefore, he established a second capital. कहाँ पे? At Ujjain. All right, in order to maintain effective control over the western reaches of the empire. All right. Now, Chandragupta also issued a new kind of coin in order to commemorate his victory over the Chakas. So he was the first king to issue silver coins known as Rupakas. So first Gupta king to issue silver coins known as Rupakas. What were the gold coins of the Guptas known as? Dinars. Hmm? Dinars were the gold coins, Rupakas were the silver coins. Right. Now, in the entire history of ancient India, Guptas issued the largest number of gold coins. Now, in addition to the different kinds of coins issued by Samudragupta, Chandragupta also issued new type of gold coins, such as the archer type of coin and the lion slayer type of coin. So archer type of coin, again he wanted to cultivate his image as a great warrior. And lion slayer, इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा लायंस कहाँ मिलते हैं? गुजरात वाले रीजन में, राइट? Lions, not tigers. So he had conquered that region. Thus, the lion slayer type of coins. Now, Chandragupta very famously is believed to have had 9 great scholars in his court, known as the Navratnas. Another Indian king who had Navratnas in his court, Akbar. Most famous among them, most accomplished, अब्दुल रहीम खान ए खाना, फिर उसके बाद बीरबल, तानसेन, टोडरमल, एटसेट्रा. Then you had the Ashtadiggajaz. किसके कोर्ट में थे ये अष्टदिग्गजज? कृष्णदेव राय ऑफ विजयनगर. ठीक है, so he is supposed to have had 8 great Telugu, Kannada and Sanskrit scholars in his reign. ये सेलिब्रिटी वाली फीलिंग आती है बिल्कुल से. अच्छा. Now the Krishnadev Raya had the Ashtadiggajaz. Most famous, Tenali Rama. Right. Now the Navratnas in Kalidas, sorry, in Chandragupta the second's court, यहाँ पे नाम लिखे हुए हैं. You don't नीड टू रिमेंबर, एक दो के नाम याद रख सकते हो, सच एज धन्वंतरी, कालिदास, वारामिहिर, अमर सिम्हा, एक्सेट्रा। ठीक है। धनवंतरी वॉज ग्रेट फिजिशियन। ठीक है। तो हकीम जिसको बोलते हैं। Now, the famous Chinese traveler Fahin visited India during the reign of Chandragupta II. From when to when? 399 to 412 सी। ठीक है। अच्छा, किस रास्ते से आया था? To the land route via Central Asia. And by what route did he return? By the sea route, including Sri Lanka and then Java, then to the Malaya Peninsula. Sorry, states of Malacca. Now, what was the purpose of his visit to India? He wanted to visit holy Buddhist sites such as Gaya, Lumbini, Sarnath, Sachi, Kushinagar, etc. and to collect holy Buddhist scriptures. Right. Name of his book, Kukyoki. While in India, has he mentioned the name of any king? नहीं किया है. He was not very interested in the political landscape of India. However, he did visit Patliputra and he has given a vivid description of the city of Patliputra, even the palace of Chandragupta II and the wooden throne which was a legacy of the Mauryas. ठीक है, तो मौर्य का जो थ्रोन था अभी तक वैसा का वैसा बना हुआ था. Now, while in India, he learnt and translated several Buddhist schools and scriptures. According to him, where in India was Buddhism flourishing? In southern and western India. But in the Gangetic plains in northern India, it was in decline. ठीक है, decline कर रहा था. He has also lamented the dilapidated, the degraded state of the great Buddhist sites such as Lumbini and Kushinagar. According to him, Gangetic plains क्या बन चुके थे अभी तक? They were the land of Brahmanism. There were several aspects of Indian life that he praised, but one aspect which he was very shocked by. क्या क्या praise किया? The beauty of Patliputra, especially the king's wooden throne. कैसे describe किया है? It was made in heaven. Actually बनाया किसने था? बिहारियों ने बनाया था, बिहार में बना था, राइट. सेकंड, India's colorful festivals also he has praised very richly. The high moral character of Indians. He has also praised the Indian tradition of timekeeping, how Indians divided their day into different periods and different functions were to be performed in those different parts. He has also praised the Indian sense of cleanliness and hygiene and the law and order situation. What was he shocked by? By the practice of untouchability. So, untouchability surely emerged by the Gupta period in India. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, he does not appear to have been interested in India's political affairs because he has not mentioned any Indian king by name. Another famous Chinese traveler who visited during the reign of Harshvardhan, Huen Sang. He has mentioned any kings? Has he? Yes. एक तो हर्षवर्धन को ही मेंशन किया है और he also visited पुलकेशिन द सेकंड एंड साउथ में कौन था? नरसिम्हा वर्मन. विच डायनेस्टी? पल्लवा डायनेस्टी. वेयर? एट कांचीपुरम. ठीक है. नाउ आफ्टर चंद्रगुप्त द सेकंड we have Kumar Gupta. Now there are a number of inscriptions which are attributed to him. Most famous ones, Mandsaur inscription and Mathura inscription. One very important event took place during his reign. क्या हुआ? He founded the Nalanda Buddhist Mahavihar. All right. अच्छा. Then during his reign, a new warlike tribal group from Central Asia started invading India for the first time. These were the Huns. ठीक है. So Huns began invading India during the reign of Kumar Gupta. First Gupta ruler to defeat the Huns, his successor Chandragupta. Okay. Now we have mentioned Nalanda, and over here is a description of some of the other important Indian educational institutions. In the northwest, we have the Takshila monastery established around 1000 BCE. So it was a center of Vedic learning, later became a center of Buddhist learning as well. Flourished under the Achaemenid or Persian rulers. Then it was later also patronized by the Mauryans, Bactrians, Shakas, and Kushans. important alumni चाणक्य, चरक एंड पाणिनि. चाणक्य कौन था? ऑथर ऑफ अर्थशास्त्र, गुरु ऑफ चंद्रगुप्त दी फर्स्ट, राइट. चरक physician in the court of Kanishka, and Panini grammarian, author of Ashtadhyayi. क्या हो गया? What is the joke? Doctor, writer. अच्छा, okay. Next, we have the Nalanda Buddhist Mahavihar, patronized by the Guptas, Harshvardhan, and the Palas. Balputra Dev, a king of Swarndweep, belonging to which dynasty? Kailendra dynasty, also patronized this monastery. क्या किया? He established a new vihar at Nalanda, and he also requested the contemporary Pala king, Devpal, to donate 5 villages for the upkeep of this monastery. ठीक है? अच्छा, famous alumni include Huensang, Dharampal, and Aryabhatta. Right. Now, apart from the Takshila and Nalanda monasteries, we also have a number of other Buddhist Mahavihars established by the Palas. Important ones, Odantapuri and Vikramshila. कहाँ पे हैं ये? बंगाल में, सॉरी बिहार में. एंड सोमापुरा एंड जगदल्ला ये कहाँ पे हैं? बांग्लादेश में है. ठीक है. तो ओदांतपुरी established by Gopal, Vikramshila and Somapura by Dharampal, and Jagdalla by Rampal. Right. Apart from this, some other educational institutions include Vallabhi in Gujarat, Center for Jain Learning, the Pushpagiri, again a Jain center of learning, Vallabhi patronized by the Maitrika dynasty, Pushpagiri, Latagiri, both Jain monasteries of Odisha patronized by the Chettis. Alright. Then you have Manyaket, also known as Malkhed. Over here you had a great school for Vedic learning, Puranic learning, patronized by the Rashtrakutas. At Nagarjuna Konda, again you had a Buddhist Mahavihar. कहाँ पे है ये? Andhra Pradesh. Over here, this monastery was patronized by successive dynasties such as the Satavahanas, Ikshvakus, Kakatyas, etc. And the Sharda Peeth, कहाँ है? Present day POK, made by Lalitaditya of the Karkoda dynasty, probably the most powerful ruler of Kashmir, contemporary of which North Indian ruler? हर्षवर्धन. ठीक है. तो इम्पोर्टेंट स्कूल्स आता है तो आंसर कर लोगे? हाँ, देवपाल के टाइम पे बालपुत्र देव हैड रिक्वेस्टेड हिम टू donate 5 villages to the Nalanda Buddhist Mahavir. Next important king, the that is Samudragupta. Now he has also left an inscription on the Junagadh rock. Right, it tells us that he defeated the Hunas. Right, he also donated 1 village to the Nalanda Buddhist Mahavihar. After this, we do not find the names of any further Gupta. That means the Guptas were in decline. So these were known, the earlier kings were known as the imperial Guptas or the great Guptas. The later kings were known as the lesser Guptas. The last known Gupta king was Vishnugupta. You only know that he died in 550, after which the Gupta dynasty disappeared. Okay. Now certain details about Gupta administration. So like the Mauryans, the Guptas had an institution of centralized monarchy as well. So the king was the absolute monarch, he had no checks on his authority, and he also ruled as a divine power. Alright. Adjoining areas of Magad were under their direct control, and far flung areas, especially South India, were under their indirect control. The Guptas also made matrimonial alliances to strengthen their rule. Example, Chandragupta I married the Lichvi princess Kumar Devi in order to legitimize his rule. Samudragupta also married a number of South Indian princesses in order to ensure the loyalty of defeated kings. And then Chandragupta II formed a matrimonial alliance with the Vakataka dynasty ruling in central India. Right? He married his daughter Prabhavati Gupta to the Vakataka ruler Rudra Sen II. All right. So matrimonial alliances were also part of Gupta monarchy. Thirdly, the issue of succession. How was the issue of succession decided? The Guptas followed the policy of primogeniture, the rule of primogeniture. What is this? The eldest son of the king is going to inherit the throne. But was it rigidly implemented? No. How do we know this? Ramgupta was overthrown by Chandragupta II. So wars of succession were also not unknown. Then the Guptas also had a well-developed central and provincial bureaucracy, where central bureaucracy continued the Mauryan tradition of appointing top central officers. Mauryan period में the top advisors of the king, what were they known as? Tirthas, right? And below them were the Adhyakshas. However, over here you only have the cabinet ministers. These were known as the mantrins or amatyas, such as the Mahamatya. Who was he? The chief secretary or chief minister of the king. Then you had the Mahasenapati, that is commander in chief, Mahashwarohi, commander of the cavalry force, Mahapilupati, commander of the elephant force, Mahadandanayak, the chief police officer, Mahanyayadhish, chief justice, and Mahasandhi Vigrahaka, the foreign minister. All right. So Sandhi means treaty. So he had the power to issue declarations of war or offer truces to make peace. Haji. Tirthas were in the Mauryan period, right? They were the top advisors to the king. So they were part of the king's cabinet. Below the Tirthas, you also had the Adhyakshas. 18 Tirthas, 28 Adhyakshas. You remember? यहाँ पे केवल कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स हैं, you don't have heads of department. Each minister is going to personally oversee the various activities of the department, and the bureaucracy under him is going to be answerable to these individual amatyas, these mantris, not to the king directly. All right. Now, there were several differences between the Mauryan bureaucracy and the Gupta bureaucracy. क्या differences थे? How did the Mauryans pay their chief bureaucrats? Cash or kind? Cash. However, the Guptas had started paying their top officers in the form of land grants. ठीक है? वो land grants देनी शुरू कर दिए थे. अच्छा, could the Mauryan officials hold more than one office? No. One individual, one office only. However, in some cases, in the case of the Guptas, one single individual held multiple posts. You remember Hari Sen? Who was he? Court poet, right? Apart from that, he was also the Mahamantri as well as the Mahasandhi Vigrahaka for Samudragupta. Right? Some positions under the Gupta bureaucracy were also hereditary in nature. For example, Hari Sen and Ravi Sen, father and son, both court poets. Right? Acha, the Mauryan bureaucracy was also not as large. Sorry, Gupta bureaucracy was also not as large as the Mauryan bureaucracy. Why was this? First of all, the empire was smaller, so the responsibilities were lesser. Secondly, the Mauryan control over the economy was very, very rigid. They had a finger in every pie. Over here, the involvement of the Guptas was not as pervasive. And thirdly, the tax net that was cast by the Guptas was also not as wide as the Mauryan. Okay? Therefore, they had a smaller bureaucracy. Senior Gupta officials were paid in land grants. Apart from this, priests and religious institutions also continued to receive land grants. All right. Now, along with the ownership of the land, the people who were getting these land grants also had certain extra rights, such as they had the right to administer justice upon the people living on that land, and secondly, they also had the right to collect forced labor from the people living on that land. This right of collecting forced labor was known as वृष्टि और विष्टि. ठीक है. Now, this institution of giving land grants later became the foundation for feudalism. Gupta taxation system. Main source of land revenue, main source of state income was land revenue, known as Udarang. Right. What was the rate? So, according to a number of contemporary sources, it was collected at the rate of 1/6 of the produce. Then, further, apart from the land revenue, the Guptas continued to tax different economic activities such as trade, commerce, manufacturing of goods, etc. Nature of provincial and sub-provincial administration under the Guptas. So it was a close approximation of the Mauryan administration. However, you remember the divisions under Mauryan administration क्या क्या थे? The empire was divided into a number of Rajyas, followed by Pradeshas, then Vishayas, then Aniyas, then Dronmukhas, Kharvantikas, Sangranas, and Grams. Over here, you do not have so many levels. The provinces were known as Bhuktis. Okay? So, under the empire, the province is known as Bhukti, headed by a provincial governor known either as Rajipal or Uparika. Alright. Now, generally, the Rajipal was one of the members, family members of the king or his most trusted advisor. Acha, provinces were further divided into Vishayas. Right? So, Bhukti was divided into a number of Vishayas, which were further divided into a number of Thanas or Sthaniyas, and the lowest unit of provincial administration was Gram. Bhukti was headed by Rajipal or Uparika, Vishay by Vishaypati, Sthaniya by Sthanika, and Gram by Gramini. Alright. Now, the city administration of the Guptas also had an element of local self-government. The provincial governor, his various other functionaries, they would form one arm of city administration. But because the cities were great centers of trade, commerce, manufacturing, therefore the affluent people, the trading community, the manufacturing community also had a say in administration. Kaise? They were represented by a council of notables, right? Which included people such as the Karthavaha. Who was he? He was the head of the long distance trading guild, right? So all the caravans etc. जो भी organize करते थे city में, he was their head. Pratham Kulika, he was the chief of the artisan manufacturing guild. Pratham Kayastha, he was the representative of government officials. Now, during the Gupta period, a new caste group had emerged known as the Kayasthas. Who were they? They were the record keepers. Their head was known as Pratham Kayastha. Alright. And then finally, you had the chief of the banking guild, known either as the Pratham Shreshtan or the Nagar Shreshtan. So these notables also assisted and advised the city administrators on how to govern the city. Clear hai? Yeah. Now we come to Gupta literature. Now, Gupta period witnessed the great development in Sanskrit literature. Both religious as well as secular texts were written in large numbers. First, the religious literature, including the Dharma Shastras and the Purans. What were the Dharma Shastras? Ancient Indian law books. They are also known as Smritis. Some examples: Manu Smriti, Yagyavalk Smriti, Parashar Smriti, Brihaspati Smriti, Narad Smriti, Gautam Smriti, etc. What did these law books intend to do? To regulate social behavior, to regulate individual behavior, to regulate how people interacted with each other within the society. What was the parameter which they used to fix all these rules? The Varnashram Dharma system. Therefore, most of the rules were in favor of the upper Varnas and the males, and against the lower Varna and the female. Alright. Then we also have the Purans. What are the Purans? these are tables which are associated with various gods and goddesses. These are legendary tales of gods and goddesses. However, these were also used as an ideological tool by the kings to legitimize their rule. How? देखो, these Purans tell you about the stories of the tales of the god. The king wants to use this to legitimize his rule. तो गॉड्स को क्या बोला जाएगा? दे हैव देयर ओन फैमिलीज, राइट? बोथ डिवाइन एज वेल एज मॉर्टल, and the kings would then be linked to the dynasties of the gods. All right. So this was used as an ideological tool by the kings in order to legitimize their rule as descendants of the gods. If the issue of lineage is over here, then these Purans also become valuable sources of dynastic records of various kings and dynasties. ठीक है? So they are quite useful for recreating the chronological history of various dynasties, different kings, their correct order. All right. Some important ones, total कितने हैं? 18 महापुराण. Some important ones: विष्णु पुराण, शिव पुराण, पार्वती, गरुड़ पुराण, वायु पुराण, अग्नि पुराण, etc. Right. Now, although they are valuable for illuminating the past, they have certain, you can say, limitations. क्या limitations हैं? Are these purely historical works? No, they are intended for the purpose of expounding mythology. So, mythology and historical facts have been enmeshed into each other, and often it becomes almost impossible to tell what is mythology and what is history. Therefore, it loses its significance as a source of. Secondly, in order to create a sense of mysticism, most of these Purans have been written in the future sense. That at some date in the future, such and such king will be there. He is going to have a son by such and such name, and he is going to have such and such exploit. So, because of which these books lose the correct sense of chronology, and to extract historical fact from such works becomes very difficult. Apart from this secular work, religious literature, we also have a bevy of secular literature, including both literary works as well as scientific and cultural works. All right. Now, the earliest Sanskrit drama during the Gupta period, that is the Daridra Charudhar, written by Bhash. Another one, Mrichkatikam, meaning a little clay cart. This is again a drama written by Shudrak. The Daridra Charudat and Mrichkatikam are based on the same theme, same story. क्या story है इनका? The love story between Charudat. Who was he? A poor Brahmin, right? And Vasant Sena. Who was she? Daughter of a famous courtesan of Patliputra. ठीक है, तो इनकी एक love story है. So first Bhash wrote it, and then it has been reimagined by Shudrak. ठीक है, Daridra Charudat and Mrichkatikam. Then Devi Chandraguptam, you already know the protagonist. कौन कौन है? Important figures: Ramgupt, Rudra Simha the third, Dhruva Devi, and Chandragupta the second, Vikramaditya. ठीक है, स्टोरी अभी आपको पता है. Then we have the Mudra Rakshasa, written by Vishakha Dutt once again. It is also a drama. What is the theme over here? हाँ, so it recounts the rise of Chandragupta Maurya to power. ठीक है, by overcoming the Nanda dynasty. It also contains the famous Chanakya Niti. that is Kam Dam Dand Bhed, right? To defeat your enemy, you can use either of these tools. Then some works by Kalidas. So Kalidas authored three dramas, right? Malvikagnimithram, Vikram Urvashya, and Abhigyan Shakuntalam. He authored two epics, the Kumar Sambhav and Raghuvansham, and two poetic works, the Ritu Samhar and Meghdutam. How to remember? Drama happens when there is both boy and girl. So the works containing the name of both a boy as well as a girl are going to be dramas. Malvika and Agnimitra. So this is the love story between the Sunga prince Agnimitra and Malvika, a serving girl. Then Vikram Orvashyam, Vikram and Orvashi. So this is the love story between King Puru plus Urvashi. Who is Urvashi? He was an Apsara or a celestial nymph. ठीक है? Urvashi, Urvashi. अच्छा. Then we have the Abhigyan Shakuntalam. This is once again a love story between King Dushyant and Shakuntala. ठीक है? Now, most famous epics in India, महाभारत, रामायण. तो महाभारत कहाँ पे होगा? When there are only boys. ठीक है? तो जहाँ पे केवल लड़कों का नाम है, वहाँ पे एपिक. ठीक है? कुमार संभव एंड रघुवंश. Kumar Sambhav is the tale of birth of Lord Kartikeya. Yeah, ठीक है. And Raghuvansham is the tale of dynasty of Lord Ram. Okay, including both his predecessors and his successors. Yeah. Then we come to the poetic works. अब यहाँ पे क्या है? ऋतु, मेघ. तो घटाओं फिजाओं के बारे में कौन बात करता है? शायर बात करता है. So these are poetic works. Alright. ऋतु संहार and मेघदूतम. Okay. Apart from these literary works, we also have a number of other secular literature. Some important ones include the Panch Siddhantika, written by Varamihir. It is a work on astronomy and astrology. Astronomy क्या होता है? हाँ, साइंस होता है. Science of celestial bodies, their positions. And astrology क्या होता है? बकवास होता है. Upon the position of those celestial bodies, you try to tell the future. ठीक है? तो पंच सिद्धांतिका of Varamihir. Then you also have the Bhattika or Aryabhatyam. This is a work on astronomy and mathematics by Aryabhatta. Amar Kosh, written by Amar Simha. He was one of the Navratnas. You remember? Acha. What is it? A Sanskrit lexicon. What is a lexicon? A collection of all known words. तो एक डिक्शनरी की तरह आप बोल सकते हैं. अच्छा. पंचतंत्र पढ़ा है? Written by Vishnu Sharma, translated into over 100 languages, and very popular collection of short stories. Kama Sutra by Vatsyayan. What is the subject matter? नॉट ओनली लव मेकिंग. ये अंग्रेजों ने बिगाड़ करके प्रेजेंट कर दिया है. ठीक है. इट इज अ वर्क ऑन 64 डिफरेंट आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट इंक्लूडिंग म्यूजिक, डांस, मेकअप, डेकोरेशन, ड्रामा एंड लव मेकिंग. ठीक है. देन वी हैव द नीति सार, रिटन बाय कामंडका. व्हाट इज इट? अ वर्क ऑन statecraft. The Sushruत Samhita written by Sushruत, a work on surgery. ठीक है, याद रहेगा? ऑलराइट। सुश्रुत किसके किंगडम में थे? दिस आई डू नॉट नो फॉर श्योर, मैंने काफ़ी रिसर्च करने की कोशिश करी। तो द आइडिया इज़ दैट सुश्रुत वाज़ प्रोबब्ली समबडी हू प्रीडेटेड द गुप्ता पीरियड, राइट? ही इज़ सपोज्ड टू हैव बीन कंटेम्परेरी ऑफ पाणिनि, अष्टधाई फेम वाले, एंड इन्होंने ये किताब लिखी ड्यूरिंग द महाजनपद पीरियड। हाउएवर सम अदर सोर्सेज आल्सो एट्रिब्यूट द सुश्रुत संहिता टू द गुप्ता पीरियड। तो क्वेश्चन यहाँ मतलब संस्कृत में लिखा हुआ है, एंड बिकॉज़ ऑफ द सिंटैक्स, the grammar etc., it appears to have been a later work belonging to the Gupta period. ठीक है, तो most accurate description would be Gupta period का है। Now Gupta school of sculpture, this we are going to leave, we have already covered this। हाँ, मुद्राज, मुद्राज क्या करोगे जान करके? भूमि स्पर्श मुद्रा के अलावा भी देर आर a number of other mudras। See, a unique feature of Gupta sculpture is the focus on hand positions, the hand gestures or हैंड मुद्रास। अभय मुद्रा क्या है? इट इज बुद्धा मेकिंग दिस साइन, बी फियरलेस। ठीक है, टेलिंग द डिवोटी नॉट टू वरी, बुद्धा इज हियर, बचा लेगा तुमको। ठीक है, इट इज द बुद्धा रीअश्योरिंग द डिवोटी। देन ध्यान मुद्रा, इट रिप्रेजेंट्स द बुद्धा इन मेडिटेशन, सो ही इज सीटेड और अपने हाथ इस तरह से किए हुए हैं, राइट? देन भूमि स्पर्श मुद्रा, he is once again seated and he is touching the ground with his right hand. You already know the significance of this। वरद मुद्रा, वरद का मतलब क्या होता है? वरदान देना। तो दिस इज बुद्धा ग्रांटिंग अ गिफ्ट, हाथ ऐसे किया हुआ है, राइट? करण मुद्रा, करण मुद्रा, इट रिप्रेजेंट्स द बुद्धा वार्डिंग ऑफ इविल। तो रॉक स्टार वाला ऐसे किया, गिटार बजाया, सारा इविल गायब। ठीक है, तो दिस इज द आइडिया। Then the Vajra Mudra, it represents the self-confidence of the Buddha due to the union of the six elements in his being. So Buddha was supposed to be the perfect being, and the six elements were in perfect balance. That is earth, fire, air, water, metal, spirit, etc. ठीक है, तो ये मुद्रा इस तरह से है, बुद्धा को ऐसे दिखाया जाता है, 5 + 1 6। अच्छा, देन द वितारक मुद्रा, इट रिप्रेजेंट्स द बुद्धा व्हाइल टीचिंग और व्हाइल इन डिस्कशन। तो बुद्धा टीच कर रहे हैं, किसी से डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, सो वेरी एनिमेटेड फॉर्म, दोनों हाथ से इस तरह से जेस्चर कर रहे हैं, राइट? देन द धर्म चक्र मुद्रा associated with the first sermon, it represents the continuous motion of the cosmic order। तो अगेन बोथ द हैंड्स, नहीं ऐसे ऐसे करके नहीं दिखा रहे हैं, स्टैचू में हो रहा है तो ऐसे मूविंग स्टैचू नहीं बनता था उस समय। ठीक है, तो अगेन बोथ द हैंड्स आर बीन यूज्ड, और उसको आई फॉरगेट कि क्या है एग्जैक्टली, गूगल पे सर्च करेंगे तो आपको मिल जाएगा। ठीक है, देन द उत्तराबोधिनी मुद्रा, इट सिग्निफाइज द सुप्रीम एनलाइटनमेंट और परफेक्शन ऑफ द बुद्धा। तो वहाँ पे अपने हाथ को इस तरह से कर रखा है, राइट? तो दैट इज बुद्धा इज परफेक्ट। एंड फाइनली वी हैव द अंजलि मुद्रा, दिस रिप्रेजेंट्स बुद्धा इन प्रेयर और इन ग्रीटिंग टू समबडी। कैसे करते हो ग्रीट? नमस्ते करके, राइट? तो ऐसे कर रखते हैं अपने हाथ। क्लियर है? क्वेश्चन आपको यहाँ से ऑलरेडी आ चुका है एक बार, भूमि स्पर्श मुद्रा से। जेस्चर्स आपको नहीं पूछे जाएंगे, यूपीएससी वहाँ पे इमेजेस नहीं देगा। इट माइट आस्क यू व्हाट दीज थिंग्स सिग्निफाई। ठीक है, बट इफ यू गो बैक होम लुक एट द जेस्चर्स तो याद रखने में आसान हो जाएगा। देन अनदर इम्पोर्टेंट रूलर, हर्षवर्धन। ठीक है, क्या क्या कवर करना है हमको? What are the important sources for studying about Harshvardhan? His important events during his lifetime and his important contributions in different fields. So first, coins and inscriptions from across North India, especially from Haryana, right? Especially the Baskheda inscription. It tells us that he was a prolific writer. So Harshvardhan is also known by the title of Philadelphia। So this reflects his literary expertise। Then another inscription in Aihole, Karnataka, also mentions Harshvardhan। ये किसका inscription है? Pulkesin the second, right? Written by Ravi Kirti। In which language? संस्कृत लैंग्वेज। ठीक है, तो संस्कृत वहाँ तक पहुँच गया था। So this inscription tells us about the defeat of Harshvardhan at the hands of Pulitis. Huh? Shakal Uttrapatha, in which Harsha has been called. So I whole inscription refers to Harsha by the title of Shakal Uttrapatha. Shakal means the ruler of or the sovereign of Uttrapat, that is North India. ठीक है? Shakal Uttrapatha. Now, there is a lot of literary evidence also left behind by contemporary writers and also by Harshvardhan himself, such as Huen Sang's travelogue known by the name Siyuki. Right. Banabhatta was his court poet and he wrote a couple of works, that is Harshcharita and Kadambari. Harshcharita kya hai? It is the biography of the Buddha written in Sanskrit language, and Kadambari is a romantic novel written in Sanskrit. Harshvardhan also composed three Sanskrit plays. Now, this is disputed by some other historians who say that the plays were actually composed by another writer named Dhavak, and Harsha was simply ghost writing them. ठीक है, तो लिखा किसी और ने है, हर्षा ने क्लेम कर दिया है। घोस्ट राइटिंग, घोस्ट राइटर सुना है ना? घोस्ट राइडर नहीं, घोस्ट राइटर। घोस्ट राइडर तो वो निकोलस केज वाली फ़िल्म है ना? नहीं, नहीं, नॉट दैट वन। घोस्ट राइटर, राइट? so these plays are प्रियदर्शिका, रत्नावली एंड नागानंद। किस लैंग्वेज में है? संस्कृत लैंग्वेज। व्हाट आर दे? दे आर प्लेज। Now, some further details, personal details about Harshvardhan. What was the name of his dynasty? Pushyabhuti dynasty, also known as the Vardhan dynasty. Their capital was Thaneshwar or Thanesh, Thaneshwar. Modern day Thanesar, where? Haryana. Father was Prabhakar Vardhan, brother was Rajyavardhan, sister was Rajyashri, and brother-in-law was Grihavarman. Who was Grihavarman? Ruler of the Mokhri kingdom with its capital at Kanyakub, Kannauj. Alright. Yeah. After the downfall of the Guptas, Patliputra had lost its significance and western portion of India had become a lot more significant politically. Why was this? Population had increased over here. Secondly, the lands were drained by the fertile Yamuna as well as Ganga. So these lands were quite fertile also. And secondly, Kannauj had replaced Patliputra as the seat of the sovereign of all of India. Patliputra had been destroyed in fire after the downfall of the Guptas, and therefore a new capital of North India had emerged symbolically at least, that is Kanyagupta. Okay, that is Kannauj. तो अब कन्नौज के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी जाएगी and kings from this period to the early medieval age are all going to fight for control over Kannauj. So in the early medieval age also you find that there was an episode of a tripartite struggle between the Rashtrakutas, the Palas and the Gurjar Pratiharas. So all of them were fighting for control over Kannauj only. That is the reason why. ठीक? Yeah, Patliputra had been destroyed in fire. किसने किया था ये तो पता नहीं। मे बी एन अनअटेंडेड फ्लेम या फिर हो सकता है किसी की कंस्पिरेसी रही हो, बट इट शोज दैट हाउ द पावर दैट वाज रूलिंग फ्रॉम पाटलिपुत्र वाज डिक्लाइनिंग। ठीक है, तो इवन दो पाटलिपुत्र हैड बीन डिस्ट्रॉयड, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि पहली बार डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ होगा फायर में। लकड़ी का बना हुआ है तो पक्का डिस्ट्रॉय तो पहले भी हुआ होगा, बट इन अर्लियर पीरियड्स इट हैड ऑलवेज बीन रीबिल्ड। नाउ इट वाज कंप्लीटली अबैंडन्ड एटलीस्ट फॉर सम लेंथ ऑफ टाइम। इसके बाद क्या हुआ? Rajyavardhan, who was ruling, Prabhakar Vardhan, who was ruling, he died. Then who became the next ruler? Rajyavardhan, right? Now, Rajyavardhan and Grihavarman were in an alliance against Shashank, the king of God, that is Bengal. तो बुद्धिस्ट लिटरेचर में शशांक को बिल्कुल विलन दिखाया हुआ है, राइट? ही इज सपोज टू हैव चॉप्ड ऑफ द बोधि ट्री ऑल्सो। अच्छा, तो इसको विलन दिखाया हुआ है। हीरो किसको दिखाया जाएगा? हर्षवर्धन को, हु लेटर बिकेम अ ग्रेट प्रोपोनेंट ऑफ बुद्धिज्म एज वेल। तो हुआ क्या? आफ्टर शशांक killed both Rajyavardhan and Greyvarman, Harshvardhan at the age of 16 was forced to come to the throne, and then he started the process of rebuilding. क्या कसम खाई? एक ना एक दिन इंतकाम जरूर लूंगा, राइट? तो बदला रहेगा रहेगा। अच्छा, he also saved his sister Rajshri who was about to commit sati, and after that Rajshri lived with him for the rest of his life. ठीक है? Now the what did Harshvardhan do after this? See, he unified the Pushyabhuti throne and the Mokri throne, which were both lying vacant, and he then started the process of rebuilding. He entered into an alliance with whom? With the king of Ahom. Where is Ahom? Modern day Assam. Against whom? Against Shashank. The name of the king of Ahom was Bhaskar Varman. So after almost 30 years of fighting, he finally overcame Shashank. This was the second time that Harshvardhan had met Shashank in battle. Apart from defeating Shashank, he also expanded his empire in other directions. For example, his empire stretched from Himalayas to the Vindhyas and from Sindh up to Bengal. Was Kashmir part of his empire? No. किसके अंडर था? Lalitaditya. Was Bengal part of his empire? No. It was under Bhaskar Varman. ठीक है? Was the territory south of the Narmada under his control? No. How do we know? A whole inscription. Pulikeshin has described how he defeated Harshvardhan. Now some religious works that are attributed to Harshvardhan. So which god did Harshvardhan follow? So he had inherited the tradition of sun worship from his ancestors. So he worshipped the sun god also. Then in the early part of his life, he was a Shaivite, so he was worshipper of Shiva also. Then later he also adopted Mahayana Buddhism. But throughout his life, he continued to patronize all. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, according to Buddhist sources, he divided the kingdom into four equal parts for different purposes. That means the revenue coming from the kingdom into four equal parts. One part was to be set aside for the royal family, इनके जितने भी खर्चे हो रहे हैं. One part for religious institutions to patronize them. One part for army and administration, and the last one for charity among the poor. ऐसा हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता है. It seems quite illogical. Why have Buddhist sources done this? In order to glorify Harsha and tell other kings that you should be equally generous. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, every 5 years, he used to organize a religious festival known as the Mahamoksha Parishad. Where? At Prayag, Allahabad. ठीक है? And it would last for 4 days. First 3 days, three different gods would be worshipped. First day पे किसकी पूजा होगी? Ganesh. Second, Shiva. And the last, Buddha. The fourth day was reserved for charity. Then Huan Sang was a famous Chinese traveler who came to India during his reign. He was a close personal friend of Harshvardhan also, patronized heavily by Harshvardhan. And in his records, he informs us that in order to honor him, Harshvardhan had organized a great all religious conference at Kannauj, over which Huan Sang presided. What does he say? That he debated with the people belonging to the representatives of other religions and established the supremacy of Mahayana Buddhism. He also tells us that an altercation broke out. Finally, the Brahmins were blamed and 500 Brahmins were excluded. They were expelled from the assembly and exiled. Okay, so these are the important details you need to know about Harshvardhan. Then Huan Sang or Yuan Chang visited India for 14 years, 631 to 645 CE. Now किस रास्ते से आया था? लैंड रूट. और जिस रास्ते से आया था उसी रास्ते से वापस गया. ठीक है? So he also returned via Central Asia over the land route. What was the purpose of his visit? So once again, to study Buddhism in India, to collect holy scriptures, to study the state of Buddhism in India, and also to study at the Nalanda Buddhist Mahavihar. Which subject did he study? Not Buddhism, Yoga Shastra. So first 2 years he stayed there as a student, and for the next 9.5 years he stayed there as an instructor. Right now, he tells us that almost 10,000 monks used to live and study at the Nalanda Mahavihar, and entry was given after a very tough entrance exam. All right. Uh, Sang mentions the name of three different kings: Harshvardhan, Pulkesin II, and Narasimhavarman. According to him, India's law and order situation was excellent. क्या बोला है इसने? That Indians were of very high moral character, so they were inherently honest people. So चोरी नहीं करते थे. He has also said that the laws were very strict and they were strictly enforced against those who broke it. In fact, he has said that the law and order situation, especially in the cities, was so good that an old woman with a basket of gold over her head could travel in the middle of the night without being molested by anyone. However, he has contradicted himself. क्या बोला है इसने? Although the highways were very highly secured and at regular intervals there were royal soldiers to protect, he himself was looted 4 times. ठीक है? तो आते जाते 4 बार लूट लिया गया था. That is the idea over here. Huh? Yeah, he had said this. Huyen Sang and Fine both have said the same. Probably by the time of Huyen Sang, the law and order situation had started to deteriorate. The power and authority of the king was also becoming weaker. Harshvardhan was not as strong a ruler as the imperial Guptas. Why? Because by the time of Harshvardhan, feudalism had started to emerge. Okay? Further, the trade and commerce that India had been famous for, that had also started to decline due to a number of different reasons, such as the invasion of the Hunas, the downfall of the Roman Empire, the downfall of the Han Empire in China. So all the external trading contacts they had started to collapse. So India का भी internal trade जो था that was getting affected and feudalism was on the rise. So because of which law and order situation might have occurred. Hmm. Harsha was नहीं Harsha was follower of all three, sun god also, Shaivism also, and Mahayan Buddhism also. Guptas were primarily Vaishnavites. नहीं कौन क्या थे नहीं all of them were Vaishnavites. ठीक है all of them were followers of Vishnu, but they continued to patronize Buddhism quite. They did not discontinue. ठीक है? अच्छा. Now, according to Huyen Sang, 18 Buddhist sects flourished across India in different parts of India. His book is known as the CUP, and a biography of Huyen Sang also exists. किसने लिखा है? वी ली ने. So he was a personal friend of Wen Sang, written in Mandarin. Now he returned to China with a number of Buddhist texts, and he proved to be a good interlocutor of culture between India and China. A lot of cultural exchange he facilitated. Then some other post-Gupta dynasties in South India. First, the Chalukyas. Where did they rule? Karnataka, Maharashtra wale region में. Right. Now, there were three branches of the Chalukyas in fact. The Chalukyas of Badami, the Western Chalukyas, and Eastern Chalukyas. So, West Chalukyas of Badami were the earliest group, they were the most powerful, followed by the Western Chalukyas of Kalyani. So, the Chalukyas, they were challenged for authority by the Pallavas, right? Their empire started to disintegrate and two branches emerged, one towards the west and the other towards the east. Chalukyas of Kalyani with their power base at Karnataka and Chalukyas of Vengi with their power base in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. ठीक है? Yeah, later Chalukyas, yeah, almost they were contemporaries of most famous ruler Pulkesin II. We already know all the important relevant information about him. He was finally defeated by Narasimha Varman. Which dynasty? Pallava dynasty. ठीक है? Huyen Sang also visited uh, Pulkesin's empire and has limited the decline of Buddhism in the decade. Pulkesin II, the Chalukyas patronized which kind of architecture? Vesara style of architecture. Then another dynasty in the deep south, that is the Pallava dynasty. Now they ruled over Andhra Pradesh and northern Tamil Nadu up to the Kaveri river between the 7th and the 9th centuries. Alright, important rulers or capital was Kachipuram. Now the Pallavas were pioneers of the Dravidian style of architecture. The earliest beginnings of Dravidian architecture happened under the Pallavas. Mahendravarman the first, for example, began the construction of the Mamallapuram monolithic rathas and patronized learning also. So in Kanchipuram, he established a famous Ghatika. What is the Ghatika? It is a center of Vedic learning in South. Vedic learning in South. Now Pulkesin II had defeated Mahendravarman the first. Then you have Narasimhavarman the first, also known as Mamalla. The word Mamalla in Tamil means wrestler. So he was very fond of wrestling. Right. Mahabalipuram is also known as Mamallapuram after Narasimhavarman. So the Mahabalipuram monolithic rathas were finally completed by him, and Huan Sang visited Kanchipuram during his reign. He defeated Pulkesin II. Right. So Mahendravarman the first had been defeated by Pulkesin II. This one has defeated Pulkesin. Then we have finally Narasimhavarman the second, also known as Raj Simha. Famous temple constructed by him, the Shore Temple at Mahabalipuram. Now, under Narasimhavarman the second, the Pallavas established diplomatic relations with the Chinese. In fact, Narasimhavarman sent emissaries to China and formed an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Now, the Tangs were in charge of southern China, right? The most prosperous part. So, this is not general of South China. This is in charge of South China. Now, Rajsimha had one very famous Sanskrit scholar, that is Dandin. Dandin was associated with Rajsimha. Tamil भी use करते थे, but they continued to patronize Sanskrit. Sanskrit by now had become almost a divine language. पाँच, ठीक है? Finally, we have the imperial Cholas. So, Cholas we have earlier studied during the Sangam period. These are different Cholas, means they claim to be descended from the same Cholas, but they belong to completely different time period. They belong to the early medieval age. Now, they created a huge empire covering Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, and parts of North India with parts of North India with the Tamil country as its core between the 9th to 12th century. Founder was Vijayala, capital Tanjore, and later Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Alright, Gangaikonda Cholapuram. So Gangaikonda Chola was the title that was assumed by Raj Raj Chola. Sorry, Rajendra Chola. After he had defeated some powers in Bengal along the banks of the Ganges, he had boasted that his armies were so powerful that his horses and elephants had drunk the Ganges dry. ठीक है, तो इतने सारे लोग लेके गया था, तो इस तरह के चीजें ये लोग क्लेम करते थे. खैर, important rulers, Parantaka the first. His the two famous Uttamirur inscriptions give evidence of Chola local self-government at the village level. Right. Now, during his reign, the famous Nataraj temple at Chidambaram with a golden roof was also completed. The two most powerful rulers, Raj the first and Rajendra Chola, they were great conquerors. Now, Raj the first is considered to be the real founder of the Chola Empire. He conquered the entire deep south by defeating the contemporaries such as Cheras and Pandyas. He also conquered northern Sri Lanka, the Maldives. Okay. Acha. He constructed one very famous temple at Tanjore known as the Rajrajeshwar temple or the Brihadeshwar temple. Then next, Rajendra Chola. He extended his empire up to the Tungabhadra by defeating the Chalukyas of Kalyani as well. Chalukyas of Kalyani कहाँ पे थे? Karnataka में, right? So they were defeated. Then he completed the annexation of Sri Lanka also. He also annexed several regions of Srivijaya and Kadram, that is Southeast Asia. He also defeated the Palas of Bengal after crossing the Ganges. After this, what title did he assume? Gangai Konda Chola, the Chola who conquered the Ganges and established a new capital, that is the Gangai Konda Cholapuram. Right. Over here, he established a massive granite temple, Gangai Konda Cholapuram temple, also known as the Brihadeshwara temple. Further, he built another temple, the Airavateshwar temple at Tanjore. So, huh? Yeah, in Tanjore also, in this place, दूसरा वाला क्या है, दारासुरम में, गंगाईकोंडा चोलापुरम में भी, the name of the temple is बृहदेश्वरा temple only. ठीक है? तो टेम्पल्स के नाम दोनों सेम है. Gods are also both the same. So these three temples, the Brihadeshwar temple, that is the Rajarajeshwar temple, the Airavateshwar temple, and the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, they are collectively known as the Great Living Chola Temple. Yeah, Great Living Chola Temple. Yeah, all three are Shaivite temples. Cholas were great patrons of Shaivism. And the UNESCO has inducted all of these in the World Heritage. Pandyas, Pallavas, all of them were Shaivites. Now, some other cultural aspects, this I'm sure you have already covered. Now, commercial contacts between the Chola Empire and China, Sumatra, Java, and Arabia were extensively prevalent. Secondly, Arabian horses were also imported during the Chola period in large numbers. Why? Because Indians did not have very good source of indigenous horses. Indian breeds of horses were not suitable for warfare. Then, during this period, two important works such as the Ramayana by Kamban and the Periyapuram or Tirudundar Puranam by Secular were also composed. Both of these are Tamil works. Tamil Ramayana composed by Kamban. Then you remember the Uttaramerur inscriptions of which king? Parantaka the first. They describe the Kudavolai system. What was this? The system of electing the Chola officials at the village level. Chola villages were governed by local assemblies. What were they known as? Pur or Sabha. Okay? The cities were also governed by assemblies known as Nagaram. Right? Pur was the general assembly of the village consisting of the tax paying residents. Sabha or Mahasabha, it consisted of all the Brahmins of a village and it was usually found in what kind of a village? A Brahmin village, right? A village where mostly Brahmins live. So it was these were either Brahmadeya or Agrahara villages. Do you remember the tradition of land grants? Cholas भी करते थे. Brahmadeya villages were villages donated to Brahmins. Devdan was, yes, village donated to temples. And what were Agraharas? क्या होते थे ये? These were settlements of Brahmins, right? So where mostly Brahmins used to live, they were known as Agrahara settlements. All right. So how were the members of the assemblies governing the villages elected? To this system known as the Kudavolai system. क्या होता था यहाँ पे? A village was supposed to be governed by a council of 30 members. So elections would be held every year for these councillors. कैसे? The names of all the nominees would be collected and placed inside a pot. Alright? Leaf पे उसका नाम लिख दिया जाएगा. And a child, either a boy or a girl, would be sent over there to pick the name. Whoever name is chosen is going to serve for a period of 1 year. Okay? So this was the idea over here. Acha. Now this is a diagram of the provincial administration of the Cholas. The empire was divided into a number of provinces known as mandalams, further divided into Valnadus, and Valnadus were further divided into Nadus. Right? Nadus were divided among a number of autonomous villages. Provincial administration extended only up to the Nadus. At the village level, local self-government was there. Okay? So that is it, guys. Kudawalai system was the election system. For lower level. Yeah, Kudawalai system has also been mentioned in the Uttarameru inscription. हाँ इसके अलावा उत्तरामेरू inscription records a grant of land to the temples found at Uttarameru. All right then, shall I end the class? Online students, any doubt? नहीं? चलिए then. Thank you for your time. I'll see you guys day after tomorrow. ठीक है? कल आप लोगों की history class नहीं है. Day after tomorrow we are going to cover the remaining portion, that is medieval history.